midnight, dreaming all day long. Maybe I'm nocturnal, baby, maybe I was wrong. Been on both sides now, looking for you. Don't feel the pain when I'm asleep, find peace in all this blue. It's shake, shake, shaking me to the core. It's break, break, breaking me like waves on the shore. Keep crash, crash, crashing into the truth. With both eyes closed, I'll be right next to you. To you, I'll be right next to you. Light up like a constellation. Somewhere in the black, I can feel your hand. Hold on to a love worth saving. Shake, shake, shaking me to the core. It's break, break, breaking me like waves on the shore. Keep crash, crash, crashing into the truth. With both eyes closed, I'll be right next to you. To you, I'll be right next to you. Both eyes closed. Oh, I'll be right next to you. Both eyes closed. Oh, I'll be right next to you. I'll be right next to you. I'll be there. Both eyes closed, right next to you. Both eyes closed. Oh, yeah. Baby, baby. Waking up at midnight, dreaming all day long. Maybe I'm nocturnal, baby, maybe I was wrong. Been on both sides now, looking for you. Don't feel the pain when I'm asleep, find peace in all this blue. It's shake, shake, shaking me to the core. It's break, break, breaking me like waves on the shore. Keep crash, crash, crashing into the truth. With both eyes closed, I'll be right next to you. To you, I'll be right next to you. With both eyes closed, oh, I'll be right next to you. With both eyes closed, oh, I'll be right next to you. Somewhere in the dark, I can feel your heart light up like a constellation. Somewhere in the black, I can feel your hand. Hold on to a love worth saving. Shake, shake, shaking me to the core. It's break, break, breaking me like waves on the shore. Crash, crash, crashing into the truth. With both eyes closed, I'll be right next to you. To you, I'll be right next to you. Both eyes closed, oh, I'll be right next to you. Both eyes closed, oh, I'll be right next to you.
Welcome to the final day of World 22 play-in stage in Mexico City. Just 4 teams remain in the hunt for the final 2 spots in the group stage. First up, it's North America versus Europe in a best-of-5 at Worlds for the first time since 2018. Don't be so excited, Raz. It's going to be a bad day for you. The Mad Lions are taking on the Evil Geniuses before Japan's Detonation Focus Me attempt to bring down the MSI champions Royal Never Give Up. I'm Quickshot, joined as always by Chronicler and Raz. Now, gentlemen, we do have a lot to cover today and so little time. So we're going to try speed run this analysis as quickly as possible so we can set the stage and the scene for everybody at home. Let's start by recapping yesterday's series. Raz, Mad Lions versus Saigon Buffalo played out pretty much as expected.
Yeah, there were a few aberrations. The Vayne top got the Saigon Buffaloes that win, but then Mad Lions went wild, specifically Elioya. He was a madman all series long.
And it's well in line with what we expected. I really like the creativity of SGB, but in a best-of-5, that can only get you so far. So seeing Mad close it out through the person that has been getting them as many wins is, I think, in complete line with what we'd expect to see the focus be today as well.
I think both teams stepped up and looked maybe better than anticipated from the group stage. I think we saw cleaner levels of play. I enjoyed the draft adaptations we saw, but ultimately, as you mentioned, Elioya on that Belveth, he popped off.
He really did. It was actually insane to see how active he was on the map, being able to find kills every lane that he ended up going to. Even had, what was it, minions. I remember he had farmed so much that he was getting taxed by his farm because of his jungle item. So he was actually way too fed in that game.
And I would be shocked if we actually see them get that specific combination of not just the Belveth, but the Vex as well. Mad Lions have shown how well they're able to play around the mid-game power that it provides, and it is really impressive to play on the map, because Elioya by himself, strong enough as is.
Now, Detonation Focus Me took on Loud. That first game was incredible. 46 minutes long, 40-odd kills. It was non-stop. Chronicler, I'm going to come to you first. Ultimately, that was the only game that Loud would win. How did the series play out from your perspective?
I think in the first game, we saw very clearly that Loud, if the chaos truly reigns supreme on the rifts, could stand up to Detonation Focus Me. But then as we got further in the series, I think DFM got not only more comfortable with Loud's play style, but they started being able to play around their strongest players. For me, most notably Yudapon, much better.
His Kai'Sa was on point. And being able to see the support Shen essentially play towards what was Loud's aggression, trying to find dives both mid and top side, Shen would be able to come out and help that. I thought that also Yaharong had a really great eye for plays, so whenever Loud is going for that dive, as I mentioned on the top side of the map, his TP was able to find multiple kills.
I'm always happy to see Yaharong in control mages, of course, as GNR Grace. That was his forte, so I love a little bit of a throwback.
You keep claiming that player as your own. He's not. With the final 2 spots in the group stage on the line, let's take a look at how we got here. This is a review of that play-in bracket. We started with the 6 teams. 2 are eliminated, 4 remain. 2 will be eliminated today. 2 will advance to New York City. And as our first series draws nearer, this is a friendly reminder to everyone at home to lock in your pick'ems for this series. Pick'ems will officially close at 11:15 a.m. Pacific time. And if you don't do that, then you will automatically be subscribed to Gulborg's Church of the Coin. Choice is an illusion. Flip the coin. Did you guys lock in your pick'ems?
No, I forgot.
I locked it in today, forgot the first series yesterday.
Church of the Coin, great job, Raz. Do it. Vote for who you think will win. Now, we will talk very briefly about RNG versus DFM. It is a David and Goliath matchup. RNG are the absolute huge favorites. Gentlemen, can I just get one quick thought as this is the second series to play today? Chronicler, DFM, RNG.
Even a single win, I think, would be a huge achievement for DFM. It is such a lopsided matchup that a single win, to me, would be a really big win for the LGL already.
They're a hungry team. I think they'll play at their best.
And there we go. We'll find out if they can. I think there was a fantastic interview yesterday along the lines of, if we can beat RNG, we can win Worlds. Let's find out if DFM can surprise. Now, North America versus EU is a constant debate online. And debate's the word I'll use today. It has been years since we actually had a direct best-of-5 between the 2 regions. So, with that in mind, we've decided to take a look at the history of this rivalry. The thing is, I think it's a bit disingenuous. I don't think I can call it a history because...
Okay.
Wait.
What? Hey, you know what? Trevor, I felt like you were going to get into a little bit of a dangerous area. Personally, I don't know if you're well equipped to host when it comes to EU versus NA. And we've had a great time thus far. We've had a great time this week, but I could hear some of that traditional...
Well, look at the numbers. 105.72.
He's sounding biased. He's sounding biased. Put him in line.
So what's your point? What are you getting at, Chronicler?
I'm not trying to argue. I'm just saying, as an LCK caster, I have no horse in this race. So I'm going to ask you specifically to take a look at this. Okay?
I don't
want any control of the show.
I don't want anyone to say that it was just, you know, Quickshot as host, he was biased. No, we're going to have a fair debate, and by the end of it, by the end of it, no one will be able to complain on the internet.
Okay.
People never do that, and I'm sure today that will agree
I'm with
as
you,
well.
I'm with you. So where are we going, boss?
Gentlemen, what I want to hear from you is what is your favorite EU versus NA memory? And Quickshot, because I very rudely took over. Can we start with you?
I believe that we can. Especially because my memory is one of my favorite. Production team, this is going to sting for you guys just as much as it will for Raz. Do you remember G2 versus Team Liquid in 2000?
Oh, no.
What was the statement? Let me try to summarize this in my best quick stats version possible.
Okay.
Fastest best of 5 win ever.
Okay.
Worldwide. I think you guys lasted less than 65 minutes.
Oh, you like history.
I do indeed.
You like history?
Okay, Quickshot.
Yeah.
Great memory.
You like stats?
Thanks for sharing.
Okay.
Raz.
How about the only team not to be able to make it out of play-ins? Ooh, which only major regional team? Oh, that was Mad Lions. Oh, Team Liquid in the play-ins really took a stomp to them. I kind of recognize a specific player. Is that Impact? Is he playing today? On Evil Genius's side?
Yeah.
That was pretty historic, wasn't it?
It was. Where are you going with this, Raz?
That was my favorite memory. I feel like, okay, if you're not happy with that, I have one more memory of NA versus EU. Roll the footage. Why don't you? Who is that?
Wait. No!
Who is that? No! Oh, quick! No! Are you getting farmed?
No!
Are you getting farmed by Jat?
This is not...
While he's reading a book, by the way. While he is reading the book, he is solo killing you mid.
This was not fun. This was not enjoyable. Yeah.
Okay, Raz.
Yes?
Getting a little personal, but I respect it.
This rivalry is a bit personal.
Yeah, carry on. Just
You're
carry
the
on.
one that brought up
You're the
the
one to
stats.
cover. You're the boss.
Twitch chat, we want to hear from you. The question is simple. Matt or EG, who is going to win? Spam chat now with your prediction. I know that. Please try to ignore Raz. Don't feel any pressure from him.
Right. Listen, this is nonsense. That was low, but well played. That was low. Okay, now, while we wait for the results to come in, let's go lane by lane and look at who has the advantage. Get back in your spot. This is mine.
Okay.
I am here.
I'm here.
That was not good.
I appreciate that.
Right, let's take a look. We've got less than 10 minutes when we set this conversation up. And I want to talk about the different lanes. Let's start with Armut versus Impact. Seeing as you just so rightly threw me under the bus the last time these teams played, what do you make of this matchup?
For me, I love Armut's energy, especially Narma. When he gets his champion, he looks incredible. He's going up against Impact. And Impact let them know. Top die number 1, top die number 2. I feel like he is just in his element, getting out his picks that he's made really popular. Another one, too, just seeing some of the GP picks throughout the tournament that we saw in his regular season performance. He's been top-notch so far.
And what's really important to me is that Impact is a player that feels like no matter what the state is in the regular season, no matter how I think some of his early play-ins games were shaky, he can always deliver if he turns it on.
I mean, look at those statistics, right? In terms of damage percentage, 28% from the top lane. Gold share, nearly 23%. CSD at 14, it's a minor advantage, but I think more importantly, plus 500 goals telling you something about how this gentleman's playing. Top die squared is one of my favorite sentences that, Raz, you've said all weekend.
I appreciate that.
Mordecai's a counter pick. And I also have to give huge props to the production team. We get a new location for today's segment, but look at the set dressing. Look at the photos, the stats. I mean, great job. I want to move us along, and I'm going to start us off by, let's say, Jojo versus Niski. And I'm nervous for this one, because I think Jojo's the better player.
Yeah, and I think both players have shown a lot. The key difference between me is that I think Jojo, when it comes to individual performance and clutch, has been, throughout the entire year, a really big force for EG. And as much as I liked what Niski was able to show in the matches and how he was able to support El Yoya, I think against Jojo that will be a lot harder.
Ooh, I think this was the replay you requested, right? I feel like that one was beautiful. I had the solo kill. And I want... Could you say that one more time, quick shot?
I think, as an individual player, just exclusive of the mid lane,
yes,
Jojo may be the better player. However, I will say, I think both of the teams utilize the mid laners very differently, right? I think Nisqy is a sort of, he's not necessarily the flashy guy that wins you the games. He is that roaming style of player. So they play in different ways, different clash of styles. But Jojo's good.
I like that. I like that. Okay, you know what? I will give you another concession. I'll give you a concession of my own.
I like this. Where
I like Unforgiven.
Oh, so do I.
In the bot side of the map.
So do I.
Yeah, with Kaiser.
Okay, so can we be nice about this? I really like Vulcan too, and I think the two together, like bot lane is interesting. The bot lane for me is the most competitive that I can't like make a defendable argument on which one is 100% better.
Yeah.
I just want to give both of you a shout out for being nice against another. I'm a little bit caught off guard. I'd agree with you. I think that as a bot lane, when it comes to playing with the rest of the team, you're going to give the edge to Matt, but that's also not very surprising because EG has had to pivot, has had to shy away from playing with Danny, and I think that a really good example here is Vulcan's ability to make sure that Kauri, who is going to be under a lot of pressure, has not played as many games with his team, has as much support as possible and is set up for success.
You get that while Unforgiven being the flexible player that he is, the Seraphine play that we see on one hand, the Jinx play on the other, really unpredictable in what he's going to be coming into.
Before we move on very quickly, I do want to touch base on the fact that if Mad Lions play it the way they did yesterday, and if Evil Geniuses play the way they did in their tiebreakers, do you favor one of those teams? Don't give me a prediction, but I think, do you think, okay, let me phrase it. Do you think it's fair to say both teams looked better in their BO5 and their tiebreakers than they did in the group stage games? That's the question I'll go.
100%.
I think so. 1,000%.
Okay.
Yeah, easy. Ultimately, though, what's, I think, as we all know, going to matter the most in this matchup is how the lanes play around and with the players battling out in the jungle. Again, you're good with that, right?
Our featured matchup today, presented by Mercedes-Benz, is Alyoya versus Inspired. Out here, it's going low, less than 1,000. He's taken out. Inspired needs the resets to break the hearts of all Misfits fans, but Kobe stays alive. The shield bow keeps him up. Finally goes down. Inspired's got the reset. It's a 2v1, looking for another. Razork's in so much trouble. Inspired with the blade of the Ruined King. Diego shuts down Misfits for the ace. The pentakill! Inspired stormed onto the European scene as a rookie, earning the LEC's MVP title. But he was not able to lift the trophy and be called the LEC champion. This was denied to him by the very team and the very player he now faces. Shogun making the play, but at what cost? All of the surges being used, a flash forward from Unforgiven. Alyoya is now looking for more. That banquet is endless and he is hungry.
Tally is here to reinforce, but Jojo trying to make the big play. A great flash out of Raze, but the setup's still there. There's nothing you can do. EG are gonna look to ace the Chief.
For all of Inspired's confidence, Alyoya beat him when it mattered most. And this match could be a reminder of that past failure. Will this be a repeat of that 2021 final for Inspired? Or has North America and Evil Geniuses made him grow enough as a player to overcome his old rival? Oh man, the guy doing that VO is awesome. Let's talk about Alyoya and Inspired. I think we've gone through the lane by lane, but I think it would be remiss not to spend more time discussing the impact that these two junglers have respectively on their teams. I also am a huge fan of looking back and remembering the fact that when Rogue played Mad Lions and Inspired was the lead jungler, Alyoya just took him to town. Chronicler, what do these players do for their teams, and how important is it for them to play well today?
So I think both these junglers have been perhaps the strongest junglers that we've seen within play-ins as a whole. I'm not going to talk too much about the DRX part of it, for obvious reasons.
Okay.
But I think both Alyoya and Inspired have looked incredibly good. I'd argue that Alyoya rather has had a better performance, but I also think that Mad relies on his performance. And that, to me, is the key.
When you're given Bel'Veth, it's a big signal, right?
Well, exactly. It's not only the fact that he's given the Bel'Veth and that they prioritize the Vex for Nisqy, but also that if that doesn't happen, I think Mad is in a much rougher spot.
Yeah, and it's funny I think people are going to love me saying this, but like I feel like the more reliable team, more disciplined team is Mad Lions in a way. Even though it's as weird as to sound, because in 20 minutes in mid-game, they tend to fall apart. I feel like their map play for a large majority of the early game, especially in the mid-game versus DRX before they ended up throwing it, I felt like was really pristine Whereas for Evil Geniuses, when they faltered, especially versus Detonation Focus Me, it's happened later on. But for me, yes, another strong point, the mindset of Inspired. Like being able to recognize that Set's going to make the play, being there on time. He's been that type of jungler that is the shot caller, will notice plays and will be able to respond to him properly and quickly.
Gentlemen, we have less than 2.5 minutes to go. I'm going to ask you for your keys to victory.
Yes.
And then I would like to move towards predictions. Save the predictions till I queue it up, because if you're at home, remember to be spamming MAD or EG in chat. I also should brief... Actually, you know what? I'll do you keys to victory and predictions at the same time. This dumb bird has a bet attached to it today, just very quickly. Jojo the Bald Eagle. Here is the terms that Raz and I have agreed to, along with the rest of the NA and the EU crew. At the end of today, whichever team loses, that region's representative, so you or me, Raz, will have to deface the bird, update the scores, and give a pour one out speech to our respective teams. In addition, a representative from NA or EU will have to carry that bird through security to New York and live blog the entire thing. Okay, less than 1.5 minutes to go. Let's take a look at chat predictions. I think we can bring them up. They might be all together. We'll find out. There we go. Chat predictions. Mad Lion, 61%. That's what I like to see. I wanted more numbers, though, so chat, help me out. Okay, Chronicler, what is your keys to victory? Who will win? I want to use this full minute to take 30.
Ooh, I'm going to go with EG. I think EG 3-2. There's a lot of historical angles to talk about here, but to me, the level of performance that they've shown over the last couple of games, plus Impact really coming back, is the deciding factor. And of course, I'm always going to be looking at the jungle, who gets the better matchup there.
You love the top die square. You're going to love the EG square. It's very much the same prediction. 3-2 for Evil Geniuses. I feel it's going to be a close one. The reliance on Elyoya is going to be the downfall for me for them once the series goes long, because I feel like EG has a lot more tools ready.
Now, of course, for my prediction, no one will be surprised that I've got Mad Lions 3-2.
Yeah.
Crucially, though, I do want to mention that all three of us are 3-2. All three of us are living on the hopium of 5 games between these two teams. I do, unfortunately, have some bad news for DFM. Mathematically, by quick stats, it has been proven that every Play-ins Day has featured 8 games. And with 5 days of evidence prior to this, we have 1 more day to go, 8 games to play. That means 5 for EU and NA to play and 3 for RNG DFM.
Quick stats.
Over 1,200 days since North America and Europe have played a best of 5 on the international stage, but that ends today. It's win or go home. Evil Geniuses versus Mad Lions. It starts right now.
My laning was already good. It got better. I think everything got better. I will fit on either of the mids, it does not matter.
Jojo Pyun solo kills mid lane in a counter matchup.
I'd say I'm good at punishing mid laners that play without thinking much.
The Shadow Surge! Niski is going to get the kill.
My matchup into Jojo will be pretty easy, and I have no doubt I will just smash him, yeah.
I never really versed Niski in NA. I don't think he's too good at laning. I think he's more of like a macro team fighter, so I think it'll definitely be easy to verse him.
Exploiting EG, easiest way is probably keep Jojo on a leash. NA is just way worse than EU, so no way we lose. We're ready for New York pizza.
我觉得作为 LPL 的4号种子，不应该在入围赛出现这件事情上有压力吧？我们一定会顺利进入小组赛的。
間違いなく強いチームだとは思います。明日は勝つつもりで全力でいきたいと思います。
如果对上 DFM 的话，我想就是比赛会比較有趣一点吧，然後我們也會全力的去贏下他們的。
もうそれはヤハロンがね、シャオフをソロキルしてチームをキャリーしてくれるんじゃないですかね、やっぱり。
就是最好以3比0就是尽快拿下吧。
相手が誰だろうと、萎縮せずに全力で戦っていきたいと思います。
Hello and welcome, everyone. It is the final day of plans. We have 2 more best of 5. I'm Pastry, that's GB, and that's young MZ joining me here for this tricard.
Well, no, just letters?
Yeah.
You PT?
Yeah, why not?
Okay, cool.
PTMC, I like it, I like it. I got the 2 letters going here.
I'm excited for this game, man. This is the 3rd ever best of 5 between NA and EU at MSI or Worlds. It's hard to believe we've had over 10 years of Worlds, and this is only the 3rd time we're meeting each other.
I mean, I feel like as well that this is just one of the ones where we've had a rivalry going on for so long, but we've never really had that rivalry continue going in that best of 5 setting. So starting out with play-ins, hopefully more to come as well when main stage come around, but this is a good starting point.
We'll see what happens here throughout this game. We kind of knew it coming in, right? Play-ins, 5 major region teams, only 4 slots. One of them has to lose, and it will be one of these 2 teams. It drops already off to a bit of a banger. Belveth banned away.
Yeah, we were talking about, was Elioya actually going to get one of his best champions, potentially signature champion this time around for the tournament? Mark, you had your little own theories. That theory, we're going to ice it for now. It has been banned away.
It was an off-camera theory only. I don't know if I want to repeat it.
No, don't worry.
Jump in the line of fire. Yeah, I mean, there's so many things to talk about in this series, so many storylines. Obviously, winner goes to group stage. That is the biggest, most important prize to talk about. But just these teams each have so many other little storylines and stakes going on. EG being 0-9 versus EU this year at international competition. Mad Lions not winning a best of 5 against a major region team. They just beat Saigon yesterday. It's been 400 days about since their last best of 5 win. Both teams have 4 all-pro first teams. You know, like there's just so much to dig into in this series.
And I love the storylines, but I also love what I'm seeing
baby
on my screen. So Aatrox does go through, giving over to Impact. In counter response as well from EG, they've decided to ban away the Gnar from Armored. But with the Draven finally left open, Mad Lions decide to play for Unforgiven. Even when he was playing European Regional League of Legends, he was always considered as one of the best Dravens you had on the server.
This is such an interesting start to the series for me, both because I feel like Armut plays the current meta top laners very well in terms of the Gnar Aatrox sides of the matchup, banning half that out. But then for Unforgiven, he was bottom 2 in CSD so far for play and stage. Part of that is he's playing Seraphine. Part of it is the matchups that he's being chosen to. Part of it's the resources he's getting. And this is just a change of styles. Not to say that he's bad, but just they had not been investing that heavily in getting him ahead.
No, I think it's actually one of the lanes that Mad Lions was worse at playing towards. Even when you had Kalista lanes, they still felt well more comfortable driving the game through their mid and jungle. But going into what we're seeing with pickups as well now, the Maokai as well, this is something Mad Lions figured out yesterday in their series. If they have the Silas, they don't mind going up against the Maokai. The fact that you can steal away that ultimate, they kind of neutralize each other in that one. And then it's back to a classic for at least Jojo in playoffs. He's been playing this Victor a lot. Couldn't make it work against TL, but still a champion he decided to pick up for playoffs.
Yeah, we know Silas has been a big champion all tournament long. European Silas hits pretty different as well. So a nice pickup there for Mad to be able to get, as last pick in the trade is going to be Leona.
Niski flashing the Singed hover for Jojo, as well as Impact. Jojo running it in Champions Queue, quite literally running it in some of those games. But goes with the Leona as well to combo for some all-in the bot lane. This will give EG double counter pick in the bot lane. Pretty mismatched lanes a little bit here.
And I feel like as well, you can see it when they're banning out the Wardens at the same time as well. AD carries still loads of available for you if you decide to look for anything. You can play Ezreal if you just want to go that into the Draven, play towards your top side of the map. You can still play Aphelios if you want to play something long range that's going to stabilize towards the mid-late game and just try and survive that laning phase. Or you can just bring out something completely different like the Caitlyn that's still up and available and try and contest the actual push from a Draven.
Hoping we don't see that based off the one game we saw out of it from Kaori and Vulcan thus far.
Well, Caitlyn actually gets banned, so
yeah, they were sick, man. Thanks, I appreciate it, Mad Lions, giving us a little alley-oop there. I don't wanted to not see that matchup. Junglers, of course, getting pinched further on Elioya. The fact that Inspired already has the Maokai. We'll see Hecarim banned out. If they want to keep pushing jungle bans, do you go Graves ban or something here?
Sejuani kind of the other consideration, so maybe that's the debate right now for EG. Clock kicking down though, Rigby on the case, and the decision is the tank jungler going to take out Sejuani.
There we go, coming through as well. And I think just taking away the trundle, you don't want to play into the tanks either on that side. Knowing top laners still haven't been picked up. We saw Armor just default to Ornn yesterday, set up his team with some great CC instead. And while you already have the Leona, you already have a Silas that can steal away some of the ultimates. Having something that stabilizes Impact, I think fits way better for Armored rather than going something alongside the Fiora or something that's going to try and contest it.
Especially given the Draven locked in already in the bot side, you don't want to have to babysit split sides of the map. You want to be able to send all your resources down. Vi is perfect for this game plan, kind of advancing this idea of probably trying to get some roams off down to the bot lane, make some dives happen, get those cash-ins for the Draven.
Now, Jhin getting hovered, really not hoping for EG that that's a champion we go into. That laning phase into Draven Leona, unless you have the counter matchup, is absolutely atrocious. But stabilizing with something Unforgiven, and Kaiser had a lot of success with yesterday, in the Varus and in the Tahm Kench, super nice at surviving at least the all-in potential you might have. You're already playing into a Vi. The fact that Tahm Kench is locked in here, it cucks a lot of the champions that you have on the opponent's side.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult to make the dives happen. You still, of course, have to survive the lane phase, just the trading 2v2s as well.
Rumble!
Rumble! Hey-oh!
All right.
Armit reaching deeper into that champion pool right now.
Interesting. Okay, I haven't seen this one in a minute, but again, we talked about this a lot. B1 Aatrox has been extremely popular all tournament long, and teams have just been trying to find different counter picks. This is yet another unique one against Aatrox.
It's funny with Rumble because ever since we had to do he was one of the few that was actually being... Of course, at durability patch, a lot of the champions got nerfed in terms of the shielding and everything they provided. Rumble was one of the only champions that did not see a nerf to his shield as well coming through with the W. So his resistance actually only got up, and then the shield was still in a fine position.
Yep, so we will have to see if that will be a matchup that gets flipped around at all. I'm most interested in the mid lane. JoJoPune played the Sylas side of the Victor Sylas matchup into upset, got Chovy gapped, as they decided to call it. Now taking this to play into Nisqy. There's a little bit of history there as well, with Nisqy playing his first champion SKU game into JoJoPune's a colleague, getting solo killed multiple times. There's just so many little things in this series.
And I'm actually super excited to see JoJo perform on the Victor because he's been a super stellar team fighter on a lot of champions that has agency and playmaking potential. But when I was watching his games back on the Victor specifically, there's a lot of team fights where he still died due to wrong positioning or flash still being up and available, where he sometimes seemed a little uncomfortable on that specific pick. So going up against a matchup where you get a more free laning phase where you have the possibility to punish it, I just want to hone in on your point and really say that I'm excited to see how far he can take the matchup.
Well, remaking the lobby, so just got to get that back in position. We'll be into the game as soon as possible. Picks will be the same, of course, so don't worry too much about that. But unfortunately, we are getting baited. A minor delay to kick off game one of this festival.
You knew we'd have to have at least one. Evil, however they do the pauses built into the Evil Genius's name. Vulcan hitting them early. Oops, lobby bug.
Well, we can't have a Worlds without this on our screen. It is just tradition at this point, and hopefully moving forward, we won't have too much of it. I feel like we've gotten less delays, but it's EG. You can't avoid it.
And to be fair to production, this was definitely a client bug. Yeah. I was in the game, and somehow I didn't get into champ select, and like there was just a couple little hiccups on maybe the observers couldn't get in either.
In a spy in the client, Mark C.
you can see it too. You're
yeah, but the viewers don't know that. Well, until now, at least.
Don't you have a Tournament Realm account too? You could log in.
I'm too lazy for it.
Yeah. All right, so obviously mid lane, very aggressive in terms of JoJoPune wanting to get the shove in that matchup, keep Nisqy underneath his turret. Bot lane, we talked about the Draven wanting to snowball ahead. And then Armut versus Impact is, I think, the X factor for me, given that we have not seen Rumble yet at Worlds. I'm pretty sure about that.
Yes, that's
Armut has not played it in summer thus far. And I'm looking at his career stats all time. We'll see how many games he has on it. Somewhere. There it is.
Wow, a top lane with Rumble games. What a
3 Rumble games.
Not that many.
But what does the win rate say?
100%, baby!
That's all I'm looking for. 100% win rate on the Rumble career-wise for not Impact, for Armut. 3 games played total. We don't count. We only look at percentage. Stats don't lie. I'm feeling good.
Armut should as well. Definitely curious to see how that matchup plays out. In general, I was expecting top side to be the focal point of the matchup. So the Draven being thrown in early here by Mad Lions is interesting because, to your point, Elyoya will have to divert resources most likely to that side of the map at some point, even though that's not the style that kind of brought them here.
Yeah, and I mean, it is still fine for Mad Lions to play with a Rumble. It's not per se a lane you have to play for or anything. Like, you can always just throw an equalizer down, and then you just get rid of the carbon, and then you don't really have to be worrying about playing weak side. Kind of like GP, how he utilizes the Cannon Barrage every now and then in lane. You don't have to play for it.
Yeah, and you can play it just for bully, too. If you assume that your bot lane's winning, the enemy jungler, like Inspire's going to have to go down to the cover bot crashes and stuff like that. That just gives Rumble time to bully the matchup individually. In Masters plus solo queue, 56% win rate in 292 games. So obviously a Rumble favored matchup. It's going to be about if Impact can survive it. He is known for playing weak side and surviving difficult matchups and still being relevant later on. He's probably going to have to tap into that skill set in game 1.
And it's important as well for a matchup in the top lane, because I feel like if you take a look at, in terms of strength, of both teams, at least for Mad Lions, right? Bot lane has been a bit of a weakness, but also top lane, even in the matchup yesterday, Armut got solo killed quite a bit. So if you finally get the upper hand against Impact going into this series, that's already a super good sign for that end. And then vice versa on the opposite side of the coin, as Impact on the Aatrox, if you can get yourself going and just further hammer down a weak point up here, there's a way for your team to rally around.
Yeah, well, looks like we might be getting into things. Coaches have shaken hands. Mac has done the ceremonial gift giving of the tie to the enemy coach. Last time a member of someone we saw GB on stage receive an item of clothing, I believe it was a Saigon Buffalo jersey, to Mac. I'd like to remind you that game did not go quite so well.
So you have to give ties to it. If you give shirts, clothes, bomber jacket, whatever it was, that's apparently a loss. But finally into the game between the first series between EU and NA since 2019. And of course, I want to remind you guys that back then it was EU that took it, but NA on course for this year to try and get back at those smug EU bastards.
I'm glad you said it, not me.
I can say it. God, I hate us.
Those delusional NA fans who think that they have any chance. Europe has won the only 2 best-of-5. It was a 3-0 in 2018, Fnatic slamming C9 in the semifinals. It was a 3-0, and at the time, the fastest finals of all time in MSI finals, where G2 slammed Team Liquid. And that NA hasn't even won a game in a best-of-5 versus EU. What chance do they have?
Gotta start with step one. Maybe JoJo and friends will win a game against EU this year. We'll have to see.
Potential late invade could come through. This is something Mad Lions has done quite a bit, but if they start sweeper as well as they come through here, can try and force the opponent away and just split the map in a position where you don't get to play for the Draven lane. So far, no junglers around, and Inspired may just have to walk back, seeing there's no Vi around.
Yeah, you have Vi starting on the top side of the map, trying to get the clear top to bot, like we said, wanting to put attention down the bot side of the map. I wonder if EG were trying to get a split map situation, hoping to find the Vi on the buff, and then shove her out of her side of the jungle, and then you get to isolate the bot lane, and they can't play as aggressively as they want. The fact that they didn't find the Vi and didn't want to have an extended sequence of just having the Draven poke you on your buff, I think they sacked that trade.
Already in goes Kaiser, cleanse up by Unforgiven. Could be trouble here for Kauri already. The Draven damage stacking up, but Vulcan with the counterplay, E goes over, and now there's a flash force.
And they continue with it, and that's one of the things you have to take into account when you're playing against Tamkench. His base damage, level 1, is so high. Remember, back in the day, when you leveled up his ultimate, that's when you got the extra HP damage from your basic attacks and Q. That was made into his passive. So level 1, if you leave him alone and just hit you up, you're going to take a lot of damage.
Double sums force out of Unforgiven will remove some of that aggressive playmaking. Kaiser still has his, and it is the summoner down on Vulcan. No exhaust available, but still coming out ahead for EG in that level 1 trade feels very good for stopping some of this aggression. Also warded out Elyoya's path. No camps down the bot side as Inspired is just on his bot clear, now moving into the river as well.
Gonna get spotted though. We'll see if he can make something happen, but I guess just backing off soon as he sees what's going on. Also, to your point, knows Elyoya is there, so doesn't really want to commit to this early 3v3.
But it's very interesting just looking at the map. Go in here, cleanse forced out.
Seeing this played again, but this time they get a summoner out of the deal.
Not bad. Creates another point of attack. The problem that EG are currently facing is that at some point in time, Inspired has to walk up towards the top side. He needs to clear his camps up here, while Elyoya has the benefit that since he started top and is passing down towards the bot side, he can try and get aggressive down.
Oh god, you can just see...
Oh, Niski! Looking like a solo, not going to be able to grab it, but JoJo was trying to bully, was doing well, but Niski hit in level 4, taking over in that trade.
Oh god, EU mid laners beating JoJo on both sides of this matchup right now. Didn't force any sums. Niski might have tried to go for a flash auto, but did not go for it.
And look at what this does to the rest of the map. Inspired was pathing up towards the top side to try and stabilize his mid laner now. He walked down again on the bot side, and he's still not cleared a single camp on that top side.
Yeah, he's fallen so far behind Elyoya, already multiple camps down. Finally getting up to his top side here, and will start catching up. I did think that he was going to have an easier time clearing up to the top side because it looked like JoJo had to shove in that matchup for the first couple levels, but once Silas gets his full combo unlocked, starts going for those trades.
I know I saw a lot of Twitter of this first buy coming through, and I'm sure I'll see a lot of it again. Oblivion on first item coming through from JoJo there on the Victor as well to try and get rid of some of that Silas healing. Would be fun to track that over the course of 12 to see
I'll keep you updated. Shakarez on Twitter is always the man to follow for in-game information. whether that be banter between players, which surprisingly, only Good Luck have funds this series. I feel like for these teams, these players, it's a little surprising, kind of speaks to the stakes of this matchup that neither of them are trash talking. There was a little bit on Twitter beforehand.
I'm sure it'll change over the series. Getting that mental edge, of course, is always very important.
Once you have the 1-0, then you unlock your trash talking.
Exactly.
Yeah,
no one's really sure what they want to do at this point in time, but once you get that first game, surely.
All right, we'll see how it all shakes out. Trash talk and all. Dragon coming up at the 5-minute mark will be Infernal to kick us off as Jojo is back. Hopefully here in this mid lane. Did have to burn his teleport though, but Nisqy did trade his away. Impact also been doing quite well in his matchup as bottom side. Big damage onto Unforgiven, but the waves have been pushed in the right direction for the Mad Lions.
And the more I've seen Varus at the tournament, the more I actually like it. He has really good trading pattern into a lot of these champions. Just quick 3 autos, proc your passive, and then get an ability ahead to win the trades, then back off. Works really well, especially when you're competitive. Winter Time Kench when you're playing into these aggressive other supports like the Leona.
Yeah, even didn't go what I would think was the stronger laning matchup in terms of rune choices. If you were going to go Hail of Blaze or something, grab Taste of the Blood, try and sustain up through the lane phase, goes Lethal Tempo, which is more speaking to the on-hit Varus build that we saw, I believe, yesterday as well.
Smite available for Yoya trying to get in.
Ooh!
Inspired does get it, so he defends his own jungle. Bot lane of Mad Lions, they had the move, but Inspired, lone man into jungle, still managed to secure up his own camps.
So we have Elyoya getting a little bit of an advantage in the jungle off of some bot pressure, I would say, more than anything. But actually a CS lead now for the bot lane of EG getting that shove. Draven's catching the wave right now, catching up a little bit, but a fairly good first phase through the lane phase for EG's bot lane, surviving this pressure. Surprisingly even thus far, a small gold advantage for the side of EG.
And I think what's really interesting is to take a look at how is Mad Lions actually going to enable this Draven. Because it's been pathed towards, it's been having some early skirmishes, but it haven't really seen the all-in aggression from just coming down and trying to blow all the summoner spells of a Vi, trying to go in or anything like that. And even when Elyoya does hit that level 6, if the window is not correct with you hitting it before Vulcan hits level 6, it's going to be really hard finding a point of attack.
Definitely looking at level 6 with the summoners coming back up for Unforgiven in a second here as when they want to start going. If they can now get the pressure with Nisqy, who has done a very good job in this lane, controlling the wave states for the most part outside the first couple levels, it will give him some roaming opportunities. This is what Nisqy made his name on. Why he is the LEC MVP is his ability to get on the map, either working with his jungler to accelerate him or just snowball side lanes.
Yeah, Sal's pretty good at that as well, so certainly looking for him to get out of the lane. Inspired, though, was called over to mid because Nisqy had the lane in such a good spot, and Jojo was a little scared to step forward with Elyoya perhaps being nearby. However, it looks like that is going to be broken, and Jojo is going to go ahead and return to mid lane. All happy as bottom side still trading. Once again, good poke there from Cowrie.
Yeah, most certainly. Like, it just feels like EG is really good at finding their moments to come up and trade. You see it again and again. So despite Mad Lions being the team that had the push, now a little bit slow push backwards, they're still the one losing out on these trades.
Able to keep the wave mostly on their side of the turret as well. I mean, it's very hard for Kaiser to go in and then get chased all the way up the lane or something like that. I will also say the Babysitter Inspired has done a good job for the Zoomer of Jojo, making sure he's safe at home in his lane.
Yeah, despite Inspired having to sacrifice camps, he is behind 1 level at the moment with just create a window where there is point of attack for Elyoya, but it won't really be used, and once Inspired starts clearing the, well, you can already see now, he just hit level 6, so it's a very small window. Now, having towards this 8-minute mark now, where Rift Herald has spawned on the map, seeing the rotations of the supports moving up to try and secure this objective is going to be interesting. Inspired already starting it up, you can see in the minimap, Kaiser has the first move, but the bot lane of EG is making that move up as now.
Yeah, EG is moving up. So far, Impact has done very good in this matchup. Up farm, has a Hex Drinker completed, giving him... Oh, we'll go mid.
Flash ulti mid, we're going to try and get the first blood onto Jojo. Nisqy lining it up, the Chaos Storm is down, and Elyoya's going to take him. A Chain of Corruption out of Cowrie. He's going to try and find some counterplay, but I don't think there's much here. Damage is good, but no counter kill.
First blood comes through for Mad Lions, but what has happening on the top side, it's still EG securing the Rift Herald for themselves. So yes, gold does go over for the first kill. You do shut down Jojo a little bit here because he does not have the teleport yet to get back to lane, but you still have tempo in your kit now, having a Rift Herald to summon to have a play to make.
Evens the gold up for Mad Lions, going to potentially get some turret plates onto the Draven as well. At least one here. We'll have to see if EG can get back to their turret relatively safely. They're coming back around, but like you said, Jojo didn't lose his flash for that play, kind of dropped his gravity well on himself and said, all right, you're just going to kill me. I'll hold my sums here so you can't make that play again. EG want to punish in the bot side. Vulcan a little ahead of the play.
Exhaust still going to force the cleanse. Flash Devour. Ulti was ready into the Mount as well. big alley-oop CC10, and Kaiser's barely going to get hit by the end of that ult. Follow up with a twisted advance, Bramble smash back, make it 2 for EG's bottom lane.
That's right, make it 1, make it 2. EG strike back on the bottom side. Great ultimate from Inspired, but in the beginning, it's Vulcan that sets up that place, finding the dive on towards Unforgiven.
Vulcan is such an important member for EG. When he's on the Enchanters, you can hear the fans groan because they want to see plays like that. They get the kill on the Draven. He was at around 230 stacks when they got that kill, shutting down that snowball win con of Mad Lions.
Yeah, and just 30 seconds ago, we were talking about how Mad Lions had equalized the gold lead. Well, gentlemen, I beg you to take a look at the gold score once again, and EG in a little more than 1k gold lead after finding not only the Rift Tail, but also the 2 kills.
Taking a look at this initial kill onto Jojo, flash ult, just drops the gravity field. He could try and flash underneath his turret, but he would still be pretty much out of range of it. So very intelligent to not try and panic flash under your turret and still die, just gives his life up. A nice enough trade by EG getting back puts Elyoya and Niski low enough that it's very easy for the top side of EG to finish off, grab that Rift Herald, and still make the rotation down the bot lane.
And in the end, you know, it just becomes an overextension from the side of Mad Lions bot lane. They try to stick around for too many plates, and they get punished immediately. So back on the map now, bot lanes have been rotated in towards the mid lanes, mid laners down towards the bot side. Infernal Drake's still up and available, but no one really in a position where they want to start it up yet.
Yeah, again, we've seen a lot of late Drakes. I imagine that trend will continue. Carry, though, the one with all the gold, barely shorting the ultimate onto Unforgiven, who did not have cleanse. But
did have flash, yeah. Yes. He knew that was not going to hit him. Nicely played by Unforgiven, just getting out with the Draven speed boost there. This is, I think, a beneficial situation for Mad Lions, having the bot laners sitting in mid lane, 2v2ing. Gives the Sylas the long lane to try and bully the Victor if he's ever caught out of position. You can hop on top of him.
But in the end, what this game to me so far feels like is just very extended laning phase. We don't really see too many rotation in terms of, well, I know your red buff is spawning. Let me go in and get aggressive vision and try and invade on you. Right now, there is a possibility with the bot lane having to push in mid to get some deeper wards, but no trinket. Oh, there actually is wards from the side of Vulcan. He's just come back to get them. But there's no really aggressive moves being made. It's very just a lot of handshaking on the map at the moment.
Good trade. They're in the bottom side there for Jojo, trying to keep Niski at arm's length. Impact, though, the one in trouble spots. Kaiser, though, now going to have to play back. Elyoya has been here for quite a while trying to set up this lane gank, but Impact, always the weak side specialist, playing with the required safety.
Yeah, Impact has been farming away up here in the top side, having pressure in the lane. Hasn't gotten any turret plays, but been very safe, which has enabled Kaori to get these 2 kills. The substitute bot laner for Evil Geniuses coming in the middle of playoffs during that finals weekend. Went to 5 games versus 100 Thieves, couldn't take him down there, and had the month-and-a-half-ish of play now with the Evil Geniuses starting roster, and kind of got the eggs in the basket right now of him. Also have the Turkish rivalry, him and Armut as well. You know, there's just so much to talk about in this series.
Now, Drake has been spotted up. EG is at a position to contest. Inspired does have that ultimate available, but before they even get there, Drake is taking Jojo on the flank, but not in a position to engage.
Niski having to shove in bot lane gives an escape route for Mad Lions there. They can just kite down into the river. Jojo Pyun, not very safe, cutting it off himself, but that does mean EG gets mid-prio here. You can see Kaori shoving this wave as fast as he can. Should be able to get at least 1 to 2 more plates there.
Yeah, playing for plates, it looks like, on 2 different lanes here. I'm not going to work ahead on this top lane play. It should be 1 in mid at least there for EG. Vulcan is roaming up here. Doesn't really have anyone nearby just yet, but is setting up the potential play for Jojo. That plate's kind of looking juicy, a little bit of extra gold, but Armut actually backing away from it. Very nicely done.
Yeah, respecting the fact that something might happen. Niski on the bot side against Impact.
The ulti out of Elyoya. Could be problems there for Impact. Damage looking there, but Impact defends the dive. Can't turn it back around, but Inspired's here. Lets the ulti out, and that's going to force Mad Lions away. Ooh, gets a flash as well.
Once again, a little bit of an overextension, thinking they have the kill on Impact, but this is what happens when you go double AP solo laners. Hold up. Wait a minute. Nothing's happening.
Everyone holds their collective breath for no reason. Nicely kited out by Impact there. 2 for 1 in Summoner trade in favor of EG. Impact does have to flash underneath his turret, but Elyoya and Niski committed theirs. There's also an interesting teleport situation where Impact had teleported down towards the tail end of that Drake fight to grab that matchup against the Sylas while Victor reset top lane. It looks like they want to have the Victor matching the Rumble instead in the Hex Drinker for Jojo Pyun, or excuse me, Impact doing a better job into the Silas.
Yeah, but it's also just the fact that Impact's so happy about the fact that he can build more later in this series, right? It's such a valuable item ever since it was changed to have a shield based on your AD in the game. And also just Jojo with that Crown of the Shattered Queen. It's so good when you're playing against Vi, it's so good when you're playing against dive composition, and so far, if he's not getting hit by the Equalizer, there's not really going to be anything proccing that shield.
Yeah, that was exactly where I was going with that. There's not that much range available for Mad Lions. It's very much an all-in composition.
Niski setting up, Vulcan setting up the play onto Niski. Stolen the Victor ulti there, but Gravity Well not enough of a slow to set up the play. There is potential here for a dive, but the Chaos Storm used early by Niski smartly to clear this wave out nice and quickly.
And I just feel like with this game pace that's happening right now, EG feels so happy with it. Like, you have a control mage in the mid lane that's pretty much going to be impossible to get onto if he has his abilities available. And even if he does get CC'd, there's a Tamkench, right? And then at the other time, Kari's just going to be more happy reaching that late game. The worst part for this matchup was going up against a Draven in the laning phase. Nothing really happened after that laning phase. So far, EG feeling comfortable with the 1k gold lead they have for themselves.
Feeling comfortable. I was casting the DFM series yesterday, and I kept talking about scaling advantages and whatnot. Not always did the game go that way. So while EG, you can argue with the Victor and whatnot.
I was watching that game with the other guys in our hotel room, and we came up with the thing that sometimes you cannot care about the turrets, the gold, the camps, the Drake. Sometimes all that matters is who actually won that fight.
Yeah.
And that was exactly what the series was like yesterday. I'm not sure if this series is going to shape up to be the same, but it's just an example of different kind of games of League of Legends.
It's only game one. We got time.
It's only game one. We'll see if Mad can find a foothold in this game right now. Like you're saying, though, it does feel like EG is feeling very happy, scaling up almost at a 2,000 gold lead. They're able to get a fair amount of farm onto their most important carries. Jojo Pyun has First Strike, has farmed up a good amount of that, actually, given that he's had melee matchups. He's at 236 gold right now for the first 15 minutes of the game without getting to a major team fight where you can see big gold spikes. If you're ever able to drop your gravity field, get a stun, then drop your Chaos Storm on top and suddenly hit 3 or 4 members with that, you can get an insane amount of gold influx even if you don't get a kill.
In terms of outer turrets getting taken, it's only the mid lane so far that's actually fallen. Second Rift Herald, of course, have been used as well, so we're just into a point of the game where it's all going to be about whoever just finds an outplay in terms of rotation, right? You got possibilities for pushing in the mid lane deep from EG, rotating your members up towards the top side or bot side, if that is what you're looking for. But on the opposite side, Mad Lions, Mark mentioned it earlier, they have an entrance towards that Drake themselves from the bot lane.
And this is a lot of what I thought was going to happen in this matchup as far as pacing goes. Teams are fairly evenly matched. You can kind of see where like the different skills and like lane matchups settle, but I think in general it was fairly close. And both these teams don't exactly play from ahead. They're kind of happy to play through the mid game, nice and patient.
They were number 3 and 4 in gold difference at 15 as a team through play-ins thus far, very close together in that metric. EG was a little bit ahead, but you could argue maybe a little bit easier of a group as well, not having to go up against a DRX or RNG.
Okay, stop the silence, stop the quiet. We have a Drake coming up here. We have members gathered around it. So far, EG, 5 members already around. Mad Lions, bit more split apart from the map.
Spy's level 10, actually a level up on Elyoya somehow, but don't have time to delve into that mystery because we are indeed going to have a fight. Cribe goes to Elyoya this time. So that free vision, that extra speed on the side of Mad, they've got the vision advantage right now. EG going to have to walk into them.
Trying to use the sapling map hacks to force Niski out of the flank. Inspired has flash to get over the wall if they want to commit for the dragon, but it's only the second one.
Niski also stole the Mako ultimate, now going to zone them off the objective. Saw a lot of this yesterday as well, but that's more than enough to just kick them away.
And it's just the same as before. We have a bot lane, we can walk out, they just take the Drake, they leave, that's it.
When you started being like, hold up, dragon fight coming, I was like, I didn't want to curse it. I didn't even need to say it though. I could see the world where EG is not under pressure to force, so you just kind of stand there.
So that's why I'm under the opinion that if you are that team, just walk top lane. Take the top turret instead. You know that so many members of the enemy team is going to be around that Drake. You already have mid lane taken. Push in the mid lane, move up towards top side, because just looking at the Drake is not going to do too much.
No, you got to check it out as Mad Lions sniped their second dragon of the game. Could have had impact pushing up top side. I feel like there's a bit of a concern for me for the EG side where you have all these defensive tools and you keep waiting for Mad Lions to engage. But Mad Lions can also just stack objectives. Hold on, Impact in trouble.
They can also do this. Impact popping the wall ender, but I don't think it's going to do all too much. Inspired there to save to David. Not today. Elyoya gets another.
And that's cheeky from the side of Mad Lions. You look at the vision currently invested by EG. It's very close to the mid lane, not so much towards the bottom side that Mad Lions have already gained so much control after they had that first bot lane turret. So Nisqy and Elyoya, the mid jungle duo that so often gets talked about from Mad Lions, finds a pick off.
Very heads-up play, too. I think Impact was assuming that they had reset after the Dragon situation, but instead they just camped that brush and waited for him. He was on Krugs. You know, Impact was not vastly overextended. That was just a very heads-up play by Mad Lions, who even up the kill score, still a little bit behind in goal, but have arguably the power advantage with the 2 Dragons in their back pocket as well right now.
Now, I think at least with the Draven that you can say is late game scaling if he ever gets a kill, or never gets a kill that is, these adoration stacks adds an execute to your ultimate.
Hey!
Right? So maybe that's Mad Lions' idea. We will never get a kill on the Draven and just wait for late game for the kill that matters.
Trying here for Armut, but I think, yeah, pretty rapidly shaking off that play. 2 from Mad Lions also incoming, so maybe now the counter dive.
Teleport available for Impact if he wants to join them under the turret. He's already moving up to the jungle.
Spot 1. Nisqy's here as well, though, and they probably suspect Kaiser is also there, so Kaori and Vulcan going to have to fall back. Jojo instead going to farm the gold on the tower, but Inspired face-checking. Needed to throw the sapling, and it's going to bait him in there. He's pretty tanky, but is he tanky enough? Vulcan finds the Devour off the Void, and Impact's joined the fight here as well. But now onto Kaori, who's got all the items. The shield boy pumps, but he gets shut down. EG, the first big fight of the game, is going to go to Mad Lions.
It looked good initially for EG. They were playing the map, they were getting turrets, but then they overextend their welcome. There's 5 members on the Lions on the top side, and they take a bad fight.
Jojo Pune was trying to finish off the bot turret. TP not available means it's a 4v5 right as Baron spawns.
Look at Nisqy on the flank. He's straight under them on the minimap. They can go for a turn. He's got Tahm Kench ultimate. Not the best for the engagement. Here they go.
Elyoya eating a lot of damage, but it might not matter if they can get the kill. Vulcan gonna pop the shield and try and stay alive. Impact with the turnaround play. Finds the Q, takes out Nisqy, and that's going to be no Baron for Mad.
All right, EG survived by the skin of their teeth. Mad Lions force the turn. There's no way you can stand on that Baron at this point in the game. Your damage isn't really there. They have to go for the turn. Just was not clean. Jojo Pune able to finish off Nisqy here. Just a great turn for Mad Lions, knowing, okay, we can't make the top dive happen, but they pick Inspired in the jungle. Nice redirect by Elyoya here, realizing, hey, Inspired's a tanky, annoying champion. Let's go on to Kaori instead.
It's also so easy for them to force the fight because 2 members of EGs are coming from the top side. 1 member is getting engaged on in the middle, and Impact is on the mid lane. So there's already just so many group members with saturated damage from Mad Lions that EG can't respond to.
Also, forcing the Tahm Kench onto Inspired on the Maokai, that is obviously not the target you want to be having to ult there. You want whoever is going to have the equalizer dropped on top of them, but because that got forced out, like I said, Elyoya and Armut combo together, get the kill there. Easy fight from that.
And the nice thing at the end of the day, Unforgiven also got a kill. Managed to cash in the stacks, went from shield bow to collector. Has an extra item now, so Draven playing catch up. We had 2 items for Kaori in the last fight. Would have made a difference if he didn't get absolutely smacked by Elyoya's Vi. But at the end of the day, EG fade off the Baron. Mad Lions ahead, but not by much. Gonna have to rely on these Drakes.
We're getting back to one of these Drake scenarios once again. This is gonna be curious to see if we're getting what we got before, where it's just get a Drake, walk away, or if it's actually gonna be a fight around the objective this time around. 40 seconds, and both teams are around the area. 5 members of EG once again.
Small flash advantage for the side of Mad Lions. Both Elyoya, Unforgiven, and Armut all have theirs up. Only Jojo with his sums available. They can technically sack this one, but then you're sitting on soul point for the rest of the game. Does feel like eventually EG need to find a way to get Mad Lions off this objective. Once it spawns, Mad has done a very good job of kind of getting this standoff in the river that favors them.
Yeah, but now again, there's no vision on the back end. They spot them with the Scry's Bloom this time around, and not having a flank from Mad Lions alters their plan so much. You saw what it did before when Nisqy was able to steal away the Maokai ultimate and just throw that ultimate in from behind. This time around though, EG, they have a heads-up play, they have Impact, just be a living ward guarding the entrance.
Yeah, we have Jojo marking Armut, forcing him out from behind. Would have been very scary there if he was able to get in with an ultimate. Now have some group up, front to back team fight available. Mad going for the long wraparound. Elyoya gonna go over the red buff wall.
No impacts there, but actually maybe they're going to peel off. They know actually that they've isolated 2 from Mad. Evan Frost there. Nisqy's going to try and turn around, but Jojo lets the Chaos Storm go. Nisqy, he's just going to be cut to pieces. Vulcan with that kill credit.
And that's just such a heads-up play by EG. They know Mad loves to get that flank in, so this time around, they invest so many more members around it.
The big thing that they were missing there was any threat onto the dragon. They can see because they're just staring each other down. Elyoya is not in the pit, so they can just totally sack dragon priority to hunt the members of Mad Lions in their own jungle, find that kill, and then that allows them to grab the dragon. Really big misstep there by Mad Lions.
And big for EG to pick up this objective as well with the Drake. They stopped the stacking coming through from Mad Lions, which was, let's be real, pretty much the only thing in terms of neutral objectives they had going now. So EG, this is where you look towards them and you want them to get a bigger presence of the map. But once again, as you said, Mark, no one's around the Drake starting it up, so it's so easy for EG to peel away here.
Yep, and then once you have the members of them grouped up, there's not a clear target. It's 4v5. It's just doomed for Mad Lions. Elyoya able to get out there. I will say, Jojo just burned his TP up to the top side. Don't love that play with how active Mad Lions have been about overloading sides of the map. You now can't use that to collapse just to greed out some farm because he couldn't even finish off the top turret. That's what he was hoping to do, I think. But Mad Lions covered that play. I think Niski matched TPs when he rezzed. And now neither mid laner has them, but Mad Lions have been very proactive about trying to find odd man fights.
Yeah, and that's the thing. You can see it with the way they move around on the map. It's always a trio between Niski, Kai'Sa, and Elyoya, seeing if they can find anyone who's just out of position, if they can get some aggressive hoarding in. EG, though, they are trying to play the map. They are on the 1-3-1. You just saw Jojo up towards the top side. Impact down towards the bot side, keeping the shove in, and now with reset timers coming through from Mad Lions, there is small tempo time for EG to get a bit more aggressive with their own warding, making sure that they won't get caught off guard by the trio trying to find them.
This is a tense as hell first game, man. It's 4-4 in kills. Not a very bloody game, but the pace has felt fast because there's been so many moves. You can feel the stakes on the line here. Both teams trying to make it to group stage. Only once in history before has the major regions not qualified through play-ins. That was Mad Lions in 2020. There's an asterisk there that in 2017, HKA is the 3rd seed from the LMS, did not make it, but the LMS kind of dissolved afterwards. It became the PCS. They have 2 seeds now. So in terms of active current regions, it's only been done once before. The memes that will result if you drop this series are going to be endless.
Certainly so. Niski popping the ulti, a little bit of coverage, maybe was running out. Just wanted to have some fun with it, but Jojo's still here. Very proactive in guarding this little outer turret, but does want to keep farming as much as he can.
No, you can see it as well. It was Elyoya, Niski, and Kai'Sa on the top side as well. They have pink wards in the brush. They want to come in from a lane gank. Like if Jojo oversteps himself just a little bit, they're looking to catch him off guard. And even EG is responding to this by themselves with their own mid-jungle support who are now roaming around, because this is what counteracts it, having that Tahm Kench around. On that respect, though, you can see it in the bot lane as well now. Now, Mad Lions are swapping their attention bot side. EG now getting aggressive on the top side.
Going to be able to grab this turret further away for Mad Lions to try and stack up. Maybe trying to find someone in the jungle, but no one's there. And obviously, you have Impact hovering mid lane instead. This does give a bit of a barren window. There's no vision on any of the Mad Lions members, but they can posture around here. They're actually going to start it up.
I like this here from EG, seeing what they can get out of it. Vulcan clearing the last bit of vision. Surprise Bloom pop does get some vision, as you can see. Those extra plants here on the Ocean Rift helping out. But EG actually got it pretty low here, but I imagine it's a turn angle.
Well, they could flip it, though I don't love the idea of that.
Kai'Sa may be caught there, actually going to go back in onto Jojo Pure, and that's a good target, but again, the crown keeping him so tanky, and Impact's going to capitalize there to give Jojo the kill.
Bit of a misread. Here comes the equalizer, though. Mad Lions, they want to turn.
Niski, a very spicy lad there on the Silas, trying to make the play happen. He stole the ulti, Unforgiven! He's found the play, but Impact still standing tall in the team fight. Unforgiven Low is going to get chased down by the rest of the tanks, and it's madness in the team fight. Both sides crush into each other, dive the enemy backlines, and 6 people are dead.
4 versus 5. Mad Lions managed to trade out of that fight, even if it was a good turn initially by EG. But Mad Lions, they team fight their way out of that situation.
Huge equalizer by Armut, forcing the Zhonyas out of Jojo Pune. That was also the Tahm Kench ultimate that he forced out, and that meant Cowrie was served up on a silver platter. Initially, like you said, great play. Jojo, with the Crown of the Shadow Queen, knows that he can go absolutely ham in this fight, just blow up and kill Kaiser just for losing his ult and his Mythic passive. But then here's the overchase a little bit where they step too far forward, Armut's TP completes, and this equalizer breaks the fight in half.
Yeah, completely. It was a bit of a delayed play from Mad Lions because they had to wait for the teleport to come through, but this is why I'll say good kiting from Unforgiven as well. Had to cleanse immediately and essentially brawling 3 guys while Niski and Elyoya can take care of the other backline, making it a 2 or 3 for 3 in the end of that fight.
Impact picking up a number of kills there, as well as Unforgiven and Elyoya This has turned into a scrappy game. I really like how Mad Lions have been playing these team fights. I was worried with the vibe that it would be a very telegraphed, obvious counter-engage for the side of EG where Tomcans just devours their primary target. They've always done a good job of then redirecting onto Cowrie. I feel bad for him that the other teammates keep getting the defensive spells baited, and then he gets left on an island.
Teleport from Nisqy right now. It's very deep, and there is saplings around to spot him, but here they go.
Ooh, carrying the target again. The Varus ulti is going to go, but now they're going to start the fight. Kaiser, though, low on the front side as Jojo goes gold, and Vulcan now trying to mark Elyoya, but Jojo has to get away. He takes down Leona with the fadeaway Chaos Storm. Cowrie finds a shutdown, and finally EG have found a clean angle in a team fight. Make it 3 as Nisqy falls to his old teammate Vulcan.
And that was the fight Mad Lions initiated. Mad Lions came through with the teleport from Nisqy. They overforced the fight, and these were the disengaged tools that EG had available to them.
I wonder if that was not checking the inventory of Jojo Pune. I think he was on stopwatch in the previous fight. They cracked it. Hold on here. Unforgiven might be in trouble.
Impact, hello? Unforgiven's fine. Red buff, though, goes over. Looks like EG want the Baron. They're giving up this potential dragon.
They do have Impact going for the dragon, splitting their resources, getting a little greedy here. Armit's ult will come back available potentially before this Baron's done. Very short cooldown on Rumble's Equalizer.
Damage comes through, but there's no way they're going to steal this one away. Smite is available for Inspired, and while the Equalizer is there, not sure they're going to miss that one.
Nope, all 5 end up with a Baron buff. It was a nice attempt by Mad Lions. Here comes the reset, though. Can they sneak away the 3rd dragon here and get themselves onto Soul Point? EG is resetting, charging out of the bot lane base, but we might just get another fight right off the top.
Pretty fun one. We'll see. Elyoya going to start the Drake. Jojo is here already in mid lane. He's getting the wave pushing, but Impact's going to be here a little bit late. No chance at a steal. Looks like the fight's still going to happen. Impact literally dashes into the pit just to see the Drake go down. So Soul Point for Mad, but they are turning tail, not wanting to fight the recently bought EG.
Yeah, and this is only just a consolation prize as well for Mad Lions. Make no mistake, EG, they are the team with the Baron buff. There's not Mad Lions is going to be doing in terms of contesting the map. This is where EG is going to get aggressive. This is where they're going to take over your jungle. They're going to deny you jungle camps, and they're going to put you under a siege under the turret.
He's got 3 men mid. Jojo, Vulcan working in the mid lane. They should be able to grab a handful of turrets here, catapult this gold lead even further ahead. They want to, I feel like, end the game before the next dragon situation comes up, because then you're risking flips for Soul Point. But it'll be very hard to completely crack the base of Mad Lions. They are a short-range composition. They don't have great waves there. You might be able to find an angle into it.
We're going to have to do a lot of work here, if that is the case, to end the game here. Rebel Baron power play is going to have to work overtime, but in the mid lane, it is Impact getting altered. Popping the wall ender, kiting away, but the damage is pretty decent. Now the counter-engaging is Inspired, dives on in, but he's not as tanky as he might like, and Vulcan actually burns the ultimate to keep him safe. Elyoya, though, did actually lose the 1v1. Unforgiven is a big piece of the carries. He's got almost 4 items. He's shredding through Impact, and Impact cannot 1v1 him.
That is some Draven kiting, but it's not enough to win you anything just yet, and they overreach so far to try and get in on the back line to find Impact. The problem is, there's not enough follow-up to really come through.
Man, Mad Lions are gutsy. That call is so dangerous. If you don't get that kill and EG get a slightly better turn and kill a couple of you, game over. But what it does get them, even though they don't find any kills, is it stalls out that EG push. Like I said, their wave clear is pretty terrible, and so your best bet to stop a Baron up shove is actually pick a fight in kind of the neutral area of the map.
And it stopped so much, but it doesn't stop the pressure that EG will still have. They got that bot side turret. They can play on the top side now if they want to. Instead, you still have a very long mid lane to play up for. You still have a red side jungle to invade. See it even now. Mad Lions, they just want to try and contain whatever of their own jungle they can with vision, but surely this is where EG, they come around with their own pressure and start clearing it away.
Big eyes on Draven, though. I said before, he was almost 4 items when he was fighting Impact. He's now finished the rapid fire cannon. Jojo, though, also at 4 items, has been the primary damager, it feels like, in a lot of these fights, especially with Cowrie so often being the eye of Elyoya's fight ulti. The Baron's about to dissipate. This game, once again, we're back to that same level of tension. Even though EG are up 5k, this game can flip very quickly.
I mean, Mad Lions comp always has that kind of one-shot potential, but they are so... Oh, you're deep now, Inspired.
We
have able to get
followed your old European brethren. We are going to get a flash out of the deal, though, so Elyoya gets out, but not too much burnt there.
Yeah, but this is where they're trying to scout to see if anyone oversteps. In the end, though, it's Elyoya himself that is overstepping his boundaries. Rest of EG is towards that top side. 4 members on towards the tier 2 turret, trying to push in, but with no Baron up minions, they get equalized, and Jojo actually forced to use his teleport to defend the push coming through from Nisqy on the bot side.
Yeah, so where I was going with that was EG's comp is much sturdier in the sense that you have a true tank in Maokai available, able to actually get gold. Leona's a true tank, but obviously can't just match itemization, whereas Elyoya has gone slightly more bruiser with Sterix and Sunderer, and so then the Aatrox can also build more resist than the Rumble. You can just end up with this beefier team comp, and it makes it difficult for Mad Lions to start getting these assassinations late game. Jojo Pyun himself has like 3,000 HP on top of the Crown of the Shattered Queen. It does make it so Mad Lions engages will have to be very clean. They've been decent so far, but they have not really found an actual win in their fights. They've just been trades the entire time.
Yeah, Zonies as well, so Jojo going to be tough to crack. Mythic finally done for Inspired, a little late, but hey, needed the other tank items more. Had the Chains and the Spirit Visage. Impact's going to go ahead, catch that top wave. Minute 15 until the Soul is up for Mad. EG will have to defend this Dragon, but Baron not far behind it as far as major objective spawning. These mid-game fights are going to be very spicy.
Yeah, but EG, they should be feeling so comfortable, not only because they need that they currently have, but also just because of the itemization, the stylistic of what they had. Tam Kench, Sonya's for Jojo, stopwatch as well coming through from Kaori, the resistance and stopwatch as well from Impact. Like, if a bite goes wrong for them, it's because either Mad Lions finds the best outplay they've seen in the history of League, or it's because they make a huge fumble.
Even talking about itemization, because there's so little resist on the side of Mad Lions, EG members can actually forego their pen items. So Jojo Pyun going for Lichbane here, skipping over what you normally see as a Void Staff in the game. Same, most likely for Kaori. You can see him working towards a GA, again, also foregoing an LDR or something. So very cool to see EG realizing, hey, our enemy team doesn't really have tanks. We don't need to punch through anyone.
Yeah, but also, if it doesn't come down to that 5v5 scenario I just explained, credit to Mad Lions for still playing the map. Like, yeah, they're in a position where I really just feel like they should be getting this away. But they still are. They're fighting chip damage here and there, and they're actually aggressive on the map when it should be EG's map.
This looks so risky. Elyoya is going to get spotted by a sapling. They were trying to dive the tier 2 potentially and take out Impact, but it looks like everyone's going to walk out of the situation.
Mad Lions, like you said, having good macro. The Dragon just spawned, but they're overloading the top side of the map to make it difficult for EG to get that, because Mad Lions don't really want a face check 5v5 fight right now. They want this weird flip state in the jungle that where you catch someone in rotation trying to defend top or trying to face check a Baron. Here, Mad Lions can grab this turret and then fall back to the Baron, but EG does have that ward in the, I believe it's in the Pixel Brush, or maybe just outside, that's spotting this and knowing that they are not actually on top of the Baron.
Reset's coming through as well, so this is just going to be where EG takes charge. If they have a heads-up play here, they actually have a potential to just start it up immediately, but I'm not sure if they're feeling themselves. Jojo, though.
Oh, Jojo's always feeling themselves.
It's going to go down pretty quickly. We know Elyoya has gone back to base. They don't know that, but
TP
TP in for Niski again. Now the front side TP out of Mad.
It's gone. Oh, they peel off, actually. They could have burned that down, but they didn't have eyes on Elyoya.
Oh, no! Niski, they've seen him. Niski's just face checking. The flash is good, but now he's behind the EG tower. The ulti out of Unforgiven's really nice. Equalizer also good, but I think Niski is going to be left for dead. That Chaos Storm, pretty nice. Sonya's going to buy some time. Mad back to Baron, but Niski is going to die here.
Niski die. Mad Lions theft. Turn on towards the Baron. It's going down quickly. Inspired around, but I'm not sure if he can get in there.
He's going for it! Kidding me! Inspired! That's our MVP! Stealing that Baron away. A Mad Lions in a 5v4. Unforgiven left alone, gonna get blown up as Jojo is soloing out the enemy support, and that will break this game open.
Evil geniuses find the pick on Deniski. They get the collapse. Inspired rides the taxi with his W, flash in to steal it away with the teleports. EG are trying to end the game.
They most certainly are. Death time is still 20 seconds for Niski. He's the shortest one around. You're good, but you're not that good. EG, they're coming in towards the base now. Baron up minions. Nexus tower's falling.
A tense affair, but the first game looks like it's gonna break the way of EG. It's only Elyoya left to defend.
And Evil Geniuses will find their first win in Worlds matches against a European team. No one beats EG 10 times in a row.
If Mad Lions can win a best of 5, EG can beat an EU team. These are the miracles you will only experience at the World Championship.
What a way to kick it off, though. 1-0, but not definitely a bumpy ride for all the fans at home. This is going to be a fun series.
Yeah, this is not the kind of win that makes you feel, okay, we've now seen how this series is going to go. One team has downloaded the other. It was a very back and forth game. The Draven did not have the best early lane phase. Mad still did a good job bouncing back despite that, but just never got enough of a lead with their comp.
No, I'm sure the analyst desk is going to cover it too, but the draft as well coming through, that was just completely neutralized from Mad Lions. I mean, 20 minutes into that game, it's pretty much over in terms of how you play it. It's why you see the desperation plays come through from Mad Lions, because they know if they take a straight on 5 versus 5 team fight, stylistically, with how the composition function into each other, you just don't win. So heads up play from EG. I just think they had the better half of Mad Lions here.
Yeah.
That Elyoya guy, pretty good. Well, they did basically, what, 3 bans? Fell down the 4th string on Vi and still made plays all game.
Yeah, had a comp that was basically built to counter him, itemization built to counter him, still was able to find plays through the first 25 minutes of the game. It's just that one Dragon situation that you think Mad Lions is going to take another look at, over-committing on that flank when they could have started the Baron and forced EG into them, which EG hadn't been able to do quite yet. So maybe that's the one mistake that they look back at that game. But again, I think Draft is a good call-out. They felt countered.
Yeah, and also just how slow the game actually is. I think after this, Mad Lions, they could allow themselves to draft a completely different composition with more scaling. Draven didn't work out for them whatsoever. Heads-up play by EG, leaving that open too.
All right, well, EG do strike first in the series. So for more on their win, let's send it over to the State Farm Analyst Desk.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Casters come in all sizes, large, medium, and small. You can't unsee it next time they're on camera. Let's start by talking about the draft, as Chronicler and Raz have a lot of strong thoughts. Chronicler, I'm going to come to you first. What did you make of the 2 respective team compositions that were put together?
So the one downside of the EG draft is that outside of the Maokai, who can play very forward, I think you can run into some issues if you can't find good engage angles or if you're slow on the draw. That didn't matter because Mad had a draft that relied on Elyoya finding picks on Vi, and then there was a Kench, and a Victor, and a Maokai, and that
it was tough to do.
Didn't end up very well.
I actually thought that Mad Lions actually fell into a huge draft hole. Like a few things, like double AP versus Maokai Varus Aatrox, they can just itemize, and they did end up itemizing into Spirit Visage, Maw Malmortius, and Wit's End. So like, Niskies just couldn't really deal damage that game once they got scaled up. So there's that aspect. There's Vi versus Maokai, Aatrox, TK. Like, if you go in, you're just kind of doomed.
Can't do it.
Yeah, it's just a really difficult call, and he late picked that. I actually would have preferred going into, like, you can try 3rd pick Trundle, or you can 1-2 Trundle. I think it's just that strong. Or you can pick Maokai yourselves, but
Trundle was banned this game, unfortunately, but yes, it would have been a good option.
Before,
yeah. So I get you, 1-2. I get you. I'm with you. Raz,
no, but it was banned on 4-5. I was talking about picking it earlier in 2 or 3.
What do you make about the theory then? I'm not the smartest when it comes to League of Legends, but game 1 in a best of 5, teams have sometimes tested the waters. You know, tried a composition, tried an approach. Raz, Chronicler, what do you make of the idea or the notion that maybe Mad Lions were trying to play a game where Armut on the Rumble, where Unforgiven finally gets his Draven, has been banned a bunch. They're the carries and Elyoya is supporting them, as opposed to the previous games where I think Mad have looked best when Elyoya is the carry.
I don't know if it's a conscious experiment or just a reality of being on red side. I think red side just often kind of puts teams in awkward positions where they feel like they need to take a lot more risks. I'm always, as Raz already pointed out, even disregarding the normal issues I'd have with this draft, for Matt specifically, I want something that can truly enable Elyoya. And when he's on Vi and all he does is set up fights for his team, I don't think that's going to ever work.
Final thoughts before we move on to the replays?
Yeah, I fully agree on that. I also just think the bans from Evil Genius is really strong. Bel'Veth, Gnar, and Seraphine. So, like, it really hit what worked well for Mad Lions.
Now, of course, let's talk about what worked well for Evil Geniuses. Raz, I'm sure you loved this opening play in the bottom lane from Vulcan, especially because it was what we were talking about in the pre-show.
Yeah, it was really well done here. And I mean, this was just after taking Rift Herald, then you move towards the bot side of the map. They thought they had a longer timer before Maokai was in the bot side of the map, but no. They know that they're trying to greed for plates there, and it's Evil Geniuses picking up 2 kills. Really well done there.
And it creates a really big problem because playing Draven in this game is always going to be hard, even if you're ahead, due to the amount of CC that's available, due to the amount of defensive items or defensive cooldowns, and then you're behind early. It's very tough.
Yeah, and it's just the greed that's important here because, like, I thought Mad Lions did a great job picking off Jojo as Rift Herald was being taken initially and then trying to get resources bot side. It was just a little too long.
Can I tell you something, though? The first 25 minutes of this game was absolutely fantastic. I want 4 more games of this.
Yes, please.
Trading blows, I think Chronicle at one point said, it's an absolute bloodbath. The thing is, though, that the state of the game... The state of the game, 6 days, boys, changed dramatically at this 27-minute team fight. And I want to come to Chronicler first because EG eventually sort of win this up, but it was close.
It really was, but this, to me, was the final point where Matt could actually still win. Because at some point, I think Gulborg mentioned it during the cast as well repeatedly, you reach itemization breakpoints and you don't get through. You don't get through them anymore. And I really like that Matt fully commit here. I think that this was one of the windows where you could have lost the game as EG by over-chasing, but in the end, Impact wins out.
Yeah, the over-chasing aspect was the one that I was afraid of. And it was nice to be able to see that 4 members that were up and available were the jungle and, of course, either Impact and Nisqy. It was a really close one.
Do you want to know why I said they win out?
Why?
Look at that gold mountain. Do you see that third line that says 30 minutes?
Yeah.
That team fight just before is what gave them the spike. And immediately after that, we saw another team fight win. Then we saw the Baron. And then we saw EG just close out within about 5 minutes. It was fantastic.
Yeah.
There was one last-ditch effort that Mad Lions pulled. It was in the Baron. And Raz, I think I'll let you celebrate exactly what happens as Mad Lions started their second Baron, only to have it yoinked away.
I was afraid because it was a matter of time. Yep. It was basically Nisqy trying to buy enough time as he was getting chased down, while basically Inspired was looking for a steal. So this was a pretty long haul team fight.
Yeah, because you can see, so this is right at the beginning.
Right
so
here.
Nisqy teleports in, Nisqy gets chased out.
Yes. And so this was that aspect where I was talking about it. And it was a good call from Mad Lions to be able to see, hey, okay, they're chasing down Nisqy. Let's see how much time he's buying. He even goes golden here to basically force Evil Geniuses to commit to this. But yes, while 3 members were taking down Nisqy, the rest of them came in just to catch it on the tail end of it. Even I didn't see it. Flash Smite. The Smite steal from Inspired was insane.
And even if they get that Baron, I think at that point it might be the classic Baron for Nexus trade that Matt also showed against DRX. But with them not even getting it, it was basically an immediate game over.
It stings more coming from him, I think.
Yeah, you're trying to be impartial.
I like
right?
this.
Yeah.
I like this. So, gentlemen, I have just heard the Mad Lions, as they lost the game, they have side selection to game number 2. They have selected blue side. I'm not sure how much time we have. So, what do you think this does for the draft? What do you think Mad Lions need to adapt or adjust to as they're now down 0-1 in the series?
I think their priorities, blue side's really broken right now. Everybody's basically either going to go for Aatrox, or if they get the opportunity, they might end up going for like a Hecarim or something like that. We'll just see what's available to them because the drafts will change heavily, the bans from Evil Genius.
I'm going to pause, Chronicle. When we come back from the ad break, I'll come to you first because I want to talk about the draft expectations in game number 2. As we head to that break, check out Evil Genius's pick, Can't Hold Us by Macklemore, as the song that represents their playstyle on the official LoL playlist on Spotify. Can you hold me, Chronicler?
Always.
Yeah.
I can hold you too.
See it's over if I'm breathing, racing to the moonlight and I'm speeding. I'm headed to the stars, ready to go far and start walking. Don't ever say it's over if I'm breathing, racing to the moonlight and I'm speeding. I'm headed to the stars, ready to go far and start walking.
Run me my money. Run me my money. Run me my money. Yeah. Big bad money maker, working hard for all this paper. Check my stats, I'm kinda major. Can't nobody do it greater. I can make your body rock. I'm the boss, I call the shots. Doesn't matter what it costs, baby. No, I got it. I'm forever popping like the hot grease in the pan. Gotta make them understand. I don't never need no man. I'm a INDEPENDENT chick. Yeah, you haters think you slick. Got it all, never fall. I'm the one they always call. Spend a stack up at the mall. They say I'm the greatest, y'all. I bring all the flavor, yeah. I bring all the heat. If you ain't trying to get money, baby, you can have a seat, yeah. Run me my money. Yeah, run me my money. 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 Yeah, look, they don't want no smoke cause they know I got the vapor. Keeping all my jewelry on me tighter than the taper. I be on my ballin' tip harder than the Lakers. Do nothing for low, I don't do no favors. Came from the bottom, busting out the bag. I'm the girl you never had, never will and never have. All these suckers know I'm bad, know I'm lit. Make these haters wanna quit. I don't want no things you got, not even a little bit. Face pretty, game tight, make you get some act right. Play me once I catch a flight, money Himalaya height. Got no time to be polite, get these broke men out my sight. If you got the cash, baby, we can leave tonight, alright? Run me my money. Yeah, run me my money. 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 Run me my money.
Welcome back. That's BM. What is this? What? Production is now trolling me. Ahmed, I don't think they have any chance to beat us. Mad Lions lost the game, so I needed something to help me feel better. It's a World's Tibbers, and I need this because I'm getting scared.
No, that's not fair. That's not fair. Production, can I have one too?
We lost.
Yeah!
What is this? So production flame me, they give me a bear, they tell me it's super special, no one else is going to have one, and then you just get one in the wings.
I don't have one.
Of course. Nonsense.
I have my LeBlanc statue, though.
Such a weeb. Such a weeb.
I am.
Now, Chronicler, as I cut you off, what do you make of side selection? Are we getting a zoom in?
Full confidence, I am.
Chronicler, what do you make of side selection now? Mad Lions, they lost the game, got to select sides, so they're blue. Final thoughts, and then let's move on to one of the players.
Yeah, there have been some statements made by LCK teams that I'm not going to name about how good blue side is. I subscribe to that view. I think blue side's incredible, and it should really help kind of deal with some of the issues that might run into. Most specifically, I think their matchups on the top half of the map.
Now, of course, let's talk about those two players in particular, Armut and Impact. Game number one, Gnar was banned away, and he played the Rumble. But I want to look at these statistics in terms of their performances here at the play-in stage. I mean, when you look at your kill participation, obviously with the way Mad Lions play the game, slightly higher KP. You look at your damage share, that is a dramatic difference. And then the one that really hurts. 5 solo kills to 1. Chronicle, what do you make of the two players' performances? And we will see Armut's champion pool in a moment, as well as what this man needs to do to step up against the top die master.
I think it's very in line with what we expected coming into this series. Impact is just a player with such an incredible, long, storied history. And even as far as he is into his career, as I mentioned at the top of the day, he can always turn it on. And I think that Armut, I just don't know if he can match those highs that Impact is able to show.
Yeah, and I think it was a good surprise to see the Rumble here. He has played, 5 picks to the Gnar pretty consistently, so I think it is a good ban. And he's here. He's always been the X factor for Mad Lions, and I want to see what he's able to do without that Gnar pick. But a little bit of a better draft. I'm expecting Aatrox for him, and I want to see, because he is a good Aatrox player.
Agreed.
Especially during his playoff... should say that.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Regular season run.
Regular season run.
Yeah, there we go.
That's a good one.
Especially during the regular season run, I feel like he's been an exceptional Aatrox. So
I mean, look at how much he's talking and chatting. He's one of the more vocal members of the team. Before we head over to the casters for draft, I do also want to mention that it must be interesting for Armut being in this position because, 2 years, 3 years ago, when he was playing for Supermassive, he was on the other side of the rift, winning those games against Mad Lions. Now, all of a sudden, he's the one against Mad Lions creation. Now he's with them, down 0-1. But this is a team that doesn't necessarily tilt in these scenarios. I do believe in their mentality.
You're right. They have a really good track record in best of 5s. Thanks for...
Okay, but I will support your point because you kind of stole my point there. I really enjoyed that one.
This is teamwork.
Yeah, I agree with that. So yes, Armut didn't share that experience, but players like Kaiser, I always love hearing from his interviews and just how he actually ends up playing games. He is extremely stable in how he ends up wanting to play out usual map rotations in the late game. So I think one loss, not a problem. I just want to see them kind of make those adaptations now.
I agree, and I still have, even after that game, which I think was an incredibly hard game to play for Oyoya, looking what he's playing into, even there, he found really good creative angles. He was still able to create a lot of moments that could have tilted the game in Mad Lion's favor. So if they get a better draft and he can still have that same level of performance, I wouldn't be surprised if we see it even up 1-1. Yeah,
and more specifically, I think the Vi pick, kind of talking about the first draft.
I'm slowly becoming more in line with your view on Vi.
It's about time.
There we go. We're slowly changing him, and I like that. You're converting into the anti-Vi.
Also, he's making us nice, which is strange.
That's great. I'm really proud of you guys.
We've had so much fun banter back and forth.
We're going to change that by the end of the day.
We will. That is the plan. Now, one next thought here is Mad Lions. How well do they adapt? Evil Geniuses, they started the series off strong. Can they keep that momentum going in Game 2? Or Mad Lions claw or bite or eat their way back in? Let's head over to, I'd like to order a small caster to pick up the call. Over to you, Pastry Time.
Gee, thanks, Trevor. Love that for me. We're back!
Hell yeah.
Oh, boy, you guys missed an incredible pre-chat lobby where Evil Geniuses was asking Mad Lions, hey, what's the delay? Because Mad was clearly on stage talking a lot. And Elyoya said, not much, just flaming my top laner. Worst rumble I've ever seen. Then you had Armut firing back saying, my jungler's a rat. And then, again, Oyoya came back and said, I wish I had Odo as my top. And Evil Geniuses was just flaming them the entire time, mixing in their own banter.
I tell you what, though, this jungler from the side of Mad Lions does not play Maokai. Not a single person of Mad Lions have played Maokai yet. And even with blue side available to them, it will be the first champion that they're actually banning themselves. So, Mark was joking. He said, yeah, but surely you can play Maokai. But, I mean, so far Mad Lions not willing to, at least.
I'm really curious to see if they go for the Gnar ban here. When you heard the analyst desk talking about it, I was not surprised to see that ban first pick Aatrox. With the Aatrox ban, will you double ban Armut? Because Impact does not play a lot of the meta hard counters into Gnar, and so we'll have to see what he wants to go for here. He's much more the type to play an even scaling matchup into it, or just something that's can play weak side and kind of go even.
Yeah, and seeing that Hecarim was left open, Mad Lions, they would have first picked that immediately had they been given the chance. It does leave Silas open for them, and laning first was fairly close in the first game. Nisqy almost had a solo kill on Jojo, and it forced Inspire to delay his jungle clear to hover around the mid lane instead.
One of the other minor things in that pre-chat banter was Jojo Hyun insulting Nisqy's Silas.
Of course.
So maybe mind controlled him into picking it again.
We'll have to see, but with Maokai ban, looks like Sejuani is the pick here for Inspired. Also of note, Callisto is open. She's been pretty heavily banned throughout the tournament so far. We know it's something Kaori certainly can play, likes to play from time to time, but we'll see how things shake out. Looks like things are very similar to our game 1 so far.
Yeah, the problem with Callisto is that despite how underwhelming the Draven was in the first game, you don't really want to blind pick it into it. But I think EG are super happy with just playing the Victor into the Silos matchup once again, while laning phase was a bit shaky from where it started. Jojo in the late game was completely untouched and dealt out so much damage. That seems random. That's a...
Pastry and I both just arched our eyebrows at each other, like, what are we missing here? Because I agree, you want the Victor probably again in that matchup. You can take it as the final pick, and I thought that they would then use this one to take something away from Mad Lions. I was like, maybe you just blind the Gnar yourself. Maybe you go for a strong support that you think they might want or something. Set does not feel like a takeaway. It feels like most likely a flex pick that can go between Vulcan and Impact in trying to not show their hand too much. But that does leave up a very happy Elyoya to take Trundle away, which was banned, I believe, in the previous game. And here, now having 2 tanks already locked in for EG.
It was banned in the second ban rotation, so this time around, they want to go with it immediately. You already know you're playing into the Sejuani, so you're getting value off your ultimate. This is where I was curious. Were they going to go with the Draven once again, or would they want to default to Misfortune? what Draven allows you to do is that you can lane invade, and you'll pretty much win it no matter what. You have Trundle, who's one of the best brawlers in the early game, and you actually have the Draven too. Now with the Yuumi being locked in, this pretty much just confirms that the set is going into a solo lane, and I don't want to outrule the possibility that set can be played by Jojo in the mid lane against the Sylas.
Jojo Pino has been limit testing all worlds long in Champions Queue and whatnot. Would not be surprised if he has some other pocket picks available. Though I'm very happy to see the higher priority for Mad Lions for Elyoya's pick, not getting it banned out in the second phase of bans. He is so important for this team, and he did play a good Vi game. It was just not a good Vi angle, honestly, for the draft that EG was able to take into it here. A more generally strong pick, as well as having the strong matchup into Sejuani, gives Elyoya the opportunity to take this game over, hopefully.
Yeah, and now coming in with the bans, they want to ban away the Draven, not the Ezreal, super potent into the Draven in its own right, but also having a Yuumi on top of that is super easy. Normally, Sivir would be a problem. This time around, you're not going to ban Sivir, just due to the fact that Alistar will probably come out as a counter pick into the Sivir. You can't play that lane as Sivir when you're playing up against the Draven at the same time, so it's probably just going to be another ban coming through.
Yeah, Sivir already counter-picked by the Draven in a sense, so don't want to spend another ban on it. You want to get rid of the uninteractive 2v2s. Maybe that means they get rid of the Varus again, but I don't think Varus Yuumi is quite the same level of potency. Nila gotten rid of.
So Nina does function really well together with the Yuumi, but still interesting of a champion. She does neutralize it. And seeing Sivir be locked in, you just slam this Alistar right now. You can't spell shield the combo. You're playing into the Draven. This is bold from the EG bot lane.
Kind of laying it down, saying, Unforgiven and Kaiser, you were not impressive in your Draven game before. We are not scared of it. It's basically a call out saying, we don't think you have what it takes to actually snowball through bot lane.
But you're playing into Trundle as well with the pillar. I'm not sold on it. I'll be happy to be proven wrong, but I'm scared a little bit for the EG bot lane, seeing 3 picks like that into it.
I'm with you. This is a sweaty. I am worried. Very nervy looking at this draft right now as an EG fan for Mad Lions. Looking good so far. The only question now is, what are they going to round it out on the top side?
Yes,
it is all reliable. Ornn coming in blind for Armut.
And I think it just makes sense, right? Now it's banned away. You don't want to see the Rumble again. We saw the Ornn in yesterday's series. Long range engage. You can play the weak side. You're not going to be attacked. You can just kind of chill up towards that top side. Play fully towards this bot side. If Elyoya doesn't have to get a single pressure gang on the top side, Elyoya's happy to just be on the bot side.
It is Jojo's set.
It is Jojo's set into the Sylas. Not too much of a surprise given when we saw the rando set. What felt like the only draft pick we had seen was the Sylas. Makes sense that it is the counter pick there. We'll have to see how this one goes. We talked a bit yesterday about how Sylas is not actually that strong of a laner, especially into melee matchups. You often take him into matchups where you can scale against range champions who can't pressure you hard enough to actually pull you in the short mid lane. If you go melee versus melee, sometimes he can actually get scrapped out pretty hard.
But this is not enough AP damage. Yumi's going to bin Ludens for sure, and she's going to max Q. But you have Set, Sivir, and Gangplank. Sejuani does give some magic damage, but it's certainly not what you're looking to be the highlight.
Who needs magic damage when you have true damage? Jojo's going to land every haymaker, trial by fire. There you go. Absolutely enough true damage to burn through. 3 tanks!
Setting it up, I believe.
No, this is very much a scary draft for EG, both in terms of how the comps interact, like you're talking about, the immense amount of dive with only one very big backline threat in the Sivir. If you can get on top of her and blow her up, there's not that much damage, as well as the fact that, like you said, it's very physical damage heavy. All 3 lanes physical damage oriented. Does mean it feels like EG are kind of in a want to snowball, but none of your picks really want to do that, except mid lane probably. So expect a lot of ganks early from Inspired. You do have double melee solo laners, so you can get that kind of combo going, but GP is really not what you associate with Sejuani early chain ganks with melee.
Yeah, it's almost like kind of the older, earlier patch, different roster EG, right? Weak side bottom lane that scales well, and then a pretty proactive top side. How that plays out in this game, on this stage, we'll have to find out, because they're right into it. Round 2 between Mad Lions and EG. EG looking to see if they can start a sweep. They've already done the impossible, winning a game versus EU this year. See how many more they can get as Mad want to even things up.
Starting aggressive on the bot side, seeing if Kaiser's going to be around here. Can still move up towards the tri-bush, but Unforgiven will most likely just spot it. Yep, there you have it.
Oh. Set E, maybe going to get in range.
Draven W, heal comes through.
Nice usage of summoners there by Vulcan. Gets the flash out of Unforgiven. Again, the Draven losing his flash. at level 1, this time not in the lane phase, but it means, again, it's going to be hard for the Draven to fully exert the laning dominance that the champion can provide if you can't have the safety of a flash up.
And while it's a small thing, that means the Draven is not going to be in the lane to auto-attack immediately at the first one on the minion wave and get that pressure, so it'll actually be easier for Kaori to Vulcan to dictate at least the first few waves now.
The one nice thing for Mad Lions, they already know EG's game plan. Jojo Pune in all chat, we said it was very quiet and respectful game 1. We see if that would stick. After 1 win under his belt, Jojo Pune's feeling himself. Says, camp mid, guys. I'm telling you, he needs it. Level 3 gank or he's in trouble, we'll say.
And I guess trying to make that known right now. Niski winning the first part of the trade, but set passive pretty good.
And something Jojo has to be worried about is the fact that Niski actually hit a ward level 1, which means that he'll get level 2 on the first wave in the mid lane. So if he's trying to trade too hard when they trade even in terms of killing the minions, Niski will actually win that due to a level advantage.
Thumbs up from Jojo. Keeping the wave in a good spot. Once he gets the stun, hits level 2 as well. Got a kill on a creep, I believe. So very nice trading from Jojo.
Yeah, so the good thing for Jojo was that he had the push, he killed more minions, so despite the XP advantage being on Niski, it did not matter in this instance.
Jojo going to want to shove this wave in, get the wave further away from the turret, keep pressure up onto Niski. Mad Lions bot lane with Kaiser wrapping around, having pressure. Hold up here, early gank topside.
Love this look out of Elyoya. Impact in trouble, gonna have to find the fat flash, or maybe just not gonna use it. No, does get it, but Elyoya chases. Pillar is there, Q is good. That's gonna be first blood again for Elyoya.
Great pathing to begin the entire series with here, or second series of the game here now. Inspired though, down towards the bot side where Unforgiven does not have the flash, but the Mad Lions bot lane, they're not getting too aggressive yet, but Kaori goes forward.
Goes on in, wants to try and make the play, is going to get the flash out of Kaiser this time. Ignite down as well, Inspired here, but they can't find the follow-up. Good defense by Mad Lions.
All right, Mad Lions make their play up in the top side. Very nice clear by Elyoya, going buff to gank. A very awkward timing window for Impact. You could see caught him unaware that that was coming. EG felt forced to make something else happen in the bot side. Yeah, you get to get Kaiser's flash, which again is stemming that aggression, but right now what you're really worried about is this snowball on the top side. Elyoya looking for the repeat gank, and there's no defense coming.
2 dives actually happening, so we're going to start in top lane. Bottom lane, you can see there's the TP in from Jojo. Impact in a little bit of trouble, but does defend long enough. Now Jojo's in. That's going to force the flash out of armor. Bottom lane, looks like it's not going the right way either for EG. So 2 different dives, but no kills.
So they burned the teleport at least there from Jojo, but still messy gank as well. You get the flash out. It was good tower juggling. Armor's so close to taking more damage.
I think that still is a net positive for Mad Lions, if I'm going to say. You got to absorb some of the resources from EG in the bot side and in the top lane, relieving that pressure from Niski. Able to use his teleport for lane now greedily if he wants to, and kind of control Jojo Pune a little bit more.
What's really interesting to me with at least the Mad Lions strategy so far is the fact that they decided to play up towards the top side. And when they did that, that allowed Inspired and the rest of EG to stabilize this Draven lane once more down towards the bottom side. And even then, Inspired is doing a good job of being in towards the enemy red side, clearing away some of the camps, getting an experience lead. I do believe it took away the Crocs too. Now he's in a position to gank the mid lane.
Fascinating mid 1v1, but Inspired going to make it very uneven. Flash Q's going to get the knock up. Niski almost stunned. Should follow through. There's the damage. Inspired gets one back.
A little bit later than Jojo called out. It's level 4 and level 5 that the gank comes in, but they do find the kill on mid lane. Niski losing his flash does cost Jojo's, but we'll see if they can keep chain ganking mid now. There is a level advantage for Inspired as well.
Yeah, great job from Inspired to strike back in the matchup here between the two junglers. Elyoya started up on the top side, Inspired down towards the bot, finding the gank in the mid lane before Elyoya is done with the wolves, meaning that they can just turn on Niski immediately.
And this does bring us to our Mercedes-Benz featured matchup between the two junglers. As we'll get a replay first, here is that gank on the mid lane. Inspired's going to come in and turn this one around. Jojo has the setup, forces Niski up into the lane, which I think is what honestly makes them want to go for this play, just getting too aggressive with his trades here.
It's the fact that he knows that Elyoya is on the wolf, so he thinks that it's going to be easy for him to come around. What he's not anticipating is the fact that Inspired has been clearing the Raptors, so it's just this mismatching timing that Inspired wins out on.
Where I was going to go with that jungle point was that it felt like Elyoya and Inspire kind of took over the scene, came and rose to prominence in EU around the same time, becoming the next up-and-comers of the jungle class. You know, you have old man Yankos still holding it down, but this was kind of the fresh generation. And I think for Evil Geniuses, being able to get Inspired on their team has been huge for them this year. Probably the entire reason that they have had this insane run that they've had out of nowhere. the MVP of the LCS in summer.
Yeah, shout out to the ERLs, and shout out to Inspired finding another gank as well, trying to push in that top side instead. But Ahmed, he's not going to overcommit with the dash in this time around.
Yeah, the expectation back on the jungle is definitely that they would control the pace of this game. Elyoya obviously a bit more aggressive, a bit more carry-oriented, but very flexible for both of them. Inspired's been a great shepherd, a great babysitter in some cases of young Jojopian. But so far, so good as both junglers find early success. But Elyoya lining it up here onto Karyu. Jojo's roaming in, though.
Yeah, has Vulcan attached to him as the Yuumi. Still don't think he wants to take that 2v2.
I mean, it could have been good for EG if the dive had actually happened. Now the dive comes around, but they dove it away.
Good delayed look, but actually Elyoya taking too much damage. Level 5, Jojo's still here. Elyoya does not have flash. Barely not back up, and Kaori just picks up a freebie.
Yeah, and it just feels like so good movement coming through from EG. They know Mad Lions wants to go for a dive. They have their members arrive. They have the Cannon Barrage ready too. And from Mad Lions, that is just a pure overextension. You forced that dive too heavily.
I feel like we just caster cursed them. The fact that the GP6 comes in, clearly not communicated, but also Elyoya so far ahead of Kaiser. Look, he's tanking the turret before Kaiser is in combo range. They're trying to get that play before the Vulcan can get back under turret, but there's just no way that that's ever going to work. Probably even without the GP ultimate, even if you do get the kill there, you'd still be stuck under turret with Jojo collapsing. So definitely feels like Mad Lions felt the pressure a little bit on wanting to make that play work.
Spell shield, like Goldberg said in draft, does get stunned. Oh, the trample coming in hot. Gonna force the flash there after the ignite, but here's Inspired.
And that's how it's supposed to go. It'd be nice if a pillar was around too. So I feel like just Mad Lions, it goes back to a problem I've had with them for a long time. Playing through that bot lane has really not been one of their strengths. And you see it here. I think EG even punishing it. EG's been doing such a good job to have better movement down here. You can even see it now, despite Matt having to push. Inspired is around. He does have level 6. So if overextensions come through, they can just commit to turn.
Yes, Ignite as well. Does have a spellbook from the jungle, so swapped over for a bit of extra power in the potential gank, but nothing happening there.
Yeah, Mad Lions back off the wave at the right time. No flash, no 6 for Yuumi as well. If they might have had another way to set that gank up, then you can have Inspired charging in, but just too safely played by Mad Lions. Gold lead even at the end of the day from all this aggression, so they're not in trouble yet. They should have strong scaling with Armut's masterwork items as well as the more balanced team comp like we were saying.
Rift will also start a build by Elyoya, so that should be some extra gold going over to Mad Lions, even if they just dump it for a couple of plates. Things going well in general though across the Rift. Again, another even somewhat slower early game here is a lot of tactical trades, I feel like. Again, these junglers really leading these teams in different ways. It's not surprising to me that the first 2 kills were split between them.
Bot lane has rotated into the mid lane, and let's see what they can actually make of this. Suplex available for both of them.
Yep, Niski now trying to go back in, but it's by a 10 nails. Niski with the ulti, and that W is going to find its mark.
Just too quick of a play by EG. Niski stole the ultimate, wanted to suplex him back into his team, but Jojo just grabbed him first and threw him further up the lane, just gets exploded. Jojopu 1-0, got the emote spam going, flexing on set.
We talked about the mental advantage. Inspired hitting a fat XD in chat as well after that play too.
Oh no.
So definitely on the Rift, things are going really well for EG and even between the banter of the two teams.
I gotta say as well, Vulcan's gotten out of lane a surprising amount of time for a Yuumi in a Draven-Alistar matchup where you're supposed to be babysitting Sivir. I think this speaks again to the trouble Mad Lions bot lane has had. He wasn't needed there necessarily. The play had already gone in their favor, but that was going to end up being a 3-for-3 if it was a more extended sequence. And so EG have done a pretty good job of answering all this early bot side aggression.
Yeah, it just feels like aggression is coming through from Mad Lions. EG has to respond to it. And even now as well, Mad Lions have an aggressive tool with the Rift Herald. I'm looking at EG to see how are you going to respond to it again, because the clear strategy would be to go for the bot lane. It would to be get the Draven ahead, get some plating on him, but you can also see it from the movement around the map and the way the camps are lining up for Inspired. He is pathing down towards the bot side.
Amut here as well. Niski still has the ulti hijacked earlier. Jojo, though, kind of baiting him here, doing sit-ups in the middle of the lane. I will say, for how well the Victor went for Jojo last game, love to see flexibility from the young'un on this set. Looking really nice in this counter pick. Happy to give Silas of all champions away to Europe.
Inspired able to smite that blue buff away. Set obviously not needing it, giving a little bit of extra gold and experience over to his jungler. One of the nice advantages of resourceless mid laners. He has to be careful though. He's feeling himself, he's flexing a lot, but EG still have a lot of work to do to come out ahead in this game. We talk about the scaling, the Rift Herald coming through. Draven still has his stacks, so while they have not been able to convert yet, there is still that ticking time bomb portion of the Draven kit. It does not need to go instantly in your favor.
Now Drake has been spotted up. Inspired does have the ultimate if they want to turn Jojo's around, and Mad Lions might get pincered.
Oh, the suplex looking for Unforgiven. He had to flash forward, but Jojo still in the mix, getting a little bit low though, but another great face breaker gets his way out of there. Volky gets the kill. Heals up the set. Niski caught completely unawares, and EG as Jojo dives in, finds a beautiful team fight.
And that is just a dragon gifted right over to Evil Genius. Mad Lions, they start up the objective, and EG, they just pincer them down. Niski gets over aggressive. Jojo starts it all up with a great suplex, and Vulcan onto Yuumi keeps them all stabilized.
Inspire doesn't even land the initial ultimate onto Unforgiven, who is pincer between the bot lane and the jungle mid combination. He has a nice flash to avoid getting the suplex damage. He kites it out, but that has left the Kaiser alone to be focused down, and then Niski greeds out for the kill, but Seth at low HP is his comfort zone. The shield, the healing that can come in, keeps him alive, as well as Vulcan switching over to heal him up.
Nicely done, as also Kaori continuing to be the bearer of a lot of good news as far as gold goes. We said it. Looked very tricky to pick Sivir into the known Draven. Also with Yuumi, they're very weak bottom lane, but he's reaped all the benefits. 2-0-1, Kraken Slayer already done. The only mythic on the other side is the Frostfire Gauntlet there for Armwood. So gold heading in the right direction once again for EG, up 2,000.
Looking good though. Jojo Pune, the hope of NA, the young Zoomer. He was heralded as one of the best talents North America had ever seen this year. There's a controversy about who EG should select for their mid laner. People have been debating it quite a bit, and they went with the young gun in Jojo Pune. He's backing it up, showing he was the right choice thus far on the world stage.
That's inspired. That's so cute. The spellbook TP.
It's actually incredible. Question is, can they get the Herald?
They do, and actually they're going to keep going. Vulcan finds the first ulti up the book, and now Inspired finds the follow-up, but the damage isn't quite there. Kaori needs to get in range, but the Qs are going to keep on coming. Mad Lions get away there.
That is the most proactive jungler I have ever seen in my life on that Sejuani right there. Moving up towards the top side, you need to stabilize spot. I'm right down there. Inspired having a massive performance in this game as well on the Sejuani of all champions.
He has secretly been an incredible tank player for the side of EG. In their playoff run, had, I believe it was a 9-kill Sejuani game, soloing out late game 80 carries at 6 items. Huge fan of the Anathema's chains, which allows him to lock down targets and then solo them out himself with Sejuani's % HP damage.
Well, now Jojo, he's hitting the plate, he's gonna get it. Does ult Niski going now the other way because he has to run out from the situation he just finds himself in. He's literally dueling Niski between two towers.
Oh, ultimate does not connect, but the big thing for Jojo here actually that he's denying Niski so much CCs by doing this. Jojo picks up a plate by himself. Jojo's the one who pushed in the wave, and Niski's spending his time not last hitting minions, but trying to kill Jojo unsuccessfully.
And I have to call out the man who might have given EG the dark tech about set. Bwipo in the regular season had a game against Impact where he dumpstered the topside matchup. I believe it was like 6 kills at the first 10 minutes, turning 1v2s, 1v3s. EG might have taken a note during that game and said, hey, pretty good into melee matchups. Might save this one for a dark day. Against Mad Lions at Worlds, that's a dark day, I guess.
I mean, I'm feeling it like it's a dark day at the moment, but...
Maybe for you, I'm sorry, my friend.
Do not worry about it. We do enjoy the good League of Legends, and we do enjoy seeing how EG has actually piloted this so far, especially with the players who's been under so much flack. Even Vulcan on Enchanters have been good this game. His movement on the map has been super solid, and Kaori has been a position under so much, well, can you play Caitlyn? Can you be the carry we need? Can you be the Danny-style AD carry we're looking for? Well, he's playing a scaling AD carry right now.
And that's the thing I was going to say, especially in the last game with EG finding so many different flanks. I feel like they've read Mad Lions so well. Whether that's vision or just good intuition and good map play, it doesn't feel like Mad are necessarily doing that much wrong, but every time they go for something, Inspired especially is always in the right place as we have this Herald fight.
See if Mad Lions want to contest. Turn on to Armit.
Buffers out. Still has to flash, and Vulcan now going to follow up again. So much CC on this team, and the Tankeon's not going to live.
On the other side, though, Jojo single-handedly keeping them away from the objective. 4 Lions standing, and just 1 Boxer in the middle of it all, scaring them all away.
Love that play from EG. Love the call of the Boxer as well. Heyo, that was, I was about to say, it's not a back-breaking situation yet for Mad Lions. We talk about what's the goal deficit that you're okay piloting this comp from. I would say, you know, 2 to 3K at 15 is around the breaking point, and they haven't had, I would say, the back-breaking play quite yet. Still all turrets available for Mad Lions. They haven't lost one, but losing the Rift Herald right when they were moving up to contest meant that they committed the resources so they couldn't take the bot lane turret with Unforgiven or something during that time.
I'll break the back of those Lions then. You have a Rift Herald available for Inspired. You have control in terms of dictating the rotations currently as well. You're just one push away towards the bot lane right now where you get open the first turret, then the next one. Drake spawning in 10 seconds, so this is a beneficial fight for EG as well. Mad Lions are going to be losing a lot, so this is crucial for Mad Lions. You cannot back down now.
Gonna be tricky. GP already down to the bottom side. Kaiser gonna start off. That's a beautiful pole run. Finds him, and Jojo finds, I think, 3 off the stun. And oh my goodness, Kaiser just explodes to the Facebreaker. Inspired dashes away. Jojo, though, is finally fouled. But here comes Impact. Big barrel combo attempted with the flash aggressively in, but it does not connect. The Mad Lions might have got away with it, but Siva with the UV attack is going in. But there's the shutdown. Niski turns it around with Armor there, but Impact is still going. They have extra carries. Unforgiven forced to flush away as the Sejuani prison snipes out Unforgiven, and Alyoya and Kaiser the only 2 left, and Alyoya not long for this world.
EG get the delayed ace at the Dragon fight. Mad Lions kicked that one off, had an okay angle, but it was on the 2 beefy members of EG. They could survive through that initial burst, and even though it wasn't the cleanest fight, EG still walk away. Here, there's just so much tankiness for both Jojo and Inspired already this portion of the game. You also get this fat haymaker with just 500 true damage. Like I was saying, half ironically, there's a lot of true damage to deal with the beefiness. Here is the angle where I think it's over, but GP, I see what Impact wants. He wants the flash triple barrel chain to not get the 3rd barrel out there, and that led to that awkward situation.
No ulti, 1v2 Jojo, took out the tower, looking for Kaiser. There's the W, does a lot of damage, but now Niski's in there, finds the showstopper, but Jojo's ulti is cooling back off. He's just so menacing, and Niski's gonna find it. Jojo cannot get out of that one.
But it took 2 members, a teleport play as well, to make that work. I think the heads-up play is the fact that EG was not on the map yet. Had Inspired been on the bot side, when you send 4 members top, you would have lost so much on the bottom side against the Rift Herald. So Mad Lions, they make one play happen, but this is still EG's Rift right now.
Yeah, 5,500 gold lead in EG's pocket. Nice play by Mad Lions. It's going to take a lot more of plays like that to be able to turn this game around. The fact that they have not gotten the Draven popping off quite yet, still got shut down in that last fight. You're going to have to do it the hard way now. Side lane pickoffs, making plays like that happen.
And EG just been so on point from all fronts is this game. Like, quite often, between both teams really, we only highlight a couple players when they have the victories, and then there's another member who might have been a bit sloppy or something like that. But in this game from EG, they've all just been performing. I think it goes back as well to the side of Mad Lions. They've really struggled playing through their bot side this time around. They had all the tombs they needed for success, but they'd not found it.
Big Kaiser flank, yeah, this is not a bad angle, but now they're gonna spot him. Jojo in the front line, but again, relatively tanky. Pops the W, shield is off now. Armor with a decent ulti, but that's a great zoning ultimate out of Vulcan, ironically, as Kaiser now gonna be caught out of position in EG. They find the pick in the pincer.
Not enough gas in the tank for Mad Lions, and EG, they just split apart that fight so cleanly. You can see it, just Kari and Vulcan channeling the entire Mad Lions away with the Lost Chapter, and the rest of them are just, well, beating up the poor cow who tried to go on a flank.
Yeah, at this point, the front-to-back team fight for Mad Lions is not an angle they want to take. There's just so much damage in the front line of EG that they're willing to scrap this out. Armut versus Jojo Pune and Inspired. You can see that he's forced back. When the rest of the team tries to channel through this flank, that's when Kaiser wants the angle, but they just turn onto him, combo him down, while, like you said, Kauri and Vulcan keep the rest of Mad Lions away with the GP ult as well. Their coaching staff feeling good about that counter pick that they were willing to break out here in Game 2.
Jojo getting a little aggressive, luckily. Pele's around. EG in a position where they can play on 2 lanes, but Baron still not on the map.
Gotta get out. That's what I thought was gonna happen. Armut just channels the TP, knows what's up. Was getting wrapped around there by the rest of EG, who have taken over this Rift. Almost 7,000 gold ahead, and that number is not slowing down anytime soon. Kaiser.
No ultimate.
I don't know if it would have mattered, but yeah, no ulti, definitely dead.
I mean, the gap close pick potential for this EG team the speed-ups from Yuumi. Sivir didn't even need to pop her ult there, but again, they could have had that option. Inspire's long-range snipes with a Q ult combo.
What's so big as well about this is that you took away all the wards. You can only use pink wards to get aggressive now from the side of Mad Lions, and that means EG, they can just get aggressive on the Baron. Impact still has to teleport, so he can get aggressive on the bot side, TP up, and now Mad Lions, they have to forfeit the bot wave. They can only move into this Baron.
We'll see how they want to do this one. Jojo Pyun has ult and can always just rip Elyoya away from the Baron for an uncontested smite. Mad Lions will probably have to take the fight if they want to stop this.
Jojo trying to intercept Ahmed, I think. No, he's going to get stunned up instead. He's still got the Yuumi attached, but Jojo is just so strong. The front line will not be stopped. But actually a snipe on the other side onto Kaori, who's trying to play 1v2, but Impact, the team fight is peeled for him, and Jojo has done the dive with the rest of the squad. Still alive, and that wallet is starting to feel a touch too heavy for Mad Lions. That's a great knockup, but that's a double kill for Impact.
Delayed ace. Kaiser came back alive during that fight. Again! But EG are smurfing this game. 17-4 in kills, 10,000 gold up, a 21-minute Baron about to go in their favor, looking to go up 2-0 in the series.
EG, they're just playing this so clean, and I really wish I could give some credit to Mad Lions in this game, but I can't. EG has fully outmaneuvered them. EG has fully had their number in every single part of the lane. And it comes down to the point where it's a 5 versus 4. They're looking to just get some team fight going for them. But EG immediately turn off the Baron and start hunting down members of Mad Lions.
A 761 true damage haymaker to the face of Elyoya forces him out of the fight right away. It means that there's no one helping Niski on the backside of the fight. He was 2v1 there, trying his hardest, but everyone else was getting destroyed by the Bash brothers of Jojo Pyun and Inspire. They ran the regular season of North America. They had some struggles in the postseason, but these two guys still on form.
Nice thumbs up there for Jojo. Knows the game is going well. As predicted, the Banter floodgates opened after game 1, and I'm sure they'll be back after this one. This Red Bull Baron power play might not be that big, but that's because EG are so far ahead at this point that there's not many steps left in this game.
No, they're grabbing the Dragon. They're giving the turret bounty over to Niski in a second here, but they're going to be trying to break the bot inhibitor during that time. I gotta say, EG getting the better. You talk about having the game plan downloaded for Mad Lions. I'd also say even in draft, the red side counterpick of Rumble did almost nothing in that first game into Impact. This time, EG showing the power of a properly utilized counterpick in the mid lane, shutting Niski's first pick Sylas down. Even going forward in the series now, it's a question of, do you have to start banning Set? Can we no longer first pick Sylas? This has been a huge wrench in the game plan.
No, I still really believe that Mad Lions draft was one that was easy to play in the early game, so even more credit to evil geniuses who completely shut it down, found their own way back into the game, and despite the damage profile being so mixed, yes, you still, not so mixed, yes, you still have the true damage from Set. It just does not matter in the game when EG is so far ahead of the curve and they're just completely stomping them.
Luton's Yuumi is doing work, by the way. Falcon has been sniping Unforgiven for the last minute or so in this siege. Yeah, Niski got 2 towers, has to come back though again. They're literally just tanking 2 Nexus towers, EG! You can't be doing this on the world stage to your opponents. So Yuumi does go down as Unforgiven gets 1 back, but the Bash Bros are back in form as Armut will be slain, and everyone else still left alive as EG look to end this game.
3v4 defense. Vulcan did die in that. No one to keep people healed up. Jojo Pyun
gets helped by Kaiser as well in terms of pushing the Haymaker forward.
Unforgiven is going to try and find his way out, but Kaori now going to put the finishing touches of EG's game. 2-0 now up on the Lions.
Welcome to Evil Genius's Rift. Currently score 2-0, led by NA. Not won a single series against EU since 2019, but EG, they're looking to make it a fast one today.
There had not even been a game by a North American team versus a European team in best of 5s at Worlds or MSI. Now EG are on the verge of their very own sweep. Only one more game to go. We'll see if I cast or cursed it.
Continue, keep it going.
They look unstoppable. There's no way Mad Lions find a way back into this series.
It's been fun. I mean, thinking about the Set Sylas interaction as well, because the other thing is like, oh, maybe you just give it up. Sylas is very powerful. He's been banned a lot. Jojo also plays it.
He first picked it as well in one of his games.
So if Niski doesn't have a similar answer, Jojo's like, sure, I'll yoink that champion. It's still pretty good.
For sure. In terms of reads on the players, right, I think that EG has been doing a phenomenal job, even knowing what they can first pick as well and not expecting an answer into it. I think the Aatrix was one of them. I think Maokai is one of the power picks as well that EG have in their arsenal. Mad Lions doesn't play these champions. Well, they do play the Aatrox, but they'll have it banned against them all the time. So it's so difficult for them. We've seen them on the red side. We've seen them on the blue side. And every time, it's just been EG that comes ahead once you hit the Rift.
Yeah, especially the Draven pick, which Unforgiven has used twice now. Neither time finding a foothold in the lane phase makes it feel like this is one of those times where for Mad Lions coaching staff, you kind of crumple up the game plan. It was a nice one, didn't work out now. You've tried it twice. You need to just totally switch your playstyle and find something else to work in the bot lane.
100%.
So we're not quite there yet. So I have to ask, given that EG are on the precipice of potentially sweeping this series, I hope we have more games to go. You know what? Maybe we'll ask them ourselves. I want to know who the best live vlogger is, because Trevor might be coming up as EG have taken a commanding 2-0 lead in the series. So let's send it back over to the State Farm analyst desk.
Nope. Nope. Don't like this. Don't like this. Don't like this. I have two emotional support tippers with me. And if you didn't quite catch that joke that Pastry Time was setting up, if Mad Lions lose the series, I will be carrying that atrociously ugly bird all the way to New York. Bird. The last time Mad was in play-ins, they got shit on by Turkey. I'm the best Turkish player. That's a tweet from Kaori. That is one of the stakes at hand here. And I do have a lot to talk about as we are going to move on. Evil Geniuses are 2-0 up over the Mad Lions. We're going to start by looking at this draft. And Chronicle, I'm going to come to you first because I'm asked in the first game, do you think Mad Lions are trying to play around the bottom lane? Could that be a thing? And it hasn't worked.
Yeah. Oh, I'm glad Raz is getting a little bit of support. I wholeheartedly agree. These Draven picks are just not working out when the Yuumi and Sivir lane not only gets out unscathed, but actually is able to pick up a lead. Surely with jungle attention and mid also going the way of EG, but like even then, I think it's a toughie.
Yeah, definitely the case. Is your mic working there, Raz?
Got it working now.
We're
Got
good.
it working now. So, yeah, looking at the draft, I think the struggle usually does start with mid jungle because early picking Sylas has been really the focus of the series. I think Evil Geniuses understood that, and it actually ended up turning into a quadruple melee composition. So GP was fantastic.
Yeah.
The set, especially in lane and the skirmishes around it, was amazing.
Yeah.
And so you really can't capitalize off of the Draven lane as the game goes on, just of how much control EG ends up getting through the mid lane.
I absolutely loved how the Shoutcaster set it up as well, basically daring this bottom lane. We don't think you can carry. We're going to lock the Sivir into it. And it didn't. I have some stats to highlight this for you as well. Kaori versus Unforgiven. 11-3-18 for Kaori, 5-6-3. Look at the kill participation, the goal difference, the CSD, and the K+. Every single category against a Draven, Kaori's coming out on top.
And that's why I'd argue just pick up an MF, pick something that you can just leave alone that will always have value no matter the game state, because trying to play through this bot side, as you already pointed out, I think Niski right now is not being able to actually match JoJo whatsoever. And then everything falls down, as we have talked about a lot, to Elyoya, and he's really trying, but by himself, there's just too much fires to put it on the map.
Talking about falling down, how about a suplex showstopper? Because JoJo Pyun set an every second counts record, thanks to the Reliable Sister Network. And Raz, look at this play, and frankly, Yuumi just makes me happy for Evil Geniuses.
That's one way to put it. Yes. One thing you didn't end up seeing there, or maybe it was in the peripheral, was the flash from Unforgiven. He needed to get out of that one right from the get-go. And so what ended up happening was, because of that, Alistar is just outright open, right for the picking. Really well done from the set to be able to just segment that fight and make it easier for Evil Geniuses.
And it's the combination of Yuumi plus, I think, JoJo having a really good angle. Combined.
Nice footwear. Nice footwear.
I love it. Combined with
there needs to be a
set
second
as
hat.
well.
Sorry, there needs to be a second hat because they're 2-0 up, right? So we need to have something to indicate scoreline in these Eagles. Please continue, Chronicle.
No, I mean, if you want to talk about JoJo's hat,
well, after game, how about you talk about one more JoJo replay before we end the segment and get ready for picks for pre-game on Game 3?
That sounds good, because JoJo to me was the focal point of this specific match, and this is initially it looks like maybe it's okay because you're fighting a man up, but the core issue is you're throwing everything into two tanks, and then the tanks. Well, one of them eventually goes down. Inspire doesn't, and even though the execution on the subsequent fighter of EG is a little, could be better, that could have backfired, but because so many cooldowns have already been blown trying to take down Inspired and JoJo, it just ends up going the way of EG anyway.
Yeah, 100%. Just hard forcing in that choke versus a set who just destroyed the Alistar instantly. Yeah. that was not an easy fight. So.
My word, look at that. 24.5 minutes. 24 minutes, 10 seconds is the win. After 10 minutes of laning, it just blows up. I'm going to get one last comment from each of you as we go to an ad break, and we come back for what is match point, series point, for the first time in history.
Yeah.
Evil Geniuses is the team picking up wins against EU at BO5s at Worlds.
It's there's too many fires, I think. We need to see a complete pivot here from Mad Lions, because if you get a scaling draft like EG did there and you snowball that hard, it's not a good sign.
You wanted an indicator on that hat of JoJo? I feel like it's already there. First game, Joe. Second game, JoJo. By the end of this next one.
Joe.
Boom.
That's how it goes. It's match point for Evil Geniuses. Will they make history and 3-0 the Mad Lions? It certainly feels that way. We'll find out after the break.
Kind of reminds me of Mojo Jojo.
Mojo Jojo.
Mojo Jojo.
Yeah, I prefer Star Platinum. And, Welcome back. The players on your screen, Evil Geniuses, are up 2-0 against the Mad Lions. The Mad Lions are on the verge of being eliminated from play-ins again. They have selected red side for game number 3. There are no substitutes coming into this game. And I want to build on one of the stories we talked about in Countdown. 2 of the players, 2 of the lanes on each side that we believe are going to have a huge influence on the series, and it has been proven already. First of all, Nisqy versus Jojo. You can see the Mad Lions taking to their seats, so they are getting ready for picks and bans. But as we pull up the stats for these 2 respective players, Raz, I want to come to you and ask you how you believe Nisqy's going to be able to bounce back. This is a game where Mad Lions have to perform. They have to find a way to contain Jojo, and 2 silences haven't been it.
Yeah, they have to change up the pick. And I think going for something more counter-oriented would be really smart. Jojo Pyun has a large pool that he's willing to dip into, and I think what would really help Mad Lions is changing the flow and actually giving counter pick to Nisqy.
What I'm happy to see was that, as we saw there, Mad Lions actually selecting the red side here. You need to just completely throw the current plan out the window and try something entirely different. You can't keep trying to make this work because it's very clear that with a straight-up draft, I just don't see it working. You need a very specific strategy to try and catch EG off guard, because otherwise, I think we're looking at a 3-0 here, which is kind of baffling to me.
It feels that way. I definitely think that first 25 minutes of gameplay from Mad Lions showed if they have a draft that can work, it can maybe work out. Admittedly, I don't think we loved EG's draft. Do we have those highlights ready for Jojo Pyun? Not just yet. So while we're waiting for that one, we will move on and we'll talk a little bit about Yoya versus Inspired. Let's talk about the junglers before we come back to the playmaker. And I think these were the 2 players that we really wanted to focus in at the beginning of the day. Both of them, the tip of the spear. Yoya still needs to find that impact in the mid-game, but he's finding it early.
Yeah, Yoya's issue to me is just that he has a limited amount of attention and hands, right?
Yep.
Like this man, in both games, extremely active early on, but it just doesn't really lead to that much.
100%. I mean, when you look at the early portions of the game, like the pick on Jojo Pyun in game 1, while the enemy team is doing Rip Herald, I felt like that was a great example in which he is trying to make an impact early. Oh, also that gank early in the game 2 towards the top side of the map. So he's trying his hardest. It's just the game state around him that's making it difficult. So I think they just need to really focus on this next draft, get it set up for Yoya to be able to carry in the mid game.
I have to tell you, by the way, that Evil Geniuses won game 2 so quickly that we've had to rush to complete our replays. It's just coming out of order. So that is how impressive EG are playing. I am going to go back now to just a bit of a highlight reel here, as I believe this is going to be them focusing on Jojo Pyun's performances.
Yeah. And that, to me, is completely justifiable. I actually really like what Rez was saying, which is, in combination to them now being red side, just try to get counter pick on every single lane, just so you have prio, just so Yoya rather can actually play the game.
Yeah, counter pick hasn't been working for bot side. I think that should essentially go.
Yeah, for the solo lanes.
Exactly. Just throughout the regular, or at least these play-ins, we've seen counter pick being given to Kaiser pretty regularly. I think they should just move away from that, try and blind it early, and give counter pick to both solo lanes. I think that's their best shot here.
Now, of course, let's keep our eyes on Yoya. Chronic, I'm coming back to you. Talk to me about these early game plays that he's managed to find 2 games in a row, and more importantly, what you want to see next out of him in order to give us a game 4.
Well, I don't think Yoya needs to do more. I think he's been trying his darndest. And that's the issue. Like, if you are able to get these early leads very early on, and it just doesn't lead to any advantages in terms of lane, then that's a problem that I don't think he can solve by himself.
Yeah, and this is the play that I was talking about. What's really great from Mad Lions. Now, of course, like just trying to make the best with what they've got, and that's what I enjoy. One thing that I'd really like to see, if we're in an even state, much like this game 1 was, it was Mad Lions getting caught off guard at flanks. That was the story of that game for me. They got caught off guard when they were trying to fight for 3rd Drake. That one was really tricky, and that ended up catching Nisqy multiple times throughout that game. So that's one thing that I would like to see. This was another one. They were picking on Nisqy a lot too.
Yeah, and the core issue for me is that when Inspired is able to give one of his laners a lead, that then leads to Jojo actually carrying the game.
Yeah.
But for Yoya, those results just hasn't seemed to actually come through.
Yeah, and a small thing too is that Nisqy, or at least Jojo, is really willing to give up waves for a push.
Oh yeah.
So that one time where he didn't end up getting an assist when he was looking for bot lane just to see if he can make a play happen, he gave up a full wave. That is what he's willing to do to make the play worthwhile for Evil Geniuses.
Rez, I'm looking for a little bit of hopium here. Do Evil Geniuses as a team get over Eager, get over Ansi, get 2 hyphy, full send it, and put themselves in trouble?
That's just who they are.
Okay, well, I'm going to ask for a camera. If I can get production to give me a camera back, that will come in just a moment. I want to look for some hopium, so you can hold on to that.
Okay.
I want everyone who's a European fan, an LEC fan, to remember that Inspired was 2-0 up against Aljoya just a year and a half ago. Rogue were the team he was playing for. Do you know how that series ended? Aljoya and the Mad Lions reverse swept Rogue. There's your hopium dealt with. I do, however, have to say, I'm going to update my prediction. My prediction is going to be...
What are you doing?
Evil Geniuses 3-0. And how I know this for sure...
I'm the flip-flopper.
It starts with success.
Hey!
Success
Stop it!
for NA.
Get him out of it! Get him out of here! I'm glad he did it, because I was going to start with that as well as we came back to us here. Now Trevor's done it for us. He's handled the curse of EG.
Yeah, well, that was most certainly something. We all experienced that. Take it in. We're feeling good.
Not the first time Trevor has surprised us at Worlds.
Oh, no. It's not going to be the last time either.
Okay, so I have to update people on the lobby chat. I've been doing this on and off, and it starts a little bit broader, where Jojo Pune, if you have not been following Champions Queue, has literally tilted everyone. Himself, his other teammates, his opponents. He is one of the most obnoxious people, in a positive way, I would say, in League. Sure. And he has been spamming what he thinks Niski's championship pool should be in chat. It's all these supportive mid laners, Vex, Galio, Swain, Talia, yeah. And he's been spamming it so much that even Impact is like, dude, stop. He's saying it in chat. Jojo, stop spamming. The rest of the guys are having fun little banter, and Jojo Pune is just spamming Niski's champion pool. And Mad Lions admitted that some of them have been arguing about if they should mute him or not.
Well, let's see if that's actually going to be enough muting Jojo. I know that DFM, first time they played against EG, the one that Yaharong won in the mid lane was the one where he never responded to Jojo.
That's the secret.
You lose. It's like gambling. You lose if you play.
That's a good little lesson right there from Goldborg. So, the other thing we have to talk about now is Mad Lions go back to red side. Lost game 1 on red side, lost game 2 on blue side, and that set counter pick into the blind pick, Silas, felt devastating. I think Mad Lions recognize that they are in deep trouble in this series right now. And red side does give you the opportunity to get really advantageous solo lane matchups, and I think they just want to try to dominate this game from level 1 onwards. It has not been a series that has... It was a little close in game 1, but EG won most of the mid to late game fights in that series. They dominated game 2, and I think, yeah, this is what they're going to do. A lot of really early aggro picks.
Ooh, oh, there you have it. I actually expected a Trundle to come through with the Sejuani into it, but no, you're right. They're just going to take it straight into what Aljoya can keep it pressure up with instead. Now, the thing just tanky resistant, keeping scaling going, seeing that they're already very low range is something you can take into account as EG. But you can also say, well, you haven't picked Silas yet. I can take it now. It used to be the one that Jojo wanted to play.
We'll see if he goes for it. I think Aljoya's had enough of this supporting his team gameplay crap. He had Vi in game 1, the Trundle game 2. He wants the hard carry in the Graves performance, but already EG going full defensive mode, more tanky meatballs.
Yeah, but you could also play this one aggressive. Kind of feel your blue team EG is drafting for themselves here, but with the Severin on the Aphelios, you can stack the Braum passive really quickly. Having the slow on Kalista is actually really valuable as well. And knowing that Kalista quite often wants to play with an Engager, having that Braum is going to be really good, but also having the Kalista, seeing the Renata open, this is a pick that allows you to get so aggressive that you can die, still keep the Rend available, and then afterwards finding the execute.
Yeah, another aggressive 2v2 here for the Mad Lions. We'll see how it shakes out this time. EG have done a generally good job of kind of playing good defense and making sure things don't get out of hand, as Impact's going to lose his GP here.
GP taken out was very impactful in that game. I never mean to do it, actually. It always happens. It's a crutch word of mine, and it's unfortunate that a player has that name. But GP, not something that you often see banned in the meta, and it speaks to the fact that it allows Impact to play weak side scale up. He actually topped the game in damage charge quietly, as much as we talked about set and all that playmaking. The GP was kind of that insurance policy that game, and they say, all right, we want to make top lane more interesting. Armut actually said that in chat. He said, I will make top lane more interesting this time, Impact. So I think they want to go for a more skill-intensive matchup. We'll see if they end up counterpicking. It will probably be Niski taking the blind.
One more ban first for EG though.
Yeah, but is it really actually in this situation? Because how bot lane has, how top lane has been going, it's not really like the counter matchup has amounted to much, right? First one, it was the rumble into it, and it was still a weak side. It wasn't really a lane that was played for. It's when Armored isn't on the Nah, it's really difficult for them to take charge and actually have a solid lane to play through. They still do it, like you saw in Yawn earlier, but it's not the one that's going to give you the extra oomph, the game lead, the spear that your team needs to play for.
No respect given over to the mid laner. Just go ahead, ban 2 more top laners. Things Armut has played already this tournament. See how far you can push him down. To Mark's point, it does look like a blind here for Niski. We'll see what champion he does want to settle on.
Yeah, I mean, once again, I think if you know that you're going to be having a weak side on the top side, I'm down for Armut just blind picking whatever that's still available for himself. But no, it is going to be Niski with the Victor as well coming through, kind of saying, well, if you want to play the Silas, I have the Victor matchup into you, and I'm going to be happy about that.
We'll see if Jojo wants to play that again. Got slapped down by Humanoid, but Humanoid also has 27 CSD at 15. He's kind of a monster in lane. Jojo not taking that.
This was open.
LeBlanc left open. They banned out one assassin. Still going to be able to find that one.
And it's going to be curious to see how it's going to be piloted from the Mad Lions side, because a lot of it right now, it's about fighting that pressure to play around Elyoya. But the side over from EG, they're built around soaking pressure. From the bot lane to mid lane as well, who's actually able to contest you, having the CC in the early game, to the point where if this is a jungler for Inspired, you have a super solid tank in the top lane that you don't have to worry too much about.
We'll see if he locks in the Lee Sin. The Flex Sejuani comes through. Smart. And they're able to get LeBlanc Lee Sin for the 2v2 mid combo to try and bully this Victor out.
And here's the thing then. Here's the last pick we saved for R5 on Mad Lions. Here's that extra one that needs to hammer it home in terms of putting Armored in a beneficial position. Because if you don't, well, all of a sudden, we have what you said here. You left mid lane out, you blind pick the Victor, you have LeBlanc and Lee Sin to come through to challenge it, and it looks like Armored is going to go on that Gwen to try and be a menace in a side lane later, but potentially also in team fight if he gets ahead of the curve.
Second most played in summer overall. He had 7 Gnar games, 6 Gwen games. This is the angle that they need for him to generate some pressure, punish EG for flexing the Sejuani up into the top side, taking that tank melee matchup into Gwen. If you can do that, then maybe Niski feels better about blinding the Victor and getting this kind of double counter pick essentially that has come in with the LeBlanc Lee Sin. Also for Mad Lions, bot lane want to see them step up. They have had the aggressive matchup. All 3 lanes have not really found advantages despite that fact.
Yeah, and in terms of proactivity, this is what you want to see the early game proactivity come through from Mad Lions, right? You have a Kalista. That just speaks to playing through the bot lane. You have the Graves as well. That just speaks to like power clearing the camps. Lee Sin does not have the faster clear. Graves is going to be ahead of the curve in terms of tempo. So in terms of resources in gold and experience that Elyoya is going to be good getting for himself, it's going to be better than Inspired. But what Inspired has at the same time in other lanes to play for, right? You have the Braum, if you find a Q1 towards the Kalista, should just go down. And you have the 2v2 in the mid lane that we've already talked about.
All right, well, this could be our final game of this series. EG looking to complete the tradition of EU and NA International BO5s being sweeps. NA has not won one of these yet. This is the 3rd time around. We'll see if Mad Lions have an answer here. Would love to see more games. But Evil Geniuses feel like they're starting to build momentum, especially off the back of that 2nd game here. Reminder, though, Jojipun's LeBlanc has shown up already fairly recently in the tournament. Did not win that game against Detonation Focus Me despite how well he played.
Mad Lions looking to repeat that result. They have to win 3 in a row now, complete the reverse sweep to stay alive here and get into the group stage of Worlds, as well as avoid the dubious honor of being the 2nd time that Mad Lions is the only major region team to not advance from play-ins.
And that's almost the worst part, right? But of course, getting to Worlds also feeling pretty good, yeah?
Yeah.
But EG, I mean, let's be real, definitely see him like the teams who's deserving it the most at the moment. But of course, it is the best of 5 series. There is loads of time for Mad Lions to find a reverse sweep, and Trevor, high on copium, even talking about how Inspired has been reverse swept before in a best of 5 situation.
Well, you know what might help, Trevor? Some free digital goods, gamers. Remember to link your Amazon Prime account, and you can go ahead and receive some free in-game content. I got many lovely tweets yesterday, so if you could do Guldborg the honor of adding him on Twitter and saying, hey buddy, don't forget to pick up your digital goods.
Oh my god, what have you just set me out to do?
Yeah, it's gonna be great, don't worry, you'll love it.
He's trying to help you out because right now EU has not given you any gifts.
Jesus Christ.
Well, I'm just saying.
I'm seeing loads of gifts. Have you not seen Inspired? That's our MVP.
That's
right
my
there.
MVP. Your MVP? I made this.
Yeah, exactly.
So Mad Lions comp, I feel like even with the Victor in the mid lane, do have some pressure to make things happen early game. They are very, very fragile as a composition. No true tanks. Gwen maybe the best frontliner just based off the immunity, but realistically, you know, there's not that much sturdiness in the composition. EG's bot lane want to play more reactive. Topside want to play more reactive. It's only the mid jungle that they want to target and set that Victor behind.
Yeah, and I think as well, in terms of a game plan that you currently have, as a Graves, as we already talked about, you clear fast. You want to get into the enemy jungle to abuse the fact that you have a faster clear. The problem that Elyoya has for himself right now is the fact that they have no aggressive wards in terms of tracking Inspired. They actually have no idea knowing where he is. So had he started topside and made his way down towards the bot side, now Elyoya could look for an invade. But because Inspired started on the bot side, moved his way up towards the top side, and now Elyoya is on the bot side instead, there's no real way of capitalizing on having this jungle matchup as of right now, at least.
We'll have to see. We see ping going down into the top river tri-brush. Inspired skipped blue buff, wants to come at this awkward timing window here. Armut extended in the lane, has Ghost, no flash.
Not quite level 3 though for Impact, but might be relatively close. Now dings it. That's going to be the call for Inspired to join up. It's no flash, it's Ghost only. Armut going to pop up, but Impact already on there. Needs a one more auto. That's going to be the stun. Lines it up. Inspired knocks it down. It's first blood again, this time to the EG jungler.
Great stuff from Inspired. He even skips the camps to start out with the red buff Raptors into the Gromp, and now goes back to clear the blue buff. So he's ahead of the tempo in a position where Armut is just not expecting there to be a jungler.
It's really important for Mad Lions too to try and keep pressure up in the side lanes.
No way.
Ooh, not going to have the W up. Niski has flash still.
And does have teleport as well. So remember, there's a TP advantage currently. So the HP that Jojo has burned, Niski's going to recall now. He's going to come back with the refillable. He's probably going to come back, unless Jojo wants to really get on the tower here and see if he can stop it. But Niski's going to come back with the Doran's Ring and more refillable still. Really smart pathing by Inspired here. Once again, realizing the ward has been dropped, goes up towards the tri-push and finds the play.
I was going about how they have side lane pressure for both side lanes for Mad Lions. That's critical for the Graves because you don't really have great gank setup in any of your lanes, except maybe bot lane if Renata can land the handshake. So what you really want to do is play with pressure in your side lanes to allow Graves to find these kinds of invades into the jungle. But if Inspire can disrupt the pressure that the bot lane and top lane have, that will also kind of hamper Elyoya, who is an incredible carry jungler, power farming, getting himself fed in games, but this is another way to kind of attack that game plan. I was talking about the mid-jungle combo, but this is kind of plan B.
Exactly, this is what we want to track in this game, specifically through the two junglers. How far ahead can Elyoya get individually, and how much can Inspired get done for his team while he's fighting against a Graves that's just going to be faster than him. So far, Inspired's already back. Elyoya's still on the map, have not resets yet a single time, and they're still quite even, and of course First Blood going over to Inspired. That's a win for EG in the early game.
Elyoya does finally go back though, spend some of that money, as looks like bottom lane has also recalled here for Mad. Kaori actually 10 CS ahead in that 2v2, interestingly. Not quite sure how we got there, but going to go back now and spend their money.
Stay the extra wave, and it's a pretty massive collapse as
Jojo flashes, misses chain, and that's just a flash down. That's worth it from Mad Lions.
All right, first little win of the game for Mad Lions, favor relieving some of that mid lane pressure. Oh, come on, they were doing better in game one. That was a very, very close game. You have to remember, game one involved a flash smite steal from Inspired. That game felt like it could have gone either way. EG did start pulling ahead at the end, but game two was the only one that was really a runaway. So maybe Mad Lions a little bit closer in the series than it might feel at first.
Vulcan dashes over, does have the W if he wants to jump to Inspired afterwards. They get the intel that Drake has been started. Niski is on a reset timer in the mid lane, so is Jojo. So it looks like the Drake is just going to be disengaged by both teams as top laners have a very close brawl up here.
Impact does have Ignite. He's actually relatively close to 6 as well. Don't think there's an angle, but you never know. Good little cue there from Kaiser. Handshakes Vulcan back down towards Unforgiven, but things are settling down. Unforgiven even CS back up, so it must have just been a wave thing. I pointed out earlier.
Impact did stop a recall on Arm. It doesn't have enough. Oh, here we go.
Flash, slow, Q, solo, easy bolo there for Inspired.
Oh, Impact and Inspire comboing together, making Armut pay in the top side. This last pick, Gwen, we talked about it wanting to punish the melee tank of Impact, not happening so far.
And Impact in all chat, he did promise Armut he was going to make that top lane more exciting. So far, it's very exciting for EG. Armut, not sure how fun he's having it right now.
No, I was thinking that... Oh, Chain will finish completing, but under turret safely. I was thinking that Impact didn't have enough mana in that situation to really threaten the dive himself, but stopping the recall was huge. It allowed Inspired to make it up there. Inspired at 2-0 also critically the one getting the kills, making it easier to spread that gold advantage around. A 1,000 gold lead now for EG.
And the question really is, when does Mad Lion want to start the attack there they potentially have, want to get aggressive? Because so far it looks like game one where it's not really coming and it's going to be about them finding objectives here and there, see what they can get on the map, because they don't really have an immediate form of engage. If you start off the objective yourself, you will have the hostile takeover to kind of put on your opponent when they walk into you. But outside of that, it's actually very difficult for Mad Lions to fight a fight out of nowhere.
I feel bad for Nisqy as well, getting kind of like we talked about that double counter pick, but he has done a great job surviving this lane phase thus far.
Impact, what a roam! That's gonna be the kill in mid lane, and Jojo Pune capitalizes.
You had to say that, right? You just had to say that.
Man, I can't not say it. I got to get one for the boys. No, I was just saying, I legitimately felt bad for Nisqy because he had been playing this so well, and this topside matchup, which should not really have pressure, able to make roams down the mid lane. Impact is so good about snowballing his leads with his team.
And we see this so many times, like specifically with top laners. Sometimes you can get a beneficial back, you can get deep wards, but Impact just decides to use his downtime, move into the mid lane, and then move up towards the top side afterwards, where the wave he crashed has now slow pushed back into him, and he's not losing a single thing by making this play.
No, still up about 10 CS for that one. Getting the first kill onto Nisqy. Nisqy does still have his flash, so it might not be chained as easily. Mad trying to make them pay for burning the ultimate on Sejuani. Not available if they want to take this 3v3 topside. Both bot lane still just hovering bot. Looks like EG are going to sack this one. Inspired might go for a tricky Q, smite steal W out.
Jojo going to poke in here as well. They know the enemy bot lane is still there. Algolia, though, does successfully finish the Herald. Fade's called pop. Vulcan, the target, hand shook back. Bounces back to carry, though, and should be okay for now. But Vulcan, a lot of spears there. The Ren pulled out. But Kaiser now going to get turned back around. Cowie knows the coast is clear, but isn't that clear? Unforgiven jumping back in. Exhaust is there. Great Winter's Bite there for Vulcan. Needs to slow things down, but Unforgiven still chasing.
E-slow, Q coming up.
Not enough spears, but the Q is there. The damage isn't enough as Nisqy solos out Jojo.
At least on the other side they get one, but signs of lives as well from the Mad Lions bot lane. They're so close to picking it up, and I actually think Unforgiven took a step back, too afraid to take the all-in into the chakram guns coming through from the Aphelios, and that just allowed Kaori to get away from the engage.
Mad Lions, like you said, though, finding the Rift Herald, finding the solo kill in mid lane on Jojo. Still have pressure on the tail end of that play. Like you said, not able to actually get one last auto onto Kaori. But with that pressure, able to grab some turret plates, and finally, Unforgiven and Kaiser having the aggressive picks, finding a kill. This just looks like Jojo,
he's flexing.
Yeah. Oh, does not get the full extension of that W either. Tries to go back, but finds Armut.
I mean, you take the good and the bad with Jojo here, trying to make something happen. Does get caught out. I said solo kill, very wrong about that one. Happening in the middle of 3 people.
It's an isolated death, but not really a solo kill, being gifted over to Nisqy afterwards. And
yeah, that's
did we? Yeah, unfortunately.
The eyes bugging out of his head there. Artemis surprised what his mid laner chose to do on that one. Still EG, 1,000 gold lead, but once this Rift Herald gets a crash down, most likely in bot lane is where I would expect to see Mad Lions try and snowball. Might be able to grab a foothold into this game and in this series.
That's a potential. I could also see Mad Lions be the kind of team that want to just get it in the mid lane, get Nisqy more gold into this specific matchup. Now, bot lane is the name of the game right now. You can see both junglers are down here. Vulcan gets a bit aggressive against Kaiser, and Jojo Pun's also around the area.
Yeah, but Aldoya going to be the first to strike. Inspired down here as well, though. Again, has that early gold, so it's pretty strong, but play's going to dissipate.
Vulcan, nice job forcing Kaiser up into the river into Jojo's waiting arms. Elyoya wanted to cover, but still got the flash out. Jojo should have W, should be fine. Just getting some chug and denying a couple creeps the shorter path available. Mad Lions cover that play, do lose flash on Kaiser. I was gonna say the scary thing for EG's bot lane was when Unforgiven's ultimate came back up, then you can just kind of yeet the Renata in there, but losing that flash means it's a lot more dangerous for him if you use that aggressively.
And I really thought that there was a window there. They could have used it in mid lane with the Rift Help from Mad Lions. Then I looked top lane and I saw Impact just proxying and having leeway into the mid lane immediately. The fact that Impact can just do this every single time to pressure Nisqy means that they can't play through this Victor as they would have liked to into the LeBlanc matchup.
He is asking himself, is it singed? It's not, but he's, you know, channeling some of the energy there between the two towers.
Most certainly.
Little dirty farming there on top side. Drake is up and available. Inspired finds the Q. Jojo under fire. Elyoya gonna get kicked back in. Very nice alley-oop, and Elyoya is gonna die to Jojo as Impact now in mid lane. Gonna get rendered, but not enough damage. And Unforgiven, are you too far forward? Vulcan tries to make the play. The hostile takeover, though, absolutely wild out of Kaiser, and Unforgiven is gonna find the Cowrie with the turnaround of all turnarounds. Inspired is just too strong.
What a massive Aphelios ultimate that comes down for Cowrie there before he finally goes down. Look good from Mad Lions bot lane in the beginning. Great side steps from Unforgiven on the ultimate as well that came out from Vulcan. Hostile takeover even better, but it's the turnaround of that play where EG strikes back.
The substitute bot laner for EG showing no fear. We've been talking about top lane, jungle, mid lane. He says, don't forget about me. Absolutely massive blue gun ult to save this fight. It starts well for EG. Nice flash ult pickoff. They blow him up. Impact's a little bit too far forward. And then instead of just kind of backing out of this team fight, they really want to turn this one and punish Unforgiven, but the nice sidestep there, denying the knockup, allows him to keep getting this damage out. Also, Nisqy dropping a ton of damage himself, but then here goes Cowrie. Q ult, as well as getting the spray of the gun onto all four members.
And a big problem here is that the bailout from Kaiser actually went on towards Nisqy, so it didn't allow Unforgiven to keep an extended team fight on the Kalista instead, and, well, this is a face that says 1,000 words.
I appreciate the Artemis cam. The angle is very squarely pointed at the most
optimist and a
face.
pessimist between the two coaches. Peter's just kind of sitting like, oh, I don't know about that. And then, well, very happy on the other side.
I mean, it is a very scrappy game. Signs of life, like we said a couple times for Mad Lions here. That skirmish going in the favor of EG. I'm not sure where the crash went down. Looks like mid lane. I'm going to assume.
It was mid lane.
Okay, was able to get some more gold funneled onto Nisqy. Currently, 4,500 gold. Him, Elyoya, Armut, all around the same amount. Richest in the game, though, belonging to Inspired and Impact and Cowrie, all above 5K.
I'm curious to see when they want to get more aggressive. For now, plays are still active. 30 seconds, 20 seconds till they fall, so they want to utilize this at most from inside of EG before they start looking at any other objectives, like the Ocean Soul that could be up for grabs. Having a lot of members on the bot side, which then requires Inspired to walk into the mid lane, or not Inspired, actually, Impact to walk into the mid lane, while they've had Jojo on the top side.
No TP either for Armut, so I think this Drake should be EG's if they want to start it.
Yeah, having a Jojo match with the TP on top side means that they do have that advantage where Armut cannot come in. Impact just came up. We'll see if they want to go back to traditional lane states. Oh, they're just brute forcing this.
Impact just going straight forward. Fatescall's going to pull out Kaiser. Tower is still there, don't forget. But now he pops back out. Hostile takeover's decent, but Inspired just diving in onto them. Still though a 3v3. Looks like the TP got cancelled by Nisqy's ulti.
Yeah, Nisqy's ulti, I believe, dropped down there on Impact channels. Second time EG have forgotten that seems to work, and Jojo had a funny TP earlier on in group stage, but still so much stronger, even in the 3v3, even without Impact finishing that channel. They're still able to force them back, get the defensive ultimate out of Unforgiven, and buy themselves this first Dragon of the game 15 minutes in.
But one thing is for certain, they're not backing down from Mad Lions. Like, they're not playing scared. The fact you see Kaiser take that Kalista ultimate, throw himself in there to try and get the ultimate, they're still looking for stuff. I'm not sure if it benefits them just yet, because in the end, it's still EG fighting all the plays. It's still EG finding the objective. But at least it's a sign of life that can keep you hopeful, if anything.
Yeah, also, we're able to, I believe, trade up sums in that skirmish. Vulcan lost his exhaust, Cowrie lost his flash. I believe that's still overall, in terms of that individual skirmish, a net positive. Yes, EG gets the Dragon on the tail end of that, but given the double teleport advantage that EG had anyways, that dragon was going to be theirs.
Yeah, this game feels a lot more like game 1, which I think was a very close affair. At this point, yes, EG are up about 2,000, 2,500 gold. It seems like they're staying proactive. Inspired, obviously, very impactful right now in this early game, but that game was close and kind of got away from Mad really towards the very end of the mid-game. So plenty to play for here for Mad, which obviously they need to. There's no games left to lose.
Yeah, but even then, there's so much playmaking potential for EG, right? They have a Sejuani ultimate. If they catch anyone off guard, they still have the LeBlanc chains to play around with. And you have to mention Inspired. He's been an MVP on this Lee Sin once again, just finding the first few kills and continuing to apply the pressure that really makes just Mad Lions crumble so often.
Yeah, the parallels between these two teams in Summer Split has been insane. The fact that you have the 4 all-pro first teams on both teams, the top laners left off, both teams having the MVP, both teams finishing the regular season in first place, both teams having a bit of a collapse in playoffs to go as the last seed for their regions. Now playing for the final spot in group stage. EG are up, but these two teams have had to show their grit over the course of Summer Split.
It's going to be MVP Inspired versus MVP Niski at least for this kind of section of the mid-game, because Leandrius is now done. Niski has navigated very nicely on the Victor. 1 death to be sure, but still up in CS, still farming nicely, trying to contain Jojo down here on Mad, as Alyoya is going to roam on down. Jojo hits him with a thumbs up, double distorts away, and see you later.
Yeah, it's a great stuff from Jojo. He's going to get out of the play Mad Lions. They're trying to cross-map, but they are not feeling a contest on the Herald side. That just means that when you're not able to get the kill, that's another victory for EG in terms of the macro plays currently happening.
Still appreciate Mad Lions' ability to overload a side of the map and get it. They did this a lot in game 1 with the Vi to find picks. Here, they're overloading Jojo's side so they can trade turrets because they realistically did not feel like they could contest that Rift Herald, so this will get dropped mid to break mid lane turret finally. Assuming this can get in, they're kind of leaving it all alone. There it goes. Doesn't finish off the turret. Shelly, 1 more auto, gets distracted, dies, but they'll grab that one in a second. And Jojo team was actually able to defend the bot lane turret as well because Mad moved up to defend there.
It sets it up for the next wave when you have the rotation. Someone's going to have to inspire him. But you say have to respond to the pressure that Impact is applying on the top side here. Once you have multiple members around the other lane states, because the side lanes right now are just in favor of EG, that's when you walk up and take care of that turret. For the Mad Lions side, when those things happen, that's where you're looking to see if you can catch someone out of position when they are making rotations. But for now, that's not what we're going to be looking at because resets are coming through.
Yeah, extra gold for Impact off that play as well. Good enough to actually buy a second tank item. He's pretty scary. Those 4 assists adding some nice extra gold.
Not a believer. He's not a disciple of the Anathema's chains, as Inspired is every time he's grabbing that one. Impact going full tank build. Rushing Force of Nature makes sense against double AP solo lanes. The physical damage is no joke. Kalista by herself would be a little too little, I think, but given that they have Graves as a backup, bursty marksman thing, going the Eclipse Glaive build will have a ton of damage there. And that you can't just stack MR against these guys.
Just looking at items right now, despite the gold lead, of course, being in favor of EG, in terms of just fighting a team fight, Mythics are still competed for both teams. And the only one sitting on 2 items right now is Impact on that front line instead of the top side with fairly cheap items. So Mad Lions are certainly not ruled out of the game, and it's also the reason why you see EG scale the tempo down a little bit. But with so many members showing on the bot side for EG, they're just going to get, you know, the mid lane turret we talked about earlier and apply pressure on the top side instead.
Yeah, EG responding well. Kind of citing that Mad Lions rotation down the bot lane, that pink ward giving Jojo Pune the little bit of advanced notice he needed to make sure he got out of there. And again, Mad Lions are just slow to take the turret plate. They get that one, but 2 for 0 in the turret trade. EG up to 3,500 gold lead.
And that's the story of the game right now, right? Mad, they get something. EG, they get more. And it just seems like it's going to continue to go that way. The reason why it's so difficult for Mad Lion to break the wheel, to break the tempo, it's the fact that they don't have some immediate engage, right? They're so reliant on finding someone out of position. And right now with EG, they're just playing so standard. It's a 1-3-1. They're not really making complicated rotations. They're just waiting for Mad Lions to make a move, and then EG actually just responds with it afterwards.
Well, we'll learn a lot perhaps in 20 seconds if the teams do want to scuffle around this Dragon. EG got the first one, but it was fairly late. So if it's a slower game, that Dragon stacking is going to eventually come online, but isn't going to be rushing kind of like game 2. That was kind of the anomaly. I feel like that game snowballed out of control very quickly. This one is, again, much more like game 1, even though EG, to Gulborg's point, they're doing a very good job.
None of the games have come down to Dragon stacking yet. Game 1 was the closest, but again, the game was kind of decided before that soul point fight happened. Here, again, it's very slow, but it's an interesting game for Mad Lions, where in terms of damage between Gwen, Graves, Victor, you have a ton that you're going to just keep scaling throughout the game. You don't necessarily need to contest this. It's just about how the team comps interact, having to punch through so much more tankiness with that damage of a Braum, of a Sejuani, and even Inspire getting pretty tanky with the Maw completed.
That's all they can look for. EG, they have control on the bot side. They try to look for Jojo with Mad Lions, but who's going to lock him down? That's right, no one. So they just get the Drake and they get out. And now Impact, or Armwood rather, on the top side, sees so many members on the bot side, wants to see if he can get some turret damage, but the response, once again, is just so swift from Evil Geniuses.
Evil Geniuses as a team working very well together. Got to give a head tap to Niski in the side lane. Can be difficult to play into LeBlanc Lee Sin in the side lane, but has been just fine. Up 30 CS now, matching Impact and Cowrie kind of as some of the most farmed members. Unforgiven as well, keeping his CS up. Does feel like a lot of this game's team fights will hinge on Kaiser and his ability to lock down the relatively short range comp of EG. Melee's on the top side. Jojo Pune, not a melee champion, but will usually end up 2 inches away from someone's face if you distort in.
So I'm just going to say, right now, if these team fights breaks out, I heavily favor EG, right? With all the things that's currently happening, with the gold lead, with the CC that they have. One thing I can see that will really work out for Mad Lions if they get the right circumstance is the fact that Aphelios does not have cleanse. You're playing into the Renata. Quite often that's a must, because if you get the correct guns, you get hit by that hostile takeover, you will just kill your entire team. Yeah. And all of a sudden, Cowrie not only is the best sub for EG, he'll be the best sub for Mad Lions too.
Trying to make a play on Niski, looking for the E. Niski definitely dodges it alongside Impact's ulti. Again, have to recalibrate. Here's the jungler now. Make it 3-4-1, but I think the turret's going to be all they get. Vulcan's here as well. Okay. Niski dodging every skill shot. Inspired says dodge this, you can't. There's the fight. Oh, a bit of a nombo into the ultimate there out of Braum, and he's going to get away.
Okay, EG finally swapped their resources down to the bot side of the map. The correct macro play. Micro-wise, bit of a misplay. Niski was able to fancy feet out of everything, and then like you said, the knock-up on the kickback means that Niski's still in range to keep comboing onto Inspire. Does lose his flash at the tail end of that. 1-for-1. Only though because they did get Niski's flash earlier on. Does buy Armut time to grab top turret.
Yeah, so in terms of the objective, they actually trade even. You get Niski's flash, but you also burns Inspired flash. So in terms of everything, EG's not really looking to get even at this point. They want to get ahead at every single play they're making because they're the team that's driving the tempo. So Mad Lions, good on them for finally finding an objective that goes even for them. But then again, it's not really so much in their own kind of... Well, they have to play reactive, is just really what it comes down to, right?
Yeah, they're so far behind at this point. The 3,000 gold lead, like we're talking about, but also the Dragon stats as well. It's up to EG where these fights kind of happen on the map, and Mad have to match it. I did like your point, though, about the guns for Cowrie in these team fights. Normally, you heard the saying, red-white, don't fight, because you get the Chakram stacking and get the insane lifesteal. It becomes a very hard champion to kill.
For me, it's red-white, Danish Dynamite, but yeah, yours is cool, too.
Less league relevant, but indeed a nice saying. But it also holds true now for EG. Maybe you don't want to fight if the hostile takeover.
Impact nails it. Cleanse is good, though, but the follow-up is there. That's a very nice handshake to disengage. TP coming in, and EG say, okay, that's good enough.
And one thing to notice as well is that Braum Shield actually blocks that hostile takeover, so Kaiser, there's a reason why he couldn't throw it out immediately there as well. So it makes it very difficult. Despite it being a good chokehold, Mad Lions just couldn't commit to it. In EG, they force Mad Lions once again outside of their own jungle. Red buff is spawning now, and that's more neutral gold that they can pick up.
Yeah, I got the cleanse out for Unforgiven, so I don't think that will be up for the Dragon fight. Does mean that he'll be slightly more open of a target as Jojo's starting to hurt. Still only on one item. About to complete that Shadow Flame. He's only at 150 gold, actually, so probably won't have that one in time for the Dragon fight.
Baron just getting straight up started up here. Red Gun is available for Cowrie. He's getting rid of the Gravita Massive right now, seeing if he can get the better ones, and there you have it. Red-White don't fight, as you say, Mark, but potentially us. Also a saving grace for Mad Lions if they get the correct fight here.
They know now as well. Jojo actually looking for the flank. They are going to look to make the turn. Gwen is immune. And Armor will be safe. EG now a little bit worse for wear, as Mad maybe look for the counter engage, but no one's pulling the trigger just yet. Again, to your point, Goldberg, not that many engage tools for the Mad Lions.
You can sense the tension for the team fight there for both teams. No one is really willing to pull the trigger too hard and be the one that throws away either the lead or gets right back into the game.
It's so funny that Vulcan is kind of this line of scrimmage for both teams. If you end up in front of him for EG side, you're open to this hostile takeover. But as long as that is between him and Mad Lions, they can't really engage for Mad Lions. So if they can't get away past the Braum, it's very difficult. I'm surprised EG are starting this one up again. Inspired getting low.
Committed a TP for it as well. Good little gravity while they're in the chokehold. Chaos Storm is nice. Vulcan bops away though. Ulti out of Cowrie is going to be countered by Fate's Call as Kaiser is pulled back.
Ooh.
Oh no, he's just dead. He walks into the turret.
The little turrets.
He didn't see it.
Jojo can now keep going. Inspired also is tagged up by Lyoya, but again, a bit of restraint. Now we get him feint in. Goes once more. Q lands onto Unforgiven. Impact finds the ulti onto Niski. Trying to make the big plays here. Inspired with the kick. Jojo Boon shuts down the enemy. Kalista. Lyoya's gonna die as well. EG have done it again.
Who wins 4th seed from a major region? A one small little turret just waiting and chilling there. Baron gets started off by EG now. 4 members of the Mad Lions dead, and EG looking to capitalize.
Baron free for EG. We talked about how important Kaiser's teamfight ultimate was going to be, but he just dies before it even happens. And once they see that down, EG are willing to blitz Mad Lions. You're going to see it here. A not super clean turn. Impact doesn't end up on any of the priority targets. Inspired's getting chunked down by the Baron. They get a lot of resources out of Mad Lions. It should be a disengaged situation here, especially after Kaori misses this, but Kaiser wants to get vision control, doesn't see this hit once. There's the auto, I believe it was.
And the thing here is as well that from the Zebrum, it actually changed before the fight started to the Calibrum instead. So it changed from red to blue, which allowed him to get the sniper, something that potentially Kaiser just wasn't aware of when he saw that little turret. And as soon as they see one member dead, rest of EG spot him at Lions out of position. They have the tools to start the team fight, and they take it.
He's yelling no flash. That's all I can glean. Artemis continues to provide endless entertainment this game. EG is starting to feel the momentum ticking forward for them.
Yeah. We have the extended Artemis cam because underneath that replay, we have hit a pause. I'm not quite sure what it was.
Vulcan.
EG's already winning. Why is this happening?
Vulcan, the pause lord himself, has had to pause the game. Hopefully we can get an update. Yeah, it's a Vulcan pause. He might not be the one who actually has the error, but he might just be the pause captain elected to be the one kind of typing it in quickly.
That makes sense. He is the support after all.
What do you mean by that?
Comms issue, I assume. He just does stuff for his team, you know. He's good.
If someone's like, my monitor exploded, he's like, I got you, bro.
Yeah, he helps draft the tweets. You know, he's probably maybe doing the coffee run in the morning. I bet Vulcan probably does a lot in and out of game.
Vulcan has quietly become arguably the best support in North America. During the time where Core JJ had been dominating, he has quietly racked up more titles in the past 3 years. He has 3 titles now. Here, now potentially on the verge of giving North America their first ever win in a series over Mad Lions in international play. Rift Rivals notwithstanding, that was a more for fun tournament in terms of MSIs and Worlds. Never before has North America even taken a game in a series, and now they're on the verge of a sweep.
That's actually crazy. That's something you don't really think about too often as well when you just see it as well. But the entire EG roster, of course, from the get-go, was a project with youths and veterans as well coming through. And the fun thing is here that while Inspired has been absolutely great, Jojo as well has been one of the potential franchise players for this team as well in terms of how well he's been performing.
Sure hope so, given how well the kid's been playing, especially on the biggest stage. This Red Bull Baron is starting to do numbers up against Mad Lions as Jojo Pyun is continuing to get aggressive. Inspired, not going to take this one, but again, every time he hits it, plays the little game in his head, perhaps flips a coin internally.
Super simple. You play in 2 lanes. One lane is being pushed in by Impact. The rest of them are pushing on the bot side, and you just move the pressure back and forth. Right now, you don't care what's happening on the top side. You keep it simple, you keep it close, and you keep it comfortable.
Especially with Impact being so tanky, 3 items completed. He's a very difficult one man to try and pick off for Mad Lions. It would be an overextension if they did. They're going to have to rely on just wave clear available from Niski.
This game is rapidly getting out of control, though. This gold lead is going to be about 10,000 after Inspired finishes off that tower in mid. It's not quite there just yet, but damage getting done to Mad Lions again. Not really the tools to get things started, but they must do something.
Slowly bleeding here. Mid lane slowly but surely falling down. Engage comes out. Impact starts
again. Armor this time can't get up the W. Jojo low, but he's going to go back out of the carry on a killing spree. Coming up clutch when it matters is Inspired. Fainting in once again. Buying time, buying space, as this might be it.
Baits the flash out of Niski. Kaiser dead. 4v5 base defense needed here by Mad Lions to keep their world's dreams alive. Second inhibitor falls.
Impact does have teleport. He's recalling now. He wants to set it up as the TP instead. He gets stopped, but they continue.
They're going for it. EG know that it's so close. They're saying, I am the fire. You are but smoke. Threading the win is EG with Inspire charging on in. Carries on a rampage. EG looking to wipe the Lions off the rift. And they fights off their demons and takes down Mad Lions.
For the first time in international competition history, North America beats Europe in a best-of-5, a clean 3-0 sweep for the 3rd seed of North America to move on to the main stage of groups.
I was here. I was here in the midst of it all.
We couldn't do it without you, Goldberg.
Watching NA, not only just taking EU down, but completely, and I mean this, completely demolishing them. There is no way for Mad Lions to really just get into this game, and it just looked like EG, they had them figured out. What a stomp.
Yeah, by the end of it, it didn't seem all that close. Inspired wave into his buddies. I think it's a mixture of beetling them and actually being nice. But you never know, as of course Mad Lions run. You can see it on their faces. Unfortunately, once again, their World's run ends here.
Yeah, difficult end to the year for Mad Lions. An incredible turnaround from spring to summer, with Nisqy joining the roster, helping them out so much. But then it felt like a big meta change in playoffs, exposed some of the potential problems this roster had, not able to play through bot lane quite as effectively as some other teams.
But for EG, it just felt like they ramped up in the tournament. It started out sloppy. Like the first game they had, then against DFM, you started getting sweaty. You started feeling, oh no, this is not happening again. This is not going to happen. But then slowly but surely, they started figuring out what they wanted to do with the meta game, and I think that really showed in this game. In terms of which team came in most versatile, EG had so many different styles to bring out, not just from the bot side, from the mid lane as well with the set, and from the play style as well coming through from Inspired, Impact, the entire roster.
Might be newer to the world stage for North America as Mad Lions will take their final bow here. But, you know, probably cleans the tech from Cloud9, knowing that the more games you play through play-in, the better things can go.
Maximizing stage experience for the Zoomer in Jojo Pune. Mad Lions take their bow, will be exiting the stage here in Mexico City, not continuing on to New York. Armut will not get his pizza, unfortunately, as he talked about being when he was looking forward to.
He can still get a pizza, it just won't be the New York
The New York slice, yeah. Unlucky.
Bad, man. Well, it's been a fun one. A definitely shorter series than we expected. I know Trevor, Quick Stats Henry, you know what, let him deliver it here because we are done here on the desk. Now, so let's hand it over to the State Farm analyst desk to break that one down.
Show me tears.
Love and respect to the Mad Lions players. And look, the small one, as Quick Shot would say, it's going to be me providing the stat, which is the first time in world's history that North America is taking a best-of series versus Europe.
Incredible. Congratulations. Evil Geniuses were the significantly better team for today. And I do apologize to our cameraman, but we do need to look at this incredible graphic on the back here. Not only have we added a moose, because I'm told that Jojo Pune is Canadian, but more specifically, the hat. Joe. One Joe for each victory secured. If I could ask the cameraman to pan to the lion, for any European fans, we're now looking at the sad Lions. That is correct. 0-3 and Raz. What a dominant performance. They stared the Draven in the eyes and said, get wrecked, son. Impact decided to just get good and play better in the top lane, and every single member of EG outperformed Mad Lions.
It really felt like Evil Geniuses scaled up in the tournament. Every single one of those players took the inspired. You know what? Get him the shot.
Yeah,
no, bring it back to us.
Go stats first. Go stats.
Okay, stats fair.
And then go to Chronicle after you've carried on.
Okay. So yes, just based off the stats, yes, an incredible early game. It always felt like Inspired had a real pulse in this on what El Yoya was going for in the game. Every rotation was really met with a whole team effort, specifically Impact. Rotated to every fight.
Yeah.
So great job to Evil Geniuses that really turned it up ever since that playoff run, just adding Kaori to the roster.
And what was really surprising to me was that, based on what we've seen from Mad thus far, was that I expected them to really struggle once we got to the mid game, because that's where they made a lot of their calls that didn't quite work out. But even from the laning phase, I feel like overall, it was just gaps all across the map. Like everyone on EG just played really, really well.
They really, really did. I do have a quick stat to update. Mad Lions are the only team from a major region to fail to make it out of play-ins again. This is the second time that it has happened, and ultimately it comes from being outclassed and outplayed by Evil Geniuses. I do want to relive some of those replays and memories because for EG, it was fantastic. We are getting ready for an interview, so we'll keep watching these clips until that interview is ready. But Chronicler, take me through at least, the opening of this. This was game 1, and I just hear Impact's voice in my head saying, I watched my VODs, I wasn't playing very good, so I just decided to play better. That is a direct quote from Impact in an interview, by the way.
And I'd argue that this was the last time that this series felt close, which is kind of insane to talk about. But this was where it felt like there was an actual turning point for Mad Lions, which didn't even end up coming to fruition. And then from that point onward, in both the second and third game, they just never were able to find any grounding. I even liked them throwing a complete curveball in the third game, getting Oyoya the Graves, but like, maybe this will work, but just didn't work out at all.
Especially in game 1, I really liked how the Mad Lions played to try and isolate side lanes and really were able to find picks on towards Inspired. But then it just didn't, or I mean specifically Impact, but that didn't happen anymore. It felt like team fights are what defined it. Specifically, Jojo Pyun had an amazing series on the set as well. Those team fights were huge. The real shout outs for me, yes, it was everyone on Evil Genius's roster will have a play in which they can say they were the reason why they ended up winning the series. I was really impressed with Kaori and his team fighting. That one was, for me, the biggest W.
Yeah, I'd agree, because Kaori, his laning phase we'd seen had been sufficient within the context of play-ins, but I was very worried that if Mad was able to maybe catch him off guard, especially with some of the drafts where there wasn't that much peel available for him.
Yeah.
But that didn't end up being a problem at all. He held himself not only in lane, but also outside of it.
Ladies and gentlemen, everybody else, what is Bird Jojo's favorite team? The Eagle Geniuses.
Oh, Freak's gonna love that one.
Why
That's a good one.
Am I quoting this tweet, you might ask? Because I have officially lost the bet, meaning at the end of today, it'll be my responsibility to update the scoreline, to continue defacing this bald eagle. More frustratingly, I will be carrying that hunk of junk to New York City. We're going to be joining Law and Inspired for our Verizon post-game interview. Congratulations, Evil Geniuses.
And welcome back to Mexico for the Verizon post-game interview. And I'm joined today by Victorious Inspired. Thank you so much for joining me. Congrats on, I want to say taking down, but rather smashing Mad Lions today. I have so much stress, but starting with the memes and everything about EU smashing Evil Geniuses at MSI and also at Worlds. How good does it feel to take the revenge on them today? And also, when you think about the fact that you were facing Elioya last year in the LEC, and then he denied you the LEC title also.
It was pretty personal against Mad Lions, even though there was, it was like 3 other players, right? There was only Elioya and Kaiser from the team that denied me the LEC final. It still felt personal. And about the EUNA, like, I really didn't care. We lost to G2 at MSI. People were making a very big deal out of it, but I knew that the games there were so irrelevant, and both of us will just get clapped in semifinals, and that's what happened. So yeah, and coming into today, I was not confident we're gonna stomp them.
Yeah.
I have a lot of respect to Elioya. I thought he's gonna perform very well. He was like the main carry of the team, but I think today he kind of had to play with 4 bots, so his teammates are like doing nothing, and sadly jungle is weak, so he can't do anything. So yeah, I think that's why we won pretty easily.
Rough words, but I mean deserved ones. And talking about Elioya, the tracking you were doing of him in the jungle was like phenomenal. What was your understanding of Elioya and how to take him down and just deny him from doing anything these games?
Basically, game 1, we had Maokai, and we had some bot lane that was very spicy. I don't remember what was it, but it's like, I need to make sure that our bot lane doesn't fall too behind, and I'm playing Maokai, so I don't need much gold, so I will just all the time hover bot and mid, because our mid is playing scaling mage as well, so we need to help him through early game, and I couldn't make any play happen, so they didn't get lead. Game 2, we had Yumi lane against Draven, and I don't really understand why he went for level 2 gank top, and then like basically split them up, and enemy Draven couldn't pressure us, so I knew the game will be over. And game 3, we just got a ganking and pressuring the map comp, and I think Armut was just inting, so we got a big lead.
It was beautifully done, but also the whole work around drafting against the Mad Lion, banning Belveth, banning Seraphine, banning Gnar also, which have been key champions for them. How did you decide that it was a better choice to ban the champions than to find counter to these champions? Tell me about the reasoning here.
There's not much time to scrim at Worlds, honestly, and we scrim against Asian teams, we usually just get clapped, so we don't really know what's good and what's not. And going into the best of 5, we saw that they have a lot of practice on Belvet, so we just rather ban it and play something we know well how it goes.
Yeah.
And Armut is making a big deal on Twitter about his NAR, so we just ban his NAR. Because, I don't know, he's just perma saying he wants to play it, so we'll not let him play it. And the other ban, Seraphine, because I think their bot lane is pretty bad and Seraphine is very unskilled, so we just didn't want to let them through in condition.
Amazing read on the team. Now moving forward, group stage, JDG, Damwon Kia, G2, Kanavi, Canyon, Yankos. I'll let you elaborate on that.
I've been there before. I've been there before 2 years ago, and wow, I don't know. Well, hopefully maybe we can win some games, I hope.
I mean, you've been doing so good so far. I wish you the best of luck in the group stage. Inspired, congrats again on taking down Mad Lions today. And we're going to go to break. And after that will be RNG versus Detonation Focus Me. And as we go to break, we want you to check out the behind the scenes at the interviews here in Mexico in our new episode of today's 1+ Cam. Stay tuned.
Welcome back to Worlds 2022. There is one final spot in the group stage remaining. And will it go to this year's MSI Champions Royal Never Give Up, or will Detonation Focus Me write an underdog story for eternity? Now, gentlemen, time is of the essence, so we'll have more of RNG and DFM for my analysts to talk through later throughout the day. The players are almost ready on stage, so that means we're going to rush us along to get to games. I'm going to take a look at the Mascot fan prediction. 27.9% believe DFM have a shot at winning. That is a surprise. I'm expecting more the Chronicler.
Yeah,
I expected less. Sorry.
Yeah, no, that's faith. To my opinion on this matchup, even a single win would be insane for DFM. And I say this with all respect, I had them winning the group. That didn't come through, but
DFM had them not winning it. Raz had DFM not winning any games.
Okay, that did happen. I can't run away from that. So they've gone much farther than I expected. And I think that love right there, that 27%, I actually thought was going to be higher because everyone loves an underdog story.
They do, but everybody loves RNG. Been around a very long time.
True.
For everyone watching at home, if RNG win this game, the groups will be predetermined based on the rule preventing teams playing in a group from their own region. However, if DFM win, there will be a draw show following the series during cooldown to determine which group Fnatic and DFM will slot into. I was trying to talk to my analysts and figure out how much of an underdog story this truly is for DFM, and I got this quote saying, Tony Stark holding up one finger. There's only one possibility, one outcome, one option, but if we tell you, it doesn't come true. Costas, take it away.
Alrighty, thank you very much, everybody, and welcome everyone watching to what will be the final best of 5 here in the play-in stage of Worlds 2022. There is but one spot remaining after Evil Geniuses took down the Mad Lions, and now it's DFM going up against RNG to decide who gets it. I'm Captain Flowers. I am joined by Dagda and by Lyric for the first time ever together here on the cast.
Man, I'm so excited. First time getting to cast together. We have bantered online and in real life a little bit, but now, you know, get to experience the Flowers pizzazz on cast. And I love that we're getting into Champ Select right away, because there was two things on my mind I was thinking for RNG coming into this series, which is one, take away the Azir. We've seen Yaharong has really loved that pick and been an absolute standout. RNG as well. They don't really do well in the control mages in the mid lane. And Yuumi, a pick that has just been an absolute menace in play-ins these past few days off the board.
And one thing that I immediately noticed, the Gnar banned out there by RNG as well. Breathe gonna go ahead, lock in the Aatrox. We have seen interesting picks be locked in from other teams to try to deal with this man's Aatrox. We have seen a Teemo, we have seen a Garen, we have seen none of these things work. So I'm curious what Evi's gonna bring to the table up against it.
Yeah, he still hasn't given us anything like the Urgot just yet, Dagda, but things like that, the interesting pocket picks that are there for the side of DFM are gonna be cool to see. But now getting the Maokai, it's kind of interesting to me that DFM, I think, leaning a lot more into some of these meta jungle picks and what we've seen RNG go for.
Yeah, as long as we don't get the Teemo top again, I'm gonna be happy. I think ADD could have shown that one didn't really work, but look, Maokai already picking up. I'm looking towards things like the Kalista in that bot side. I think as well, Yutapon has looked fantastic on that Kai'Sa, as you said, like picking up, 10 plus kills in 2 of the games that he managed to play for. But I think Yaharong has been a bit of the unsung hero for DFM. His damage percent has been so incredibly high.
Yeah, and for me, like, if DFM are going to find the win here today, that's where they need to index. Index into the mid lane, get those control mage matchups. You know Xiaohu typically going to pick things that aren't too strong in lane. Like, sure, he's played the Syndra once so far, but I wouldn't expect to see it again.
All right, first 2 picks of the draft for DFM are going to bring some pretty incredible AoE and CC to their team fighting potential here. The Kennen in the top side, Maokai, and what I am guessing is the jungle. Back over to RNG. It'll be Sejuani, the second pick here. We've seen this work really well with melee-heavy top sides, and they'll lock in Talia there for the mid lane.
And this is where I get really curious, because we've seen a lot of teams like flex the opportunity when you end up taking the Maokai to a different role, especially when Steel has been able to play things like the Hecarim. I'd actually love to see them try and go for something like that. You get this all-in potential, which is super great with the Hecarim and the Kennen, and then you just get to farm like absolutely crazy in the early game and not worry about Sejuani trying to do anything funky to you.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see where DFM go with this third pick. Looking towards mid right now, and yeah, we get it. We get the Yone locked in for Yaharong. It's gonna be his first time playing it and playing so far, so knowing they want to target that mid lane matchup, and both compositions so far incredibly scrappy, right? So far, RNG kind of setting up for something with the double melee top side that Flowers talked about that definitely wants to find go in, but up against a Kennen and a Yone, I feel like DFM are gonna do incredibly well.
All right, so let's go ahead and look at how things are going to shape up in the second half of the draft, because Alistar's the first ban here. Engaged supports have been incredibly popular throughout the play-in stage thus far. I don't expect that to be the only one banned away. Misfortune going to be the first of the 2 bans here from RNG. Neither side having locked in a marksman yet. They're going to remove another one of those big AoE wombo combo pieces from what could link up with the Kennen and the Maokai.
And I think the Kai'Sa would make sense here as well if you want to try and ban that away. I think what you're looking at here is a massive dive composition coming through from DFM. So I think something like a Kai'Sa that can follow up on that would be really strong. But we also know that Gala is a massive fan of that pick. I just don't know if he'll get it on, first rotation, because Yutapon can take it away.
Exactly, right? I expect them to take it away, especially with them banning the Aphelios. We've already seen RNG answer the Kai'Sa before with the Aphelios who's playing so far, but things like the Tristana are still open. So if DFM opt into the full dive with the Kai'Sa, I wouldn't be surprised to RNG to answer with that pick, but no, they actually go with that one first.
Alrighty, the Tristana's locked in, the Aphelios, the Caitlyn are banned away. Back over to RNG. I need to see an AD carry. I need to see a support. How interesting is this gonna get? Gala is one of those AD carries that can kind of just pop off no matter what may happen. So I love to see the spiciness. Come on, lock that in. Lock that in.
I don't know if he'll get it. Look, Gala's been a big fan of the Kai'Sa, and he has a handful of champions that he feels really, really confident on, and Kai'Sa is like the pick for him. And you get Ming onto his pick as well in the Nautilus. This is banned away from RNG so often because how disgusting Ming is on this pick.
As someone who is not a primary LPL caster, Kai'Sa Nautilus is the LPL bot lane that comes to mind when I think of the region, when I think of what they pop off on and what is just devastating.
It's also just because Ming, like, when you think of busted Nautilus hitboxes, yes, Ming has made that like a staple in the LPL. He will forever lollipop every single hook behind every single minion wave. And the amount of times we've been sitting there going, how the hell did he manage that?
Alrighty, so we get the Kai'Sa Nautilus for RNG. Final pick for the other side on DFM here. It's Leona Tristana going up against that. Lyric, how do we feel about these two teams now that the entire compositions are laid out for us?
I actually kind of like what DFM have put together because we've talked, right? The scrappiness coming out from both sides and them having things like the mixed damage coming, right? Kennen in top side, Yone in mid. Every champion is able to jump in and follow up. If Xiaohu ever mispositions a little bit, he will just be cut out. So it feels like to me, like, sure, RNG have the same engage and dive potential, but need to be a little bit more careful.
Yeah, I think a lot of this has to come from Xiaohu in the early stages. If they can get that lead, well, then their dive is just going to be substantially stronger, right? And then they can actually try and play off of Gala getting access to the backline, trying to pop Yutapon. But as Lyric is saying, if you fall behind and Kai'Sa can't get that one-shot potential, you don't have that damage coming through, it's going to be a big issue for RNG.
What's up, everybody? Here's us up. You didn't see us earlier.
The curl goes this way, maybe.
Are you all right? Lyric's trying to figure out exactly what's going on with the hair here, but yeah, this is going to be what I hope to be an incredible series. The last one much quicker than a lot of people were expecting. This one, I know, coming into it, RNG very, very heavy favorites. When I went and did my pick'ems last night, I know that the global poll was somewhere around like 92, 93% of people believing RNG are going to walk away with this one. So DFM certainly have a hill to climb. We're onto the Rift here for the first time in this series. One thing that immediately jumps out to me, Xiaohu playing that Talia, not needing the teleport because he's got the ultimate to get him around the map a little bit, taking the cleanse to get out of some of the CC instead.
Yeah, taking the cleanse is the area as well, so wanting to really try and punish heavily in this laning phase. Typically in matchups like this, right, you have Prio until that level 3 mark is where Yone can start trying to get in with his dash, trying to find a bit of scraps before level 6 where he really wants to power through and combo together. So I think seeing where these junglers start especially is going to be pretty telling to how these teams want to play.
All right, and as they look for one another here at the level 1s, remember you can link your league account with Prime Gaming to receive some free in-game content. So if you haven't already done that, go do it. Go get it done. Get yourself some nice freebies. And now it looks like we're not going to get a whole lot interesting going on here at the level 1. So let me ask you guys, Dagda, where do we expect to see things really open up here in the early game?
I'm really looking towards mid lane. I think one of the big things that a lot of people are talking about for RNG with the way the meta is kind of shifting is getting Ming back out onto the map. And that has always been traditionally playing around Xiaohu. And when you've got something like this Talia that wants to try and push, you got Wei there. If you can 3-man in towards mid, try and pick off Yaharong, I think you can try and get the ball rolling. Even just accelerating Xiaohu into a good position so he can get access to the map is good.
I think especially because you know DFM definitely want to target mid. Like, you kind of have 3 lanes that you're able to play around, right? Kennen going to be able to bully up in that top side. You have the all-in and bot, but having a melee into range matchup, you need the jungle attention because you want the 2v2. So for RNG, I would expect Wei to look to cover mid, but if you can go bot first, try and find setup for a gank, and then unlock Ming so you can have numbers advantage in mid lane. RNG will be in a solid spot to counter that aggression.
Yep, Ming's ready to start those scraps here, 2v2, nice and early. Worth pointing out, since both of our junglers are starting on the top side of the map, pathing down towards the bottom side, we could see some more scraps around these 2v2s, potentially turning into 3v3s if both junglers want to get involved. You can see there is a ward placed by DFM on the chicken camp of RNG, so to be able to see if Wei starts that one up. Steel just going straight into the Gromp for himself, and we'll just kind of keep an eye on how things are playing out down here with those junglers being ready to path towards it. When Scuttle Crab spawns, obviously whoever's got more control over this lane is going to be able to lend that control to their jungle.
And a lot of that is going to be coming from the mid lane for Xiaohu, right? Just crashes the wave. You now look at where Wei is. He's moving out into river to make sure they can try and pick that one up. So already we see these moves trying to come through where they can spot out where DFM are, but Steel might have read this. He snuck his way into bot side, and I don't think RNG are aware.
Okay, Steel's just hanging out here, back in the very, very back part of the brush here. Harp just gonna go ahead, use that sweeper, make sure that nobody is able to see what Steel is doing as he creeps around the fog, has made his way into the second brush, and now they're ready to engage. They'll go after Ming. He's just walking it off. Alrighty, they got the flash out of both RNG bottom laners. So now I'll be looking for DFM to return here before those cooldowns are ready.
It was just a nice play overall by DFM as well, because Xiaohu actually checked DFM's jungle, saw the blue buff was still up, so not a whole lot of information on where Steel was, which is what allowed that play to work out so well. So when we talked about RNG wanting to lean towards bot first, potentially, before making any plays towards mid, I feel like DFM have read that play very well.
Yeah, and I know it's going to be a case of how can RNG try and bounce back from this. I think Yarong kind of doing a good job there of leaning down into river to make sure that they can push way back into their own jungle. Breathe is actually doing pretty well up here, getting a lot of these trades back and forth as well. The Arcane Comet has been something that we've seen a lot over in LPL, specifically into these range matchups like Dinar, so you can just continuously trade with those Darken Blades.
Right, it's one of those things that doesn't quite give you the same power later on. You're not going to become as much of an unstoppable drain tank in the team fights. But those quick trading patterns, particularly just in the 1v1s, going to feel a lot more comfortable for him. And you can see, breaking even in a Kennen lane as a melee champion is always going to feel great early on in the game.
I think especially because yesterday we looked at the stats, Evian wins to losses is huge. Like, he has typically been the DFM member that if he can find the lead, he is the main carry. If he gets set behind is when Detonation Focus Me have struggled.
Yeah, I think though we are going to see a lot of pressure bot, because I was looking at the screen there, I was like, okay, junglers are just going to go for the reset, but immediately they go to bot lane first. It's like, we're just going to be here in case any funny business happens. And it definitely feels like that's where a lot of the focus at the moment is for both these guys. And if Udapon can get those leads, we know what Tristana can do, right? You take over the lane, you've got great all-in potential, you start to get those turret plates. That is going to be a terrifying prospect if DFM can get ahead.
Okay, we've got the XP per level on your left side of your screen right now. The big thing to keep your eyes on there is Xiaohu almost to level 6, about 3/4 of the way there. Once Talia unlocks that, that's when I really want to see RNG start trying to make these moves. Overload one side of the map, get something going on. Breathe is obviously unafraid of fighting Evie. If you can go up there, cool. Bottom side, you guys have already talked so much about how that's going to be a pivotal part. And Xiaohu right now is going to step into the enemy jungle, see what Steel is up to, see if he can harass him a little bit during this farm. Yaharong takes the chance to go in with a Soul Unbound. Not hitting the Q3 though, means he just snaps back to right where he came from. Fate Unsealed now ready. Yone's got some playmaking too.
Exactly. This is where we can start seeing DFM really put pressure on this mid lane matchup, because if Yaharong can get those aggressive all-in trades in mid lane, start chunking Xiaohu out, he isn't going to be able to look for these roam timers. And I was kind of curious to see what RNG would do, because their comp kind of has the ability to play both sides of the map, right? You can have Wei pathing down and playing for bot, while Xiaohu can be the decider. Hey, Breathe gets a good trade, he actually can lean up, and you have DFM making all these hard choices. But it looks like what you said, Dagda, that both junglers and both teams are just always going to be inching closer to the
That was one of the big talking points we had in the LPL, though, was how good Xiaohu was at like trying to cover the opposite side of where Wei was. Like traditionally you'd see your mid laner roam down, kind of link up with the jungler and try to play for, say, bot lane, right? But oftentimes Xiaohu would be like, okay, I'm on a roaming mid laner, something like a Galio, I'll actually lean top side and make sure that I cover any sort of cross map. So it'll be interesting to see how RNG do want to try and set it up, if they think, okay, we have enough in the 3v3 that we can win it out, or if they feel like they need Xiaohu's help as well.
And we can see now, DFM, I mean, Yaharong able to get the pressure mid after getting his ulti up, and then using the bot side pile they had after the wave crash to turn it right into a dragon.
Yeah, and DFM taking this dragon, you can see they throw the extra little tree baby into the pit, so in case Wei would try to jump over the wall and steal it away, at least he would be slowed down in that approach. Not gonna happen. RNG is not interested in contesting that objective. It will go over very early to DFM. This has not been a tournament of a lot of early dragons, so getting that first one online at 7 minutes feels good.
And it's a great start for DFM, right? Especially when you look at this, the LJL and DFM who've represented for so long. Last year was the first time DFM get into groups. If they manage it for a second time taking down RNG, what a massive talking point that would be for this squad heading into groups.
All right, Wei, let's see if there's anything to find up here. No Sejuani ulti makes it a lot more difficult than it otherwise might be. The cannon very slippery unless you've just got some of that easily applicable CC. Evie's ready to turn it around here with a slicing maelstrom. Gets stunned up, but he's back underneath his turret in time. So DFM's top laner has to spend his ult. He has to go back to base, but he does not use the flash to survive.
Yeah, swing and a miss there from both Wei and Breed. They're not able to connect with the initial CC, means that Evie's just about able to escape a way out of that. Also, just having steal there means that he was trying to see if he could hover on for a while to bait them in a bit more, but not going to be the case.
Yeah, still for RNG, though, the fact you're able to get that ultimate out from the cannon when Rift Herald is spawning feels quite nice. Still having Breeds online, so I feel like RNG are feeling incredibly confident right now to look for this Rift Herald. It looks like DFM not even going to go for a contest knowing they blew that ultimate, so gonna need to see them trade down in bot side, but they do have the Tristana that you're hitting on.
That's what I was about to say. It's a good shout. I mean, you're able to move Tristana down here. She should be able to tear through some of these turret plates relatively easy, but at the moment, a little bit of a slow push here for, or sorry, slow move from Gala and Ming back down towards this bottom side, but should be able to stop too much damage from going over.
So with this first turret plate going down there, the second one's going to drop very swiftly after. This is always one of the comparisons that I like to look at when one team gets Herald and the other side just declines to answer that fight and keeps their guys bottom instead. Hey, you already got 2 plates back. That's the expectation of a Herald unless you can make a much bigger play with it. I think if you're DFM, you're pretty happy.
Oh, 100%. And especially because yesterday I feel like we saw a lot of moments against Loud where they were a smart team. They did have, you know, good rotations, and they are one of the teams that are just going to stare at you in front of an objective and waste time.
Yeah, the biggest problem when it comes to that rotation, though, is just Xiaohu kind of getting the jump on you, right? Because he's got that Weaver's Wall, you can very easily push mid, create a numbers advantage on side lanes, and use the Rift card in that regard. And especially with the amount of focus that has been put on bot side already, it feels like that will more than likely be the case. And you can see at the moment RNG are trying to set up for that. Clear out the vision that might have been placed down by DFM to spot any sort of roams from RNG.
I also like the idea of them putting Herald bot just for the idea that if they decide and elect to go topside with it, it will open up for the Utapon to probably just honestly outright finish the turret bot side with how much pushing power that Tristana has. So I don't want to see RNG let any of those cross-map opportunities through for the side of DFM.
So one thing I'm surprised about here, boys, it is almost 10 minutes into the game. There are plenty of engage mechanisms on both sides, but we are yet to find first blood still. Let's see if I cast or curse it. Breed's gonna get jumped on here hard. Flash, stun. Evie has the damage with the burn, and the first blood actually goes over to Harp. DFM are on the board.
Why you gotta do us like that? You're going fine. Why you gotta do us like that?
You know, this was actually the tryout for next year, Cap. We hadn't let you know yet, but not off to a great start.
Well, I'm sorry, boys, but sometimes I just need some PvP in my League of Legends, and DFM are the ones to deliver, bringing the support up to the top side there with the roam. They get it going. Unfortunately, the kill goes to that support instead of to Evie.
I think it was just a good timing as well from them, right? You can see RNG weren't really in a position to get too much on a cross map. They get, sure, some vision control on the bottom side, but they weren't actually able to set up for that play we talked about with Xiaohu being able to lean down to bot side to try and make the turret play happen. So just really nice setup there from Yaharong, and playing off his kind of minion wave in the mid lane and moving up to top side.
And now I feel like for RNG to answer that play that DFM made, they are going to have to make use of this vision, right? We have Dragon coming up soon. I like the Herald play that they're going for now. We can see DFM already starting to respond to it with a TP, so I don't expect RNG to find too much like they're angling for with Ming waiting off to the side. But if they can find a fight coming to 6th Dragon...
Oh, baby, Yaharong, that's not where you want wanted to be. Way gets the money. RNG get 3 plates and a kill to go with it.
I feel like the caster curses have worked way too well at this event.
Yeah.
Because I don't know if RNG should have been able to find anything there, but great by Mink. Didn't even have to use his flash, just waiting for Yaharong to overstep a little bit too much.
Hey, look, today feels like a day of first, so I'm not going to breathe easy until we get this across the finish line. But, I mean, look, nice job from RNG, right? You get the plates, you're getting the push that you need. Xiaohu now as well, having a bit more control of that mid lane should help out substantially, because even though he has managed to shove in Yaharong, it's actually been Yaharong who's been able to get out and get the moves on the map first. So now Wei going to see if he can try and right the wrongs the top side as well.
Alrighty, Wei. He has no ulti available, still about half left on the cooldown timer. So Evie's going to have to get a little closer for this to work out. Looks like Wei will just, okay, maybe not, maybe not. They're waiting again. He's willing to commit a little bit more time to this, having plenty of patience. Breathe just going to go ahead, throw a couple of spells out, see if he can taunt that Kennen into coming up there for him. But now with Xiaohu coming north as well, RNG may be ready to commit even more to it. They're ready to, if Evie steps forward just a little bit, they are ready to go on this.
I'm surprised how much they're willing to coming up here. Yeah. They're also just going to end up giving DFM a free dragon.
Well, there it goes. They got to try to make this play happen. Evie goes in for the flash, gets away from the seismic shove, keeping himself alive nicely so far. But 3v1 is just too much, and RNG get the kill. But DFM should be able to get this objective on the other side of the map.
And for DFM, I think it's a fine trade. Evie does go down. It doesn't look like RNG should be able to get too much off the back of turret plates. But even just setting their composition up to where RNG are going to have to fight them soon so they don't go into things like Soul Point and Soul. And Flowers, it seems like your job's not done yet.
Alrighty, boys. Let's see if it turns into a whole lot. Doesn't look like it. The minion wave gets cleared out, and so RNG will keep their bottom lane safe.
This is such a different look from RNG, though. We've seen them highly prioritize dragons in the early stages of pretty much every single one of their games. They have an 80% dragon control rate across all their games so far, and DFM had come in and gone, no, that looks like a good idea. We're going to take over control on this bottom side of the map. We're the ones that are going to be playing for this, and yes, they do get a kill on the cross map, but DFM, they're looking real good right now.
Yeah, DFM, again, I also just like the way it's going to force RNG to have to scrap with them soon. They just can't keep avoiding these fights. And for DFM, I feel like this pace of game feels very comfortable for them from what we've seen so far. They definitely were one of the slower teams in their group in terms of wanting to play for more of those late game tussles, those late game fights, which is why we typically see a lot of those picks banned away from them. So DFM honestly off to a great start. This isn't their first time in play-ins having to play against an LPL team to make it to main stage. So far, hopefully off to a good start.
And everybody, I just want to go ahead and point out, there are no champions on the bottom half of Summoner's Rift. Everybody's ready to party here on the top side, and Evie is not invited. He'll be killed immediately, as Harp is the next one in their sights. Stunned up by Sejuani, but DFM has their jungler here ready to maybe have a counterattack or at least keep everybody else safe. Yutapon will clear out the wave, but RNG pick up a freebie there on that one.
Yeah, you can see now they're going to move over towards the Rift Herald as well. Yaharong not exactly in the best of spots to try and contest this with the push that Gala had, so it looks like RNG should be able to get the second Rift Herald for themselves as well.
Alrighty, look, let's take count of how many ultis are not available though, because it's still Sejuani and Talia that don't have anything to work with here. So RNG, they won't be able to look for any sort of a play afterwards. They'll just bring everybody back mid, deal with this wave. DFM, unfortunately, losing that top laner up there, not expecting this, ends up costing them.
No, we just see RNG able to get up here, especially with that ultimate coming out from Sejuani. Like, DFM had the same amount of members, but not able to react in time. Harp luckily able to get away in the end, and a play like this is much more bread and butter RNG, especially thinking back to their success last year, right? Always being the team to be able to overload the top side of the map first. And with DFM already having those dragons stacking, they really need to start finding these gold leads.
Well, the gold leads are pretty much non-existent for either side, right? I generally look at 300 or 400 as something that can swing back or forth depending on, hey, do you have a big wave to pick up or not? So the game finds itself very close. DFM are obviously happy to have those first two Drakes, especially in a Rift that has been blessed by the Hex Tech Drake because that soul is so valuable. But now you're forced to answer the question, can we get those last two? Can we make good on this early soul stack?
Or do you even try and contest, right? Because if you've got Yutapon on there, he's going to blast his way through a couple of towers like Danny DeVito. So if you can just leave him to it, well, why do you need to try and contest on these dragons? Let's just try and play the map a little bit better and give, you know, one of these dragons across to RNG and just make sure we can pick up all the standing gold.
I think especially when we look at items right now, right? Because RNG, pretty much Mythic's done across the board. Yeah. DFM still waiting on some to come through. Of course, Yaharon going towards that play of the Rune King for a bit more early power. But RNG, I feel like definitely feeling strong in the 5v5 because of that.
I love how we started off this game thinking, oh yeah, this is all going to be about bot side. And RNG were like, no. We're going to bring the bot to top and we're just all going to 5-man here. Because even when you look at your screen, right, we're seeing Ming trying to step into that top side jungle, pressuring Evi back off that top side turret. It does give Xiaohu access to the tier 1, which he'll be able to take, so nicely done. But definitely you can see RNG now starting to make their mid-game their own, where they try to play the map as brutal as possible.
We've got 60 seconds until that next Drake spawns. Scuttlecrab vision just about to disappear in a few seconds here for DFM. You're going to see Harp go ahead and channel his recall, get back to base, get some control wards. We'll see if they want to engage this or if they're just going to do what you were talking about, Dagda, and trade away that Drake pressure they've earned so far for some of this standing gold. Pass up on a fight where you have to take it without having those items completed. You can see the Anathemas chain done for Steel there, opting to go for that one first as opposed to completing the Mythic. Protobelt done on Kennen. That's a big playmaker as well there for Evi to be able to contribute a lot to these team fights. But another thing that I got to keep my eyes on when we're thinking about if we're going to get a big 5v5 is the status of summoner spells. RNG's got everything, and DFM's got everything except the Kennen TP.
Also, the big things that you like is for Hextech Gate when there's a Kennen in the game. These give you the opportunities to try and swing yourself into these more advantageous positions unless Evi's caught.
Oh, Evi! Man, you gotta stop finding yourself this way. There he goes, gets away from that one, loses half HP though, and with RNG chunking out the enemy top laner when he still does not have that TP ready to rejoin, they're gonna take this Drake, and it's DFM just leaving Yaharong in the top side to take the tier 1 and trade.
And the big difference maker was the setup in this play, because RNG already having vision down, Dagda just hit on it, whether it's a Hex Gate or them having any kind of vision for people like Evi and Yaharong to come from different angles, those are the types of fights that DFM want. RNG are so happy if DFM are just standing right in front of them and Xiaohu can just unload all his damage. Does make it a bit better when Evi does just kind of run in by himself. But yeah, DFM sadly needing the vision, needing some semblance of pressure to be able to enter in from different avenues.
Alrighty, DFM. Things are not looking so great in the past couple of small engagements, right? Like Evi getting caught off guard a little bit. And that's one of the things that I worry about as we get into the mid-game very solidly now. It's one of the conversations that always happens when you're looking at major regions versus minor regions. Is macro play and 5v5 team fighting, and how the edge is almost always in favor of the major region. It's one of the things that really separates the two different types there. And so for DFM, especially after what was a very back and forth messy series yesterday against Loud, I feel like the coordination's really gonna need to level up here if you want to be able to go toe-to-toe with RNG.
Yeah, and I feel like that works twofold this game. One, because RNG might be the best mid-game team coming from the LPL despite being our 4th seed. They're really good at making these plays on sides, kind of taking 2 objectives at once and making the enemy have to work for a fight to win. And secondly, that DFM's composition should be good at making these cross-map plays or playing sides, getting turrets done before RNG are able to answer. RNG should be the team that's relying more on these 5v5s.
The thing is that RNG have been doing a really good job of sweeping out all the vision that DFM established. They got themselves situated all on that top side. Well, you can see how dark that side of the map now is for DFM. And again, you're just kind of playing this game with RNG where it's like, cool, we will try and control River. We'll start to eke this line slowly but surely forward, whereas DFM kind of instantly tried to grab a bunch of space, which made it easier for RNG to clear it out.
I will say for DFM, the one shining light is that they have been able to get gold onto Udapon. We can see right now him sitting about 30 CS up over Gala. Already 2 items done, so he's going to be their big damage dealer once we get into a skirmish. Evi as well, going to want to find some sort of impact, but just hasn't been able to do it yet.
And when we talked about Yaharong kind of... Oh, hang on a second.
Oh boy, Evi's ready on the flank. This time it's Wei being forced to flash out, trying to escape away from those roots. And now Wei and everybody on RNG can turn it right back around. Evi has been found again and again and again. 0-3 in this game.
Just small oversteps costing DFM and allowing RNG to thrive when it constantly looks like they're about to be punished. but they're able to thrive.
And again, it was just a nice play. You saw Xiaohu already leaning to mid to make sure that he could cover. Yaharong was still trying to put attention onto tier 2. They might find Xiaohu, but he's found company.
Oh boy. Yaharong just snapping back early to get away from that anchor of Ming, make sure he doesn't get caught out there. He knows he's got to back up because RNG have plenty of bodies in this top half of the map. RNG now getting their guys back in position here at the tier 1 in mid, so Yudupon's not able to take that and knock it down with Tristana. Weaver's wall ready to come in as Wei will look for the flank here on Harp. Teleport's now about to show up for both sides. Evie still has no cannon ulti, but Wei has no flash and no way out. Steel's gonna grab the kill on the enemy jungler, but now Harp is low and Evie is the same. Another TP showing up. Yaharong's made his way in. DFM grab a second kill, and Evie still survives. Breathe tries to get away, but Steel's got him locked down, and Yaharong seals his fate. Yutapon goes right back in. Xiaohu has to flash, and DFM just crushed RNG in a team fight.
DFM outman RNG on the play. The TPs are in better spots. They pick off the members they need, and now they're moving over towards the Baron.
This is exactly what DFM wanted. If DFM are gonna, for the first time, take down an LPL team, take down the MSI champions, getting the team fight, getting the Baron, if they could translate this into a game 1, that would be huge.
And there it is, Baron at 22 minutes for the LJL team.
And we see here, right? Dagny, you were just saying that the better positioning coming in. RNG thinking they found Harp, but he manages to get away. And I love the positioning that Evie comes in on because they know Wei's flash is still down from the last play. So this time it's him overstepping a little bit, gets picked off. And then sadly, with him down, with Ming already getting chunked out, you really don't have a frontliner to absorb all this damage because Breed's on the opposite side of the fight.
Yeah, the position on the TPs was just great. You see the first one zoning off Gala and Ming from the start of that so they can go onto Wei. Then you get Yaharong aggressive TPing, but here we go.
Oh, we are not done, my friends. Yaharong getting himself right back to where he started here with Soul Unbound. That incredibly powerful E on the Yone, allowing him to dive in and then escape. But the Dragon spawning in 5 seconds, and RNG now have the advantage.
And you got 2 items now on that Yone as well. Yaharong wants to see if he can try and step up big in this fight. DFM already have good position, and they've got a good front to back here. This is where it gets a little bit risky for RNG. Keep your eyes on Evie to see if he can make the play with that big ultimate.
Alrighty, this could tell us so much about the fate of this game. DFM's tanks are going to start up the Drake, but they're not going to commit heavy DPS to this, not just yet. Now they'll pull it out, start to put a little bit more damage into it. Evie remains on the flank. He wants to be able to find a slicing maelstrom that can really change the fight. Drake goes over to DFM. Steel fires off the ulti. Wei takes a little bit of damage, but not a whole lot. Nautilus ulti back onto Steel. They're just both hitting tanks. Ming goes in, finds Evie, but he doesn't find him well enough. It's Ming who ends up giving him a freebie. Knock, the food's here. DFM get a freebie on top of their third Drake.
Yeah, DFM now on Soul Point. The fact that they already have Baron is just huge. Now going to be able to start translating this into map control into a big gold lead is, yeah, Wei, that was not it. That goes wide. DFM now going to be able to reset off that one, but look at what Yaharong's been doing in the side lane. Able to get this pushed in, and they just keep denying RNG golden objectives on the map.
This is fantastic from DFM. They're doing such a good job of causing RNG to overextend continuously. Ming goes to the hook. He ends up so far out of position. DFM can collapse on him. DFM are playing this composition wonderfully, and RNG just can't do anything about it, right? Like Steel here, great ultimate, zones off RNG, kind of what we talked about. Like, they want to try and get access to the backline with the Gala, but they're not able to do so. And then again, Ming goes for Evie, but who follows up here? Like DFM, great ultimate coming through from Harp that keeps the rest of RNG at bay. They can deal with Ming. Like, they are just playing and executing around these ultimates so much better on DFM's side.
And DFM, we talked about it in the draft. The AoE and the team fighting this squad has. When you look at Yone, when you look at Maokai, when you look at Kennen, there's just this massive area of threat that is so difficult to approach for the squad of RNG if they don't have good setup with a Taliyah flank, with a full group dive that Gala is able to join in on, and it's DFM setting up better and paying off.
I think especially when you look at RNG's tools, right? A lot of single target CC coming through, both Sejuani, Nautilus, all single target. Gala only going to be single target damage. Anything else you're relying on Xiaohu and Breathe, and we've seen they really just can't muscle their way into these fights. So For DFM now, I think you can take it a little bit slower. We can see them finally answering the side pushes that RNG had going earlier on, because now you have such an obvious win condition right in front of your face with Soul.
Yeah, and I mean, Yarong is so incredibly strong in these side lanes as well. There's just no way for Xiaohu to actually deal with them. Like, you can see every time Yarong steps up, especially now that he's got the Sunfire Aegis as well, he can go for dives, and Xiaohu will just fall. So this is where RNG now will start to struggle trying to play out the map correctly, and you can already see this is where Yarong can start to get aggressive.
Yeah, it's actually crazy that I feel like the most effective CC on DFM's side right now is just the threat of Yaharong pressing R. Just the idea of him doing that prevents RNG from being able to do anything.
It's one of those funny things about League of Legends. Sometimes the threat of an ability can do so much more than using the key even can, unless it's just a perfect execution of it, right? The threat of that being there is such a nightmare that everybody's got to be ready. And Evie over here on this cannon, who remember was the target of focus early from RNG, who did have a couple of positioning whoopsies, I guess we'll call them, that got him in some trouble, but he's sitting on Proto Belt, he's sitting on Shadow Flame, he's sitting on Sorcerer's Shoes. This is the 1-2-3 spell pin punch that turns that Kinnan ulti into a torpedo.
And he has the flash. He's got that little bit of extra nos in the back pocket when he needs to pick up speed, and that's where I think Evie is really going to be able to shine at this next fight, if he can get the positioning on towards RNG, because, I mean, Gala, incredibly short range. Xiaohu kind of needs to be up close and personal to a certain extent as well to get his damage off. So if you can get in there, that's going to look fantastic.
And when you're talking about Xiaohu and Gala, the other thing to remember, no Guardian Angels, no stopwatches. That's what makes it even deadlier. Evie getting caught now again, just when I got done praising him, it could be lights out. Ming goes over the Hex Tech gate. Evie goes into the ground. 0 and 4, unfortunately, for the Lightning.
And those are the plays. RNG just keeps leaning down towards Evie's side, using that single target damage we talked about. Xiaohu, of course, with the global ultimate, just makes it so easy for RNG to execute upon. And luckily for the side of DFM, I mean, for RNG, nothing on the opposite side able to be taken, because we do see Wei leaning that way. They were able to get some vision up on top side. Top side doesn't matter, guys. This Dragon's coming up in 45 seconds.
Exactly. This is a huge moment for RNG, because DFM getting a hold of the Hex Tech Soul with that chain lightning slowing proc makes things a lot scarier. So Dagda, I want to ask you, if you're RNG, what is the recipe for success with 30 seconds to go till this thing?
I mean, it definitely feels like getting back onto the map and trying to find angles where you can actually set up vision, stop DFM from having multiple different ways that they can go for flanks is going to be best, but it kind of felt like they needed to get a pick beforehand, right? And that's what they've been trying to do with Xiaohu, with Ming as well, because straight up front to back, which is what RNG looks like they're about to force. I think DFM have this. They've just got such a strong front line. Great peel for Udapon on the back line. With 3 items on the Trist, he's going to wreck RNG's front line.
And remember, Evie didn't waste the flash when he died there in bottom lane. He knew that it's better to just die and still have that for the soul fight than even use it to get away and live. So let's see it. DFM starting up the Drake, losing a little bit of patience there on it, so it'll reset slightly. Just above 6k health now. DPS continuing here. Steel fires off the ulti. Ming's gonna be here in the front. Harp tanking back on the other side. Drake is low. It is secured. Hex Tech Soul over to DFM. RNG tries to run, but Udapon's still ready to go. Breeze gets one back on the other side, and Xiaohu's doing an amazing job kiting him out. RNG with an outplay, but Evie gets the ult that will slice right through them. 3 for 3. Soul to DFM.
There's the flash from Evie to get in onto the backline of RNG, but RNG, I mean, you still got Wei, you still got Breathe up, so DFM won't be able to get anything more, but they got away with Soul, and they'll be happy with that one.
DFM just off to such a great start. We're going to see here, too, them able to force their way in. Maokai Ultimate doing so much to prevent other members from RNG coming through, and then Yaharong to get multiple members of RNG locked down. We can see resets already coming through from Udapon to be able to get more done. Sure, Breathe takes with the support on the back half, but DFM already got what they wanted.
And that was the big point for me in that fight. Breathe spent so much time trying to chase DFM, get around the pit, get into a position that he was basically, like, negligible. He hit 1 Q in an auto attack and took the Leona down. Like, good for you, buddy. The rest of your team is going down, so RNG tried to find the flank, and it pays dividends for DFM.
Gentlemen, DFM are even in kills and up 4 Drakes to 1 with the Soul completed against RNG. The same RNG that is 18-0 all-time against minor region teams. The same RNG that is from the LPL, who are 7-0 versus the LJL as a region. This would be a massive win to start this series with one in the W column for the side of Detonation Focus Me. They've been playing it well so far. Dagda, let me ask you, how do they close it out clean?
I mean, your best way to try and do this is keeping Yaharong on these side lanes for a bit. He has to draw multiple people across, like Xiaohu can't really deal with them. So then for DFM, trying to play around the rest of your crew, set up vision for the likes of Baron, and if Yaharong ends up ever drawing multiple members down to the bottom side, immediately turn over towards the Baron.
I feel like it's also important to mention, right, the fact that DFM have 2 TPs, RNG only have 1, so...
Oh boy! Yaharong getting jumped on here, RNG trying to commit to this, but now they gotta be careful. Soul Unbound's ready to go. Evie shows up, Slicing Maelstrom's already going. Evie goes into stasis now to buy himself a little bit of extra time. The ulti comes down, but Evie goes out. They're still looking for a little bit more damage. Yaharong's being chased. He gets away from 3. A double kill back over to Hart, but it's a 2 for 1, favoring the side of DFM.
And DFM just continue to do it. RNG know things are getting dicey. They feel the pressure, so they try to all in for the pick, but DFM just still have the tool style maneuver. Now they're targeting towards his Baron.
And this has just been such a smart draft from DFM, right? Every time Gala tries to go into these fights to the short-range Kai'Sa, there's Yaharong's ultimate, there's Evie's ultimate, there's Steel's ultimate, there's a solar eclipse that's coming his way as well. It feels like he cannot get access to these fights. And when Xiaohu is being pinpointed down immediately...
Oh, there's the Baron already gone as RNG tried to go for Hex Gates to see if there was any potential way to stop it there. But now Wei and Breathe are behind enemy lines. They must try to exfiltrate. Breathe is going to get jumped on now by 2 tanks and an AD carry. It's not a good place to be, but it's better than the graveyard, and that's where he's going. Shut down, credit over to Yaharong. 5v4 for 45 seconds.
And we can see RNG, they know they're in a dicey position, need to go for this pick, but Yaharong's incredibly tanky. Death Stance, Sunfire already completed, manages to just dash out, and Evie wanting to all in on Gala. This initially kind of helps RNG because the fight split up. It isn't just all of DFM jumping at you, so they're able to get that first pick, but still, with members like Ming and Xiaohu separated on one side, we see Yutapon, Steel Harp, all the AoE CC able to come out.
And it feels like we're really starting to see the training arc of DFM now coming to fruition, right? You look at these guys who have been screaming against like VCS teams, LPL teams, everyone that they can get their hands on to try and improve. They've been at the top of the LGL for so long. They made it to groups for the first time last year, and now they're looking primed to take down RNG in game number 1.
I mean, for so many people, myself included, DFM is synonymous with the LJL just because of how frequently they represent their region. They are the cream of the crop of Japanese League of Legends, and they are showing it here in this first game. 11-9 against RNG, up over 5,000 gold, armed with a Baron yet again. Yutapon ready to be played around. 4 items completed plus the boots. This man is just a turret-wrecking machine, and he's got his tank line and his CC cannon right next to him. They can't get anywhere close.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like RNG really even have the tools to be able to answer. Like, sure, Xiao can try and wave clear with his abilities, but there's just on a range coming out. The amount of damage he's able to dish out so quickly really isn't going to be able to stop the Baron pushes coming out from DFM. So now we're up to a 6K gold lead. Elder's going to come up soon, and it just feels... It feels just like a matter of time, you know, before we put the coffin, you know, in the dirt for RNG.
Because say goodbye.
Because at this point, right, you're just waiting for those picks to come through, but DFM aren't giving them over.
Well, I like the fact that you mentioned the Elder, because for me, if you're in a position like RNG where you feel like your back is against the wall, this is where you full send it. This is your Hail Mary. You might be down 1 Drake to 4. It's not the old League of Legends where that matters for the Elder. This is the cheat code Elder that automatically kills the other dudes when they aren't yet dead, and that's what you need to win here.
And it feels like a huge amount of it is going to rely on Gala, right? 4 items now on this Kai'Sa. We've seen him pop off in this champion before. He needs to do it, but on the opposite side, Yaharong looking incredibly strong. You're nearly finished off that LDR for Yutapon as well, pushing that full build. DFM are in such a good spot right now, and where's the vision for RNG, right? We already talked about DFM. The front to back is popping off, and RNG are going to have to face check this.
Oh, man, that is so scary. Maokai in the river has shown to be one of the most frightening things in all of this play-in stage, and now it's the reality for RNG to have to go near. Evie with the flash Maelstrom ready to join in. Breathe is over the wall looking for some sort of a flank. Yaharong's gonna keep him away. DFM ready to turn this into a PvP type of fight, but it's Hart who dies first. RNG RNG find themselves a potential angle. The Drake's still at half. DFM have lost a man, but RNG have injured health bars. Xiaohu tries to fire the Weaver's Wall through there and disrupt him. Doesn't get a lot of value out of it. DFM taking it very slow, very steady. RNG now going to be the ones taking the Drake aggro. Udapon, keep your eyes on him. Tristana with that Guardian Angel ready to go. DFM trying to keep RNG back. Remember that Breathe does have the teleport. He would be able to retreat and rejoin if he felt he needed to. Yaharong clearing out some vision. Udapon trying to get the wave pushed up. Now you got a TP coming back in from Evie. The Elder Drake's down to 2K. Elder Drake will be secured by Gala, but now Evie's coming into the fight. Gala's gonna be taken low. He won't be taken out. He fires back. Elder execution. Gala finally died. Everybody with Xiaohu has been deleted, and DFM are marching down mid lane.
Udapon needs to find Xiaohu though. He will be able to reset and should be able to clear out these waves, but this should be the base broken for DFM. Once more, the team fighting from the LJL is coming up huge.
LPL's 4th seed may have gotten the Elder Drake, but they were so injured from the previous fight, they couldn't get anything out of it. Yaharong has chased Xiaohu to the ends of the earth and stopped him from getting back in time. DFM will do what no minor region team has done before and take down RNG in game 1.
I am so ecstatic for DFM. It's only one game, but what a huge victory when LJL hasn't been able to even take a game off the LPL before. Again, RNG, our most recent MSI champions. DFM come out, great composition, some interesting picks, much better team fighting, and halfway through the game, Flowers, you're talking about, hey, the macro needs to be there for DFM. Yeah. It was.
They looked incredible. I mean, even in the early stages, right, we're like, Xiaohu's going to get out of mid, he's going to be able to do whatever he wants, doesn't manage it. And I think a huge amount of that comes down to Yaharong as well, who at the start of, coming into Worlds, people are like, we know Ari is gone, Yaharong hasn't really been able to step up. He's had a fantastic tournament so far. To see him popping off in the Yone brings a big smile to my face.
It's been so crazy too, because, right, he's kind of been like, okay, Azir, Victor, like these sorts of champions. Now, like, just casually drops the Yone game and styles on RNG.
I mean, I said these guys have a mountain to climb. They got their water bottle, they got their climbing pick, they got their good shoes on. DFM showed up ready to play today. I was really concerned. I thought yesterday's series against Loud looked really wild, really loose, really sloppy. But they showed up ready to go against RNG. The early game, like you guys were talking about, it wasn't fast, it wasn't bloody, it wasn't this crazy PvP battle arena. They were taking it slow. We didn't have first blood until 10 minutes into the game, and it worked out to set them up to scale up this team fighting comp and get to the point where they were just able to box RNG and hit them right in the mouth. But that's it for now for game 1. We're heading back over to the State Farm Analyst Desk.
I am so happy we have 2 LPL casters on the TriCast to witness the first time RNG get taken down by a minor region. It was 18-0 to start the day. It's 1-18 now. It started in the draft. That Yone surprised the hell out of me. Chronicler, how the hell did it work? Did you like it from the draft?
I thought the draft was okay, but throughout the entire game, there was a pervasive feeling of this is RNG. They've lost early games in the LPL, and they've always been able to bring it back. But as it turns out, can't be Yaro.
I'm speechless. Yeah, speechless. Wow. Speechless. Yeah, I love the draft. It was really intelligent, especially when they went into 4-5. And it was basically the bans coming through of Misfortune and Caitlyn. It was like, hey, let's first pick the Tristana. And he got a really good matchup. And then Yaharong's Yone was impeccable.
Impeccable. Okay, hold on, because I want to get to clips. Before we get to those clips, though, I just want to show you an interview that took place yesterday. I've got a fantastic quote from one of the members of the DFM squad. They were speaking to the Chinese broadcast. If we beat RNG, I believe we can win the World Championship. So I will be playing tomorrow to win the World Championship, right? So this comes out, we see game 1, and I'd like to transition to the post-game breakdown graphic. And the reason I want to start there is show for 20 minutes of this game It was as even as it could be. The difference being DFM picked up those dragons early, which ultimately would lead them to a victory.
In line with that quote, I feel like they played at their best. They were not contesting objectives just for the sake of it. When Rift Herald was being taken, they traded it for turret plates on the side for Udapon, so we'd be able to take that. Yaharong was playing towards side lanes when they wanted to give up the next Drake. And they had the first 2 Drakes when RNG was giving it to them. I felt like they were playing an incredibly smart game and not giving up gold, so they were even for a very long time.
Chronicler, that statement from Raz, even for a very long time, when you look at that gold graph, I personally was already impressed at 20 minutes of early game from DFM, and I didn't expect it to end the way it did. Is that fair to say that it's a surprise, a shock, but also credit to them?
Yeah, what is wild to me is not the fact that the 20 minutes are relatively even, because, again, it's such a intrinsic part of RNG's identity that sometimes in the early game, they just don't look that good. But what is baffling to me and what really speaks to how well DFM are playing right now is that you don't win mid-game fights against RNG. You don't out-macro them, and yet that's what they do here.
DFM did!
DFM did, and I think if we were just to call any mistakes towards RNG's side, specifically Wei, he had a very bad game.
Yeah.
His Sejuani's ultis were not we're not hitting targets. That one where he did get picked off as the TP flank was coming through, left Breathe in a really tough position. So there are multiple moments like these, but it was just up to DFM that were just playing fights better than the Teamfight Kings.
May I ask you both to take a moment and appreciate this work of art? It doesn't stop there. I have another phenomenal replay to celebrate DFM and accelerating ahead. We've got another team fight, this time around Dragon. And Chronicle, I'm going to come to you to start once more.
I want to highlight how impactful the Maokai is. And we've talked about it a lot, but RNG have a mostly short-range composition, and engaging and trying to set up into this is impossible. Yaharong does a really good job of making sure that Breathe can't get an impact in this game. And as a result, you can just front to back. And this is where DFM, I think, have showed that they are very adept throughout the whole tournament if Utapon actually has the space.
Yeah, and I mean, they did a great job at pushing off Breathe from the flank too and forcing that 5v5 situation. So that was great. And even when they made mistakes, they reset position in those team fights, so none of them were in a really tough call, which is why we saw really long dragon dances, right? If there was one issue or they couldn't really get a catch towards mid or jungle, they played it slow, which goes towards that Elder Dragon fight. Let's see the replay, because that one was the cherry on top of the cake.
It's Elder for Nexus. It's I've seen it happen more times than I care for. And what I really want to highlight here is that even though Harp goes down early, longer fights are in favor of DFM. And a large part of that is the sapling spam and the fact that they got that hex stack buff, right? Like the hex stack soul in stalemates like this is so obnoxious. And even though in the end, the Soul Rider will go over to RNG, they've already been chunked down so much, and the AoE damage from DFM is enough to win the fight regardless.
Yeah, just taking a second look at this fight, because I missed it in the moment, how that final burst ended up getting the kill here. It was so close, yeah. It was really close. Ended up seeing Kai'Sa falling down. I actually thought that RNG could defend the base with how much AP that
I did too.
Yeah.
I, for a brief moment, as that fight started, it started 4v5, I actually thought that RNG could have won that fight. They got the Elder. I was like, I think they might kill everyone. It would have been flip. I've just heard from production and from our refs on stage that RNG is the team that lost to Detonation FM and now have side selection, have elected to stay on the blue side.
Yeah, I don't think any surprises there. And I want to really, again, set the stakes. Even if RNG now, like, adapt and draft, play better, and win the next 3 games in a row, just this single win, I say coming into the series, that is an achievement already. And I really want to highlight that again. For DFM to beat the RNG that have been 18-0 over, like, the course of, what, like, the last 2-3 years?
Yes.
In of itself already, I think, is a super cool moment.
Screw that. They're going all the way. DFM to win the series. That's what I want to see, Rez.
He wants to see that. For me, look, RNG, based off their prep, not going to make many changes within the draft. I think the changes will happen in 4-5, where they can really enhance Gala and not put him in the same position as they did in this game.
Okay, I have one last little quick stat to throw you away before we go to an ad break.
I'm ready for this.
And I just want you to know that as it is play-in, since day 6, we're second day of knockouts, there's a couple of members of our production team that have not worked any of the previous days. They're new just for yesterday and today.
Yeah.
And I think there's about 4 people on our production team who currently have an undefeated record in working the show for NA versus EU and Japan versus China. On that note, we'll go to an ad break and see you on the other side.
We're keeping them throughout world. Every day.
Welcome back to Worlds 2022. My name is Quickshot, and I truly wish the president of Riot Games, Lil Nas X, was here to sing to me because Raz and Chronicler just ruined your song for me. Just before we go to Game 2 in this best of 5 between RNG and Detonation Focus Me, I wanted to take a minute or two to quickly remind everyone of the stakes. Win this series, you advance to the group stage. Lose, you are eliminated from Worlds, and your 2022 season is over. We already have 2 teams that are qualified for the group stage, first being DRX, and because DRX are one of the 4 LCK seeds, that means they can't go in that group, they can't go in that group, they can't go in that group, they had to be slotted into Group C. With that same rule applied, Evil Geniuses could not go into the group as C9 and could not go into the group with 100 Thieves. Therefore, we find ourselves in a scenario where Fnatic could, in theory, be slotted into either group. However, if Royal Never Give Up, and this sentence is going to be so fun to say, bounce back to defeat Detonation Focus Me, there is only one group in which they can slot into, and that will be Group D. Once again, the same rules apply. Because of the fact that we have LPL representatives in the 3 other groups, they're not able to join that group. However, in the scenario that Detonation end up winning, that means that Fnatic and DFM could slot into either, and we will be able to do a group draw at the end of Worlds Play-ins knockouts today. I also didn't say it, but just for clarity, if RNG win, RNG go there, Fnatic go there, just in case that wasn't 100% clear. Now, just before we get into picks and bans for the next game, considering we have 2 LPL casters on the Shoutcaster desk, I would like to ask our stage managers to deliver the emotional support World's Tibbers Teddy Bears to my LPL colleagues, because I'm sure they're going to be suffering after that loss. Could we cut to them and have that delivery run on stage? Dagda, Lyric, how are you guys feeling about your chances here? Can we get those up? They need the attention. There we go. Hold on to those, gentlemen. You're going to need them. You're in for a wild ride.
I don't think anybody was quite expecting the emotional support animals to be required after that Game 1, but DFM, boys, they showed up.
Yeah, well, you know, misery loves company, so Quickshot just wants us to join.
I also got to say, you know, Quickshot, we got you because, you know, at Worlds, we always sacrifice 1 or 2 LPL teams. So we were talking about it. If DFM come out in 3-0 RNG, like, be pretty spicy. We'll be part of the celebration.
Yeah, one must die so the other can live.
Live,
you know, that's the way it
right,
goes.
yeah, like an equal exchange or something like
2
that.
teams
right?
to lose so we can win Worlds.
Yeah.
I think, you know, equivalent exchange.
Yeah, there's some sort of magic going on there, but DFM showed up with some magic in game number 1, and now I think a lot of people were coming into this series expecting it to be RNG, Swift 3-0. I talked about the overwhelming, like, fan prediction being in their favor, but, like, man, I think if you were watching this, you know, half paying attention, thinking it'll be a clean sweep, all of a sudden, you're perked up, you're paying attention, you're ready to go.
We said it, it's a day of firsts here. I mean, EG taking down Mad Lions, DFM already went up against RNG. Now, I do think RNG will probably adjust coming back into this, but, like, that's not to take away. DFM looked really clean in that game. Yaharon getting great roams off in the early stages of the game. Their team fighting looked spectacular. The Maokai consistently causing a ton of issues for RNG. Like, DFM really showed up in that game.
Yeah, I feel like if there's a checklist coming in when you have, like, smaller regions up against, especially LPL, it's like, okay, can we get through laning phase? Can they hold up in team fights? And, like, how's their mid-game macro going? DFM kind of checked all 3. I feel like going in, regardless of how the series goes from here, you know DFM can put up a fight.
And I think they had a great draft in the last one as well. They kind of baited Gala into taking the Kai'Sa. Everyone knows that Gala would take the Kai'Sa, right? But then they have all these different champions that make it nigh on impossible for this Kai'Sa to actually function properly in these team fights. So I think DFM will have to see if they try and go for a similar style.
Right, we look at Kai'Sa, we always think of diving in with the rest of your team, but into Kennan's ultimate, into Maokai, into all of these tools to just keep her contained, it doesn't work out very well. RNG are back on blue side here for game number 2.
And I'm so happy to see them ban the Maokai. Me and Dagda were talking about, so what do you change as RNG? It's like, okay, we can't go for the Graves because DFM are banning that one out. And sure, it didn't really come down to one pick, but entering neutral objectives against the Maokai ultimate just looks impossible. Wei doesn't seem to pilot it, so I like that they get it off the board.
They are dropping the Yuumi ban, though, so curious to see how this kind of mixes things up. Not exactly the support that you expect Ming to go towards. Look, he's been able to play Enchanters, but again, like, he has kind of been at the forefront of when RNG look good. It's when Ming is able to find those engages on things like the Nautilus, the Leona, these kind of things. So curious to see exactly what the first pick is going to be. I imagine they'll still go towards Aatrox, but maybe Yuumi is just first pick worthy here.
Yeah, I mean, Yuumi being open, Hecarim is still there as well. If you could manage to get that combo, you'd imagine DFM take away one side of it. But for RNG, that's been the problem, is that they don't really seem to gravitate towards a lot of the power picks that are on this patch.
Well, the Aatrox is the one hovered. That is power pick incarnate right now. I like the little bit of cheekiness hovering the Kennen before they lock the Aatrox in, just saying, hey, we know that this is still up and you picked it last time, but we don't feel like the Kennen versus Aatrox matchup was really the issue here. Evi's Urgot, a pocket pick, a favorite of his, but one that doesn't come out too frequently here at Worlds. We'll see if maybe we can get some of that. I expect this is just a long hover before we get the real pick. And just running it back. Just running it back.
Big thumbs up there as he locks in the Kennen, knows exactly what he wants. Now I am curious to see, will it be something like the Hecarim that we were kind of highlighting, the steal could take away? He's played that 3 times already. Or does he want to go back towards something where he can be a little bit more proactive in the early stages? And looks like it is going to be the case with the situation.
The thing about this as well is it sets up that they actually could go to a bit of a run back with the last comp.
Yeah.
Just with everything but the Maokai. Like Sejuani, if you end up with another melee mid laner, I mean, DFM are going to love that. They're going to be able to have the same skirmishing power, the same all-in threat, and all of the CC that worked last time around.
And the Silas is open this time around. That was banned away last time by DFM. They dropped it for the Fiora ban. So this is definitely somewhere where Yaharon could go back towards the Silas. But my biggest worry is, I think what DFM did really well last game was keeping Xiaohu in check. Making sure this Talia couldn't get access to the map, couldn't go and do things. So if you end up opting in towards the Silas, you're kind of giving a bit more free roam for Xiaohu.
Well, they've got the Viego locked in for Wei here on the side of RNG. So double melee top side there with the jungler and the top laner. Thinking about this Tristana here, they're going to go ahead and lock that one in. So a bit of a different look, denying that from Udapon here for the second.
I also think it's just a good strategy for RNG, saving Xiaohu for second half because he has a much wider champion pool than what we've seen Gala willing to show. Like, Gala's going to be Kai'Sa, Tristana, Aphelios, maybe a Xayah. Like, there's some things there, but save that for later on. And DFM looks like they're going to do it. They are going to do a bit of a run back with a better jungle matchup to pair with your melee mid laner.
I am really surprised, though, because what I thought we might see is them go, okay, look, we're going to end up leaving this counter pick for Yaharong in the mid lane. Let's try and get the likes of our AD carry and support on this next rotation, then we'll be fine. So I feel like when I'm looking at RNG, they'll ban away AD carries, put Udapon onto his the back foot, and then you're kind of going, okay, well, is this going to be as successful when you have Gala with the extra bit of range thanks to Draw the Beat?
Well, one nice part about marksman bans here in this draft for the side of DFM is the only marksman that was banned away in the first half is Graves, who has not played in the bot lane role anyway, so the pool hasn't been pinched incredibly so far. Kai'Sa will be banned out by RNG. Lissandra banned away by DFM. We do not have synced up picks for the roles here in the first half of the draft, so I expect the bans to be a bit lopsided in the second half as well. Galio banned away, so 2 of these playmaking potential, like team fighter type of mid laners banned away from Xiaohu.
Yeah, and I like the bans coming out from both sides, especially the Yuumi ban coming out last, because I was so terrified that we would get the Sivir Yuumi coming out for the side of DFM. I actually really would like the Aphelios pick here. Just give yourself some more scaling insurance policy. You have the Moonlight Vigil for big AoE when you're already setting up for this huge team fight, and it's going to be in RNG's court to answer back, and for Xiaohu to show something that can go toe-to-toe with the Yone.
And I'm really curious what Harp is going to bring to the table here as well. He has played 8 unique champion picks already in the support role. This guy, very flexible when it comes to the bottom lane. We've seen the Shen, we've seen things like the Morgana as well. And I like that we're kind of leaving open the opportunity here for Harp to find out how he wants to go toe-to-toe against Ming and try and make Gala and Ming that little bit more uncomfortable on this bot side.
And now for Xiaohu, I mean, we've already seen him pull out aggressive picks like the LeBlanc. Once again, for me, it feels like RNG wanting to opt into more agency, especially the fact that they have this Tristana. They want to try and set up all these aggressive plays towards that bot side. It's going to be out if he can unlock himself a little bit earlier on.
A lot of this composition from RNG kind of feels like, hey, we're just going to go back to comfort and see if this works, right? Wei's Viego was a massive pick back in spring, back at MSI. We didn't really see a huge amount of it coming into summer. You're looking at like the Tristana for Gala, LeBlanc coming back in for Xiaohu. These are kind of picks that these players are well known for, but it's not exactly something that we kind of think of traditionally as the meta picks we've seen so far.
And I do like them going for engage here on the last pick, because that was my big concern with these first 4. There's not really a way to go in unless you're just so far ahead that you're flanking them, collapsing, you're always there first, whatever. A Mumu is at least going to give them a trigger pull. It is going to give them a way to go if they want to take the fight. But what is DFM going to pick into it? Hard played Leona last time around.
Definitely
the Braum locked in.
Yeah, I think it just looks like a great pick. You know what RNG have. Going to stop the Amumu from being able to get in, deny some access, as well as pairs well with Sejuani. Again, just all ins on the fact of this huge AoE team fight that they've been setting up for.
The only thing I'm worried about with the Braum pick is now this gives a ton of agency to Xiao. He can pop in, he can blow a bunch of damage, hop back out. There's no one really that can lock him up quickly enough, especially with like without popping a Kennen ult or a Sejuani ult, or investing a huge amount to try and deal with him as he tries to get the poke off.
Right, it would have to be like a point-blank Sejuani ult. Kennen's ult requires stacks. Yone has to channel his ulti before he's able to use it. Braum needs stacks. Aphelios has to mark you and then CC you. So LeBlanc, if played well, which we know what Xiaohu can do on the champion, could really run amok.
But this is the thing. We said, hey, it's about Xiaohu in the early game last game. Talia was nowhere to be found. Now we're saying it's about Xiaohu coming into game number 2. He needs to step up. He needs to get help from Wade to get control of this lane if he wants to have that impact that can win the game.
And I feel like that's the distinction for me, is that RNG's comp looks like it should do a bit better in scrapping in the early game. They want skirmishes, 2v2s, 3v3s, make it brawly. So for DFM, like, they can fare decently, but it's a lot more about the 5v5s and especially scaling as the game goes later on.
Exactly. That's what I look at. When I see champions like Viego, despite the fact that obviously he can go to Reset City, like you take possession of 5 different bodies during the team fight, go off. When I see Viego, I think 2v2, 3v3 type skirmishes. When I see Aatrox, I think that. When I see LeBlanc, I think that, right? Like, these champions are good at making those fights happen. And so I guess what I'm trying to say is if you want RNG to win this game, I don't think you want to see 10 minutes on the clock before we get first blood.
No, definitely not. Like, they need to get it going a little bit earlier. Once again, should have some semblance of pressure in this mid lane matchup early on in the game if Wei can try to combo down here. And then with the Braum coming out on bot side, it actually should also open up a lot of free reign for Gala and Ming. So Ming gonna have to be a bit more active on the map this time around, because in game 1, Harp was out roaming him.
And that was one of the big things that was kind of the talking point, right? Was RNG, hey, look, we said push in mid, maybe they can lean bot, but Wei almost tried to shortcut his way into bot side, didn't help out in mid, couldn't get Xiaohu's help. Steel did a really good job of reading these plays from RNG early and kind of bypassing some of the struggles that DFM had. And DFM kind of knew, hey, look, if we end up getting these small leads against the last composition, we will win. And now it kind of feels like, again, if RNG don't get off to these good starts, I mean, you're not getting resets for Viego, for Tristana, your LeBlanc starts to fall behind. DFM once more just have a great front-to-back team-fighting team, so RNG need to make that work stick.
Xiaohu also having the Ignite on LeBlanc. Remember last time with Talia, he took the cleanse. He's not taking the teleport here on the mid laners, so they aren't having that extra macro power later on in the game, but it does give him more individual capability to find those kills and get that ball rolling, and I like that, and I want to see RNG playing around that and enabling him. Both junglers are starting on their blue buffs this time around. You can actually see wards from both teams on the red buff of DFM, keeping track of that one, making sure that nobody's there. And so we're going to see junglers pathing opposite sides this second game.
And I feel like for Steel, it's very similar to game 1, where you expect to see him a lot mid, especially with the melee mid laner coming out. We're going to get a ton of trading going on that I didn't expect at level 1. Yeah. Xiaohu already having to blow the Ignite.
Xiaohu using the Ignite there kind of reminds me of back in the day when we had old runes and masteries and you just randomly ignite the guy level 1 for 5 AD. Feels good, but not so good for Yaharong here, as he is not level 2 at the same time as Xiaohu, which means Xiaohu can zone him away from this wave, really keep him far back as he tries to regenerate that HP.
And Wei's the one who's actually going to benefit from this. Look where he is on the map. He's starting to get that invade in towards the top side here. Actually going to stick around in mid, see if he can punish Yaharong as he tries to push up, but had the opportunity to steal away those camps.
Waves coming in, right through the smoke, goes for the stun, finds it. Nicely done there. Yaharong down to below 200 HP, no potions left in inventory. He's got to go home.
And there might not be a kill, but look at the CS in mid lane right now. Yaharong will be able to get back because he's a TP, so should be able to get a lot of that under his belt, but still, the fact that they've been able to assert this much pressure in mid early on, when we set that up as the win condition, is quite nice. And Steel gonna try and find something off the back of seeing away in the mid lane, but really no opportunities with Gala and Ming's wave getting pushed in.
I will say the big winner here, though, is Heavy in that top side. He's doing a great job of finding these early wins in the trades and kind of pushing Breeze back underneath the tower. So nicely done, at least from Heavy once more, to get control over this matchup in the top side. Wei, though, will force steal away from this bot side scuttle, and RNG once more, like we saw in game 1, getting control early on this bottom side.
Exactly. Despite the fact that DFM had the push in bottom lane, it was Xiaohu able to rotate to that crab where Yaharong just had so many minions underneath the turret. You can't afford to give all those up, so that meant having to back away there for steal, but he is now able to get himself back on the other side of the map. He'll secure the Scuttle Crab up there. He's a little bit behind Viego in tempo, but that's what you would expect for this Sejuani versus Viego matchup. Evie still controlling that top side like you were talking about, taking advantage of the Kennen range and the power nice and early, but now that Yaharong's teleport is down, I'm interested to see what more RNG is going to try to do here. Yaharong is trying to get this wave shoved out and crash through the turret.
Yeah, the problem is DFM, I feel like very conscious of that, as we can see Steel even just hovering around mid right now, making sure that Yaharong can get that wave in no problem, and that Wei doesn't have an answer play in mid, but Wei actually going to be looking towards his bot side.
Oh boy, he's ready to go. Harp's going to have to back up here a little bit, tries to dash back to his ally, but he only dashes a little bit. It won't be enough. Flash or not, first blood over to Gala.
Ming held so long onto that bandage toss, waited for the flash to come out from Harp so he can follow up with that second attempt and manages to get the kills. RNG getting off the bat early here.
And being able to take a summoner spell, so gonna be able to set up for a repeat play down in the spot side. Wave gets pushed in as well, so maybe you could try and answer back on a bounce back. And we're 5 minutes in, and we've already had a lot of solid ganks coming out from RNG. And Dagda, we were talking about this a little bit before we came live, that RNG are not really the team from the LPL to tilt.
Yeah, they really aren't. They are very good at kind of resetting themselves. That's why they were able to bring it back in that best of 5 against LNG after going 2-0 down to find themselves at the World Championship. But, I mean, this was just great. And again, it kind of, I feel like, caught DFM off guard. Because if you actually look at the pattern the way he had, he just stuck around, waited for the second respawn in his camps and bot side, took them, and then went for bot lane plays instead of actually resetting and going back to his top side like we'd kind of seen from Steel. So I don't think DFM were really prepared for Wei to be there with the route that he'd gone.
Well, Harp's going to show up in mid lane now, just going to walk through here, help Yaharong make sure that this wave is able to get shoved up. Xiaohu can't do a whole lot about it, so he'll just have to fall back here to LeBlanc. Only level 5, just now hitting level 6. All of our solo laners actually at that critical juncture. It means a lot, especially for champions like this Kennen, that he has his teleport still up. He has his flash still up. If a fight breaks out somewhere and he's got a good spot to join up, that could be devastating.
Exactly, because for DFM, this is the window they're looking for, right? Ultimates to be online, that's when Yaharong will start having pressure, as Xiaohu actually does out-trade him right now, and, well, everything I'm saying goes out the windows. He's forced to blow that one right away.
Yeah, and just really nice job from Xiaohu, right? Lands the double chains, and because you're not exactly sure where RNG are on the map, they decide to end up using Yaharong's ultimate to get him to safety. But at least it should be back up for things like the Rift Arrow that's in a minute and a half time, because that's where I'm really curious to see what RNG's game plan is going to be. It feels like with Evie having ult, Yaharong having ult, Steel as well, like that's a lot of CC on that top side. And even though we were talking earlier about the skirmish potential for RNG, like it's matched quite heavily by DFM, so there is a world where RNG just go, we're going to lean bot, we're going to look to try and use that Tristana to take turret plates and just give Rift Arrow across.
Right, because they have many options, especially with how Xiaohu's been able to find himself in a pretty solid place in mid, because LeBlanc, an excellent champion, if they were the team on Rift Herald first, with the control they have in side lanes, can just pop over the wall, start poking people out, try to burn summoner spells and not allow DFM to enter, but their composition definitely giving them a lot to work with at this point in time.
Scryer's Bloom going to find Steel there in the top side river, but he's already secured the crab. It doesn't matter too much. He'll be able to safely make his exit as the second round of the buff starts spawning. Wei's going to go ahead, start up that blue buff there on the RNG side. 1,000 gold lead for RNG, 7.5 minutes into the game. Remember, the first Drake was already claimed at this point in the game, in game number 1, by the side of DFM. They don't quite have that same early go on it this time around. Yaharong just continuing to farm up here in mid as Wei's hanging around nearby. You can see Xiaohu coming right back down the lane. They might look to see if they can catch Yaharong trying to shove up the next wave here.
Yeah, and I like it as well because you're expecting DFM to try to wanna take that skirmish, especially since ult's coming back up soon.
There it is. Yaharong goes in, but with Steel nearby, DFM read that as, hey, this is a chance where they can try to punish him here. Let's make sure they can't do it. Back in bottom lane, it's 2v2. But Aphelios misses the Moonlight Vigil with Ming flashing out of the way.
Just about able to get away from that one. Ming going in initially to make sure that he was able to get at least a bit of CC to help him escape. Now, though, RNG setting up onto the Rift Tower, pushing topside means it's going to be difficult for everybody to join. Xiaohu finds Yaharong.
Won't find a whole lot more onto him, it looks like, as Xiaohu and Wei are going to back up from this one. They're not trying to get in a big fight just yet. Harp and Ming now also here in mid lane. Walking up from the bottom side, which leaves Yutapon all alone. Everybody always does the red, white, don't fight meme. Well, Gala just says, get this dude the hell out of here. He's not worried about it whatsoever as the mid lane fight continues. Harp jumping back away. Wei is ready to come in and try to secure this kill. Harp gets himself back out with a nice flash, and DFM comes back and finds the kill. They're getting the money. And bottom side, Yutapon's grabbing a kill on Gala too. Double kill back in mid for Steel. It's DFM all over Summoner's Rift.
It's happening! DFM find 3, and this was my biggest worry for RNG if they're going to go for this skirmish on the top side. You have to burst someone out with Xiaohu away, otherwise the consistent damage is just there for DFM. Wei overextends, ends up giving the kill across the DFM, and they can now turn it back. But RNG, I don't know how you can test this.
They're not done.
They're gonna try. They'll walk up only to see Steel take the eye. Arctic Assault should be fine to get him over the wall here. Not going to get stuck in the pit. Boys, it's another DFM lead 10 minutes into the game.
DFM, again, just great prep coming in, leaning on the same power picks to find an advantage. Sure, RNG are finding favorable trades in the lane. We've seen Xiaohu especially doing quite well. Breathes at a few waves that he's had prio on, been able to start leaning down. But DFM waiting for members like Harp to show up, knowing that if it is an even numbers fight, they are able to go for it. So I love that we get the replay now because so much from RNG just gets burnt onto Harp right here. Engage comes through. We're going to see the exhaust actually come out onto Wei, so he's unable to get a lot done. And sadly for Wei, right after he jumps in with the ulti, Steel answers back with his own, allowing for the pick to come through. And I have no idea what the hell happened down in bot side.
Yeah, looking at the mini-map, it looks like Gala went like full in, trying to see if he gets a kill here.
All right.
I think he just jumps in, yeah. And Yutapon has the healing. Gala doesn't get the initial damage and just completely overestimates how much he can get done.
Gala's gonna want that one back. Got a little bit too hyped there and ends up paying the price for it. DFM feeling good now. Sunfire Aegis completed on the Sejuani. This is one of those champions that sometimes we see players go for the Vami Cinder into Warmog's build, but he's 2-0. If he completes the Aegis, he stays ahead of the curve. He's much more of a threat here in the fights. I'm liking this.
And he still has that Rift Shroud in the back pocket as well, so he can even add more into his bank account. If they are going to start up the Dragon here, RNG are in position. I think if DFM are able to get this Dragon and lean mid, they can immediately turn down the Rift Tower because everyone on RNG's bot side.
Ming jumps on Harp, but again, this is usually not a super successful plan to go after the Braum, and indeed, it is not just yet, but Amumu might be just as much of a problem. Yutapon gets the snipe on Ming. How many times you gonna jump on Braum before you learn you can't be jumping on Braum?
DFM doing a great job of punishing the RNG mistakes. Like, Xiaohu was walking back mid from base. 4 members of DFM there. Their bot lane very easily able to rotate. And when we were just saying that RNG typically haven't been one of our teams to get flustered, looks like they are, and DFM are answering back beautifully. Even going back to the Sunfire point, like, look at the damage that RNG has. We don't really have anyone who can burst down these tankier members of DFM. They've been trying on the Braum so many times. I'm scared for them when they have to try to take down the Sejuani.
It's the same conversation as game 1. If RNG fall behind, Xiaohu can't do what he needs to do. Wei can't get the resets. Like, DFM have such a strong front to back, and they're already stacking these objectives as well. RNG are just throwing people at DFM, and they're saying, thank you very much, we'll take the gold.
And let's go back to the Xiaohu win condition that we were talking about that you guys were hitting on so hard coming into the game. Remember that you're up against Yone, and this is not the old school, like, Immortal Shield Bow, Infinity Edge, like, pure crate Yone. This is the Bork, Sunfire, like, modern bruiser build. It's hard to assassinate him if you're LeBlanc, if he's able to get going and he's able to be ahead of you. Kennen is just going to be a torpedo. He's going to go in and press R. After that, he's done. Whatever. If he dies, who cares?
And that's why your big focus here is going to be Yutapon, right? You want Xiaohu to be able to get access to him, but you've got 2 kills already. Like, this Aphelios has a kill for us. Aphelios is one of those AD carries that hits back if you try to assassinate him. So you've actually got to be super careful here, Shehu, that you're just not getting outpaced by DFM entirely.
I also feel like one of the big takeaways from game 1, like, let's remember, Evie was getting hard focused, pretty much taken out of the game, didn't have a huge impact. But DFM 2 games in a row have drafted compositions with 3 threats. Even if you are able to take 1 down, they have the damage to be able to supplement the rest of a fight.
And I like this about Evie, because remember, this is the guy, like, they keep banning the Gnar away from him on the side of RNG. He's known for having the good Gnar. He's known for playing stuff like the Urgot, right? Like, this is a dude who is not afraid to take something that is not a meatball into the top lane, and his team's also not afraid to not have to play around him when he does that. Sometimes you see teams be like, okay, well, if you're on Ornn, we're going to abandon you. If you're on anything else, we'll try to help you out a little. They're fine leaving him up there more, as now here in bottom, the fights continue underneath the RNG turret. Steel flies in with an ulti over the wall, but it immediately gets cleansed off by Gala.
Yeah, a little bit overzealous coming from DFM, but just the amount of pressure they're even able to exert in this 2v2 after Yutapon threw out that Moonlight Vigil earlier on to chunk Gala out, getting some nice gold for themselves. Now Yaharong.
Boy, got the flash out of Xiaohu there. Nicely done. I love how aggressively Yaharong plays this. Yone is one of those champions you get to bully early, but then once he finds his footing, he just becomes a protagonist. And Yaharong knows exactly when he finishes his training.
He really does. Didn't even take that long either, because we saw him finish it in game 1, I guess coming into another one in game 2, and now for DFM, I mean, we were setting up RNG, wanting the early skirmishes, finding a lead for themselves, having a 3K gold lead, breaking down first turret, and it's only going to get easier from here. RNG are really going to have to rely on playing creatively and setting up picks.
But this is the thing for DFM, right? Like, we've seen them growing over the course of the tournament, and I mean, Evie talks about how a day. Oh, we're going. Wait.
Go, Cannonball, go!
The curve on that. That was impressive.
Angelina Jolie.
But oh, hang on. They're gonna back away. But for Evie, they talked about how disappointed they were in their games day 1. They felt like they didn't have the best jobs. And then he also comes back and says, hey, look, we can beat anyone in this tournament. And right now, they're proving it correctly. And for DFM, a team like for Yutapon, who's been on this team since 2013, it feels like this has been such a long time coming for DFM, for them to be able to step up and go with the best.
Well, Evie's forced to slice through that Maelstrom there as Breathe popped the World Ender, maybe threatening a dive, but Evie keeps himself alive now, critically saving the flash as well. That flash cannon ulti, you talked about it in game 1, my friends. It's so important on this cannon, kind of turns him into an entirely different champion in terms of how you have to approach the fight and what you got to be wary of. And he's got the teleport to be able to join in too. So even though he went back to the base, if they want to fight, they could still bring him in there. But RNG is going to get the Herald here for free. The response from DFM, they're willing to let these go. They've got a man in the side lane, and they're going to let him push.
Yeah, they're just going to be able to get that wave in. Does give them, complete vision control over the bot side jungle, so no one from RNG could be able to rotate back and forth between mid and bot. We kind of saw there how RNG needs to set up to take neutral objectives, right? Hard force in the 1v1s before they come out, get those health advantages, and then it's like, hey, DFM can't enter this 5-man core and just out-team by you.
But the problem is you spent all that pressure on topside for RNG. DFM are like, cool, well, we're just going to move over towards the Dragon now that's in a couple of seconds. So now it's DFM that are set up. You don't have those health advantages. They don't have that positional advantage. And DFM are looking to see if they can pick off RNG as they start to move through.
Wade charges in there looking for the Spectral Maw, but instead he's going to be found. Wade tries to get out. Yaharong burns away, and Wade ends up getting the kill credit. This is the kind of fight RNG's looking for. Breathe coming around from the side. Gets caught up here a little bit as Yutapon does have some CC available with the Gravitum, but DFM went for the play there, and it's their mid laner who gets punished.
Evie TP'd in. He's in no man's land. Should be able to get out of here, but RNG are hunting, so the pick onto Yaharong should give the Dragon.
And this was just a little bit too hype out of DFM there. Evie doesn't even have an ulti ready to go with that TP. Yutapon using the Gale Force there to reposition away from the Infernal Chains. Xiaohu coming in, gets exhausted. They're ready to fire back here a little bit, but they cannot fire enough. It was close, but no cigar. And it's RNG smoking DFM. Gala's gonna knock Evie right back away, but he may still die here with the red buff pit. They get the kill, but now Xiaohu's got to be careful. Yaharong staying on top of the distortion point as Evie gets another one, and DFM punch right back.
RNG way over Chase, and Gala fails the jump back over the wall to safety, so Evie manages to pick him off. Yaharong will clean one up alongside him, and Yes, you get the Dragon for RNG, but a bunch of those picks are still going to DFM.
I gotta say, though, well, up until this turret, I thought that was pretty good for RNG because with the way the early game went, in my mind with these drafts, I favor DFM going forward in this game. So they need moments like that where, honestly, I don't even know how Yaharong got bursted out so quickly. He was there and then he was gone.
There was so much damage that came in incredibly fast. We actually don't even get to see Yaharong because this is the after fight where Breed does a good job of putting pressure onto Yutapon to get the Gale Force out. Xiaohu thinks, okay, I can now burst out Yutapon. But here, Yutapon goes down. Gala, this is where it gets a bit unfortunate. Gets the reset here, goes, okay, cool, I've got help from Xiaohu. Kills Harp, but watch, fails to jump over the wall, and we're back in.
We don't even have time to finish the replays. Steel's trying to get away. Ming's here on the front line. Buys time with a stopwatch. Nicely done. He will not be finished off. Stopwatch flash keeps the RNG support alive.
They're trying to invest everything into the mid lane because look at the bot side. Yaharong has this push. They know they don't really have anyone that can go against Yaharong right now. So Yaharong once more, this side lane threat is becoming too big of a threat for RNG to handle.
Yeah, and they're trying to make up for it in the top side with what Breathe is able to get done. I mean, has a bit of a CS lead for himself with those kills from maybe kind of equalizing it as well. Again, just the threat of the ultimate is so much to dissuade anything from RG with that play forcing out Xiaohu's flash.
Breathe is up here in the brushes, but DFM are lurking nearby. Breathe is going to go after Evie here. Slicing Maelstrom comes back out. Harp goes over the wall. Steel goes over the wall. Breathe's trying to run away, but that's a whole lot of ice. Breathe is stunned up. Evie's the only one who actually deals damage out of these three, though, and he is popped. He is dropped, and Breathe is getting away clean and easy.
And that's exactly what RNG needed. That play looked so good for DFM for me because we saw RNG actually make the play up towards top side first, which allowed DFM to push in mid. Then when RNG went back to mid, it gave them a window, but who cares about windows because RNG want the Baron.
RNG are gonna kick in the doors. They're on to the big purple worm as Yutapon goes after Xiaohu, but with Yutapon down, this is tragedy for DFM. RNG are ready to rock and roll. Yaharong over the wall won't matter. They secure it with Wei's Smite, and RNG are finally in control.
And it's been a long time coming. RNG were struggling so hard to get any foothold in this game, but finally to get the pick onto Evie. Xiaohu acquires his target in Yutapon, and they can get the Baron for themselves as well. This now gives them so big of an opportunity to get some of this standing going.
It's so weird that RNG feel like the like scrappy underdog who are having to find these like weird oversteps from DFM to be able to win a game. So where DFM it felt like the more controlled team. Even in this game, even with them losing a Baron on the side of RNG. But still, at least now this Baron should be enough for them to start cementing themselves. We've seen Breathe has done a great job of just keeping pressure in that 1v1 in top side. So DFM constantly gonna have to think of sending multiple members to go and answer up in that lane. And we're gonna probably see them keep doing what they're doing, using this Xiaohu Ming squad to find picks elsewhere if Yutapon ever oversteps.
Yeah, that's why I think they'll just end up plunking Gala in the mid lane here. At this stage, like, Gala has good wave clear. He's getting good range as he hits the level 12 as well. He can start to chip away at these turrets and make it very difficult for Yutapon to solo hold on to these turrets, which then opens up the opportunity for, as you see, Xiaohu moving bot side, Breed to go into top lane. And you have to overcommit as DFM to one of these lanes to save it. And it looks like top side is going to be the one where they go for, as Yaharong was hovering, considering going for Breed there.
DFM are on damage control for the next 90 seconds with the Baron in RNG's pocket. That bottom lane tier 2 turret, it's already down to 1/3 HP. Xiaohu can take care of this one very easily. If Yaharong goes anywhere near him, Wei is just waiting in the shadows over the wall there, ready to follow that mid laner, ready to keep him protected and keep this momentum going. Tier 1 turret still standing after 22 minutes of gameplay. You know that RNG would like to be able to knock this one down, but DFM still holds the line for now. Drake spawning in about 10 seconds, and RNG have taken control of the bottom river.
And this is why coming in, we thought RNG would be one of our better teams in the mid game because they don't over-aggress too much for things. We see them just know, hey, we're gonna get this vision between mid and bot, play for the Drake and start to stack these up and have a bit of a win condition for themselves. You can see them constantly just keeping Yaharong locked in that lane. They know Breed doesn't need to be in top side right now. He can just beam Fog of War hovering back and forth, and that's enough to dissuade DFM from from looking for any sort of play.
Yeah, I like that DFM didn't even consider it, though. They were just like, cool, this is yours, we're outie, we're going to piece off topside, we're going to get the tower for ourselves and commit members up there as well.
Especially when you have a jungler like Viego with a Divine Sunderer Blade of the Ruined King build, you know that you don't need to commit more than one man to clear the dragon out in a decent speed. So everybody else on RNG is going to be looking for the plays and looking for the kills. Nice buffer through the Sejuani ulti there from Gala to not actually get caught in any sort of a dangerous position. Wei looks for an opportunity to join up here on the flank, but the play is already over. Breathe tries to escape. Yaharong with the fate sealed over the wall, looking for the RNG top laner. He won't get him. Instead, it's Yaharong dead first, and Evie is gonna make a nice side of fries. Double kill over to Xiaohu.
And that's what RNG needed to do. They end up getting up to the top side, saving Breathe just in the nick of time. And now they can start to take over in the jungle once more. Just making sure that Steel can't have any of his camps. I'd love to see them start to teeter now, get this wave to crash into the tower so they can get that tier 2 for themselves as well.
And now, right, they're the team with this huge artillery piece that can so easily break down these turrets anytime a small pick comes through. That's one of the great things about Tristana. She feels like one of the champions that no matter what, how small of a kill or lead you get, you can always translate it into something.
And you can see how scared DFM are, right? We get this Yaharong immediate TP into mid lane when they think, oh, maybe Wei's going for the dive, right? We need to save everyone, we need to stop this. Then he tries to play towards the top side. It's like, oh, maybe we can catch Breathe, but they're just not aware of how quickly RNG, especially Xiaohu, can move through this jungle. So this is the quick 1v1 with you see. Yaharong ends up going for the TP to the top side to try and make this play happen, but look how quickly RNG are able to get across here, especially with the Cloud map as well. They get to speed up through the jungle. They get here just in time. Ming may miss the bandage toss, but you've already got the follow-up there for Xiao.
And Evie just, oh man, he's gone. That is the Yone teleport. That is the Cannon Flash. These are massive tools for DFM that were committed to a play that resulted in nothing but 2 deaths and an Aatrox flash. It feels really bad for them, and it feels like they've completely lost any sort of momentum they may have had in this game. RNG just has them choked out.
Yeah, and you can see now, doing a great job of controlling this vision. DFM not gonna have an easy time walking in. And I love it. RNG just keep going with this poke. LeBlanc, you're an assassin, a bit of an all-in champion, but you also function as a poke champion, not allowing for them to come through. Wave pushing in bot as well, so DFM don't have the access through that side of the map either.
I will just say, keep your eyes on this red ward that's on the bottom left corner of your screen there. That is the one that could actually be a good angle of attack for Evie if it stays up for the next minute, because you are going to be looking at a big fight for the next dragon. And I mean, RNG, if that actually doesn't get cleared out, that gives such a good opportunity for Evie to find his way into the backline.
I just want to point out, though, that Gala does have Lord Dominic's build now. We were talking about earlier on how they really are going to struggle to kill the front line of DFM. Now with Gala on 3 items, feels like they have the spike to do it.
And I'm glad that he went for that choice, right? Normally we always talk about Infinity Edge, 3rd item.
Yes.
I love it when they divert over to the LDR instead, when you're up against 2 of these Aegis champions, these big meatballs that you gotta shoot through. And now Yaharong, half HP again, having to back away. He had his fun in the early part of the game, playing the main character in the side lanes. Everybody else is working around him. I'm sorry, buddy, it is not your show anymore. Xiaohu jumps in, immediately distorts back, gets caught by a Sejuani ulti that doesn't have anybody else within 3 miles of it. Now gets jumped on again. Holy hell, why'd you throw so much at him? He's LeBlanc.
And I mean, at this stage, RNG, they still have to push on bot side. Breathe should be able to move this in towards the inhibitor turret. You've got positioning here as well for RNG if they want to, with resets coming in off of Gala. Like, there is a lot of space here for RNG.
And that just felt like desperation out of DFM. They hit the Sejuani ulti, okay, but then a Braum ult and an exhaust and just all of these things being thrown at this guy. Like, he's already in the river, man. He's already gone.
Dagda wears hysterics. They threw his fridge at him as well, like everything. But RNG, incredibly mobile, right? I mean, even ignoring the LeBlanc, a lot of ways to escape from what DFM have. And heck, you guys hit on it great in Champ Select. That there's not a ton of like easy and like quick CC to throw out. It really is just steal. Everything else needs a bit of time. There's a wind up. There's things like Braum where you need to get that passive stacked up. So it's going to be quite the mission for DFM to focus one member of RNG.
And that's the biggest problem right now, is that DFM just don't have control of the map. So it becomes very easy for Gala to go, cool, I just outrange this Ophelio so I can push faster. So I get to keep pushing in, we can push inside, and then we can use the fact that there is so little vision control on DFM's own side of the map that we just threaten it. That forces you back. Then Gala gets the free hit on the turret, and they can rip through these structures.
All right, it's time for Viego's Medieval Combat Simulator again, where he goes and fights the dragon all by himself, while the rest of RNG doesn't have to worry about it. He should be able to secure this with no issue whatsoever. And you can see Xiaohu and Breathe, they're just looking for anybody from DFM that might even be thinking about coming near this. A LeBlanc, an Aatrox, the power of an Amumu as well. They could look for whatever they wanted here. Wei actually not going after the dragon just yet. Instead, they're looking for a scrap. Yutapon, Harp, and Steel getting themselves away. That three-man squad staying together as RNG falls right back. The Drake's still live. Now we're getting some of those on my way pings, but you can see them in red coming out from DFM onto the Baron pit. They're thinking about maybe trying something here. They have a control ward in the back part of the pit, but that control ward did not see the blue ward that just only now got removed by the sweep.
No, and DFM, I think, realizing that they won't be able to go for any sort of play like this. RNG will be able to pick up Dragon, though. And I like the way that RNG are playing the map with this three-man core in mid lane, Breathe off on a side, but Xiaohu is the one going back and forth. A lot of times it could be your jungler, because we see now Rabadon's death cap in pocket. Xiaohu's going to be able to insta-give Yutapon if he ever gets on top of him. You were talking about Xiaohu and Breathe playing together in sides, lethality, Aatrox, plus how massive this LeBlanc is. Anyone is just gone.
Well, Gala gets away from Steel jumping over the wall, but then he gets caught afterwards. Yaharong looking for the RNG 80 carry, but won't be able to find him. Xiaohu gets caught out by the slicing maelstrom. He gets a kill, and he gets away for now. Steel stays on him, and Steel cleans him up. But they've already killed two on the side of DFM. Yutapon is gone, and Breathe will look for more. Gala's still ready to go, ready enough at least, as Breathe will keep the Yone away. It is a 2-for-1 favoring RNG.
DFM are forced back because Yutapon lost his life in that initial fight in River, so RNG now it looks like they're trying to bait the Baron. See if they can draw DFM in, and Harp's gonna answer.
Oh boy, there goes Harp. There goes Harp. Gala grabs that kill. Yaharong cannot snap back anywhere, and here comes Wei to follow it up and take down Steel to complete the ace for RNG.
RNG might have made a sweat in the early game, but able to come back with some beautiful picks and honestly just beautiful plays, baiting them into the Baron pit. DFM knowing, hey, we can't lose this one. We have about the same members, have to go for it, but walking into the waiting arms of RNG. And now with the Baron in the card stacked up, everything's feeling back to normal.
Yeah.
For now.
Can someone come up and collect these emotional support teddy bears? We're done. We're good now.
They did their job, man. I'm saying that right now. They did their job, and RNG are doing their job here in this one. Baron under their belts for the second time this game. Let's take another look at how it started off here.
This is the biggest problem that DFM are having, right? Is that they never actually get to set themselves up properly. Evie is only just getting to this fight, as everything in the kitchen sink has already been used, right? Yutapon has gone in. You've already got the Sejuani ult down. You've got the Yone ult down as well. Everything has gone through before Evie really gets here. So we're not getting these front-to-back fights where DFM have a good chance. And instead you're getting, Xiaohu with access to the backline, Yutapon getting picked off immediately, and then going in blind into this. It's easy like for RNG to clear this.
And I just want to remind people that, this started the opposite way. That sure, there weren't a ton of kills early on, but DFM were the team with map control for the first, 10, 15 minutes of this game. Flowers talking earlier on, that was when he was the main character, but after those picks and mistakes came through for RNG, just hasn't been the same.
Yeah, RNG had a sloppy early game. We saw the two different attempts from Ming to make a catch onto Harp, and it was just like, come on, man, what are you doing? We saw a 2,000 or 3,000 gold lead for DFM, but this is where we got to see more of the major versus minor region difference in the mid game, in the coordinated fights, and RNG has pulled ahead to the point where now DFM's gonna need a miracle to be able to survive. It's another 100 seconds of Baron they have to endure.
And I mean, we've now gotten to the point where Gala does have the Infinity Edge, so pretty much being at full power for the Tristana. They're just gonna go for the fight.
There it is. Bandage toss, flash, ulti, goodbye Aphelios, goodbye Braum. Evie, it was cute, but that's about all you're gonna get. Steel tries to get away, Yaharong running out now as well. Gala may have died, but it cost the entire game to do it. DFM, with only their mid laner left, fall to RNG.
It was a rocky early game, but RNG will bounce back in game number 2. DFM tried to run the same comp twice, and RNG learned from mistakes.
RNG got it figured out. Yaharong's gonna go in with a fate sealed, but I think the fate is his own. He goes back into the fountain. RNG has plenty of time. Xiaohu drops the ignite, and he even gets the fade away kill. Series is tied up and RNG gets the win.
And a lot of the work in this game done by Xiao, who we were setting him up. Hey, he has to do a lot early. He has to do a lot in lane. He was trying, wasn't able to find it, but it was him capitalizing on mistakes, him leaning towards those sides that made him end up, I believe, 8-1-4 on the LeBlanc. That's what you'd expect, right? Xiao is the captain of the team. You want to see him leading the charge.
He is the dad. He is the dad. Ming is the mom. We've been through it.
Oh, yeah, he's the dad. You're right, yeah.
But I think it definitely says a lot, right? Where we were like, look, Xiao Hu needs to be able to step up. And after going down 1-0 against DFM, able to step up big, even with the early game that was heavily DFM favored, it's good to see that the LeBlanc had that impact that we're hoping for.
And this whole game, like, I'm glad that you brought up towards the end how the beginning was, because the second half of the game felt so much like an RNG landslide. It's easy to forget how good DFM was doing in the beginning. But on the other side of that, RNG showed that they've figured out how to play against these guys, even if they do fall behind early. So for DFM, now I'm going to look into game 3 to see some serious changes, to see some big changes. I don't know if they want to go blue or if they want to stay on red, but clearly RNG answered the call to step up and figure out how to beat this comp, which was very similar to what they ran in game 1.
Yeah.
And now DFM, they're going to have to try to figure out how to do the same thing. If you want some more Worlds coverage after you finish watching this broadcast, by the way, you can check out the Dive podcast on Spotify. I know those guys are pretty cool. The gang is getting together after tonight's show, so make sure you are all prepped ahead of the group stage. Now, we're going to toss things back to the State Farm Analyst Desk.
Now, RNG are 19-1 over minor region teams. For 20 minutes, I believed. For 20 minutes, I was convinced it was going to be a 2-0. And then it wasn't. Let's start by talking about the draft. You can see the pick order on your screen. Chronicler, I'd love to come to you first for this one. What did you make? Not a huge amount of pivots, but I did like the Maokai ban.
Yeah, so the Maokai ban is the biggest one to me. I think Maokai has been the great equalizer. So if you're a better team, just ban it because you don't want to deal with it. And secondly, giving more agency to that Wei and Xiao, who 2v2, I think plays much more into the style that we've seen RNG have a lot of success with, and it made a really big impact.
Yeah, and on that note, holding the mid lane pick. Because in game 1, Talia was blind picked. Then you saw Yaharong's Yone, and it had great impact. This time around, they held into 4-5, and then got the ideal pick for Xiao Hu. He made an immense play, or at least like impact in this game.
Yeah, definitely the case. I think I want to turn our attention to one particular player that stepped up from game 1. He's going to earn our 1+ OP player of the game. We're going to take a look at the top lane for RNG. Breathe. I think in game 1, by the 15-odd minute mark, was down 0-3 along those lines. The same matchup into that cannon. And Raz, coming into this game, significantly larger impact.
Yes, much better. There's this play, of course, where they were able to find Yutapon. But just in general, he was a victim of a lot of 1v2s and 1v3s that he survived. That he wasted a lot of time and actually bought time for his team to come in and collapse and ended up getting a Baron. So he was like a big reason for them actually finding wins here.
I felt like, 20, 25 minutes into this game, I was looking at the scoreboard, I was like, why hasn't Breathe died like 3 or 4 times?
Yes.
Because even though the plays that he instigates, that he was kind of the setup for, made it feel like he should die, he never did. Like the amount of pressure that he was able to soak, I think is what started the downfall of DFM, because he really made himself look tasty.
He did.
And then DFM, they were like, we can snack on that Aatrox, and Breathe was like, no.
Umai, Japanese for delicious. Wasn't able to find the kills, wasn't able to get that delicious kill secure onto Breathe. I will also highlight the shout cost, as I mentioned in both game 1 and game 2. When you look at Breathe's stats, kill participation 60%, 23% of his team's damage. Crucially for me, soaking up the ultimates and the flash timers. In game 1, we saw how pivotal it was for Ebby's flash slicing Maelstrom to turn team fights. This time around, they were throwing everything in the kitchen sink at Aatrox, didn't get the kill, didn't get the Baron, didn't win the game, and I think this was the moment that I knew RNG were going to do it.
This was where the play where I said, Breathe, why are you showing? They're collapsing on you, and I was wrong, and Breathe was right. He knew.
He knew.
He knew.
He knew. Yes, he was playing so well this game. This is another moment where we saw what happened last time. This time around, gets the alley-oop for the Viego. And they end up wiping this plate. And so, yes, he was presenting himself to the enemy team as like a tasty meal. Didn't end up working out.
And then the moment that it happens, Baron, that play was at 1950. They kill the top side of DFM, they get Baron, and from that point on, it's a classic RNG game. They never give up any control. And it feels like we've kind of returned to normalcy here in that second game.
Yeah, and you mentioned, of course, that it was really difficult to ever get the catch on towards Aatrox. It was the same with LeBlanc. They threw a lot to find one pick.
Can I jump in here? The statement that Chronicler just made, we have returned to normalcy. Excuse me, my friend, did you see that goal graph? Normalcy is DFM winning with a 3,000 gold lead against RNG for 20 minutes after they're 1-0 up. I don't know what your definition of normal is, but that ain't normal.
I have learned through a lot of painful MSI experiences that pre-20 gold leads against RNG don't matter. So don't bring up the pain, Trevor, please.
We definitely found a new mechanic on the Yone in Game 1 when he was using his E. He was snapping back to get an execution for a kill. Game 2, he is snapping back to reality. That's what ended up happening.
So good. That was so good. Okay, I've just heard from production, Detonation Focus Me have selected the red side for Game 3. I have been returned the emotional support teddy bear because now with DFM losing, the other team that I've thrown my lot behind, I may need to hold on to this one. I will ask my analyst as I cuddle Tibbers, what do you make of side selection? What do you think is going to change? DFM red, so we're sticking to the same blue-red assignments.
I like DFM sticking on the red side. I do want to echo what Raz mentioned earlier. The Aatrox giving over to Brief, you've shown that you can play around it, even though in this game didn't work out. But Xiaohu cannot have a comfortable matchup. If that's the case, I think you're never going to win as DFM. Him being unlocked is just the main win con for RNG.
I agree. I think we hold on to mid lane now, counter going into 4-5. I think one really good point that we forgot to mention for RNG, they did a good job in being able to snatch up Tristana before going to 4-5, so they didn't fall into the same trap in Game 1. So better situation for RNG. You will not find that kind of pick ban, giga brain that Detonation Focus Me had. But I think if they hold on to counter pick and don't fall into the Yone pick, we'll do a good job.
And keep that Maokai band. That's important. Just good job. Keep that going.
Oh, another one too.
Please continue.
Yeah, they must be really annoyed not being able to find a single pick. They probably won't go for another Braum pick if they have a draft like this. They need another form of engage.
Okay, we'll find out if that's going to be the case. We are about to go to an ad break. When we come back on the other side, we'll start to set up the series. It's 1-1 between RNG and Detonation Focus Me. Let's find out exactly who will come out on top. We've got at least 2 more games coming. We'll see you on the other side of this. Don't touch that browser.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Behind 21 epic days of epicness. Behind 1 billion hours of drop jaws. Behind every match, every broadcast, every moment at League of Legends World Championship 2022 is the network capable of making it all happen. The Cisco Network, aka The Realm. Cisco, powering the future of esports.
Yeah, that's the most I can give you.
Fine. Then it's time for the ace up my sleeve. My beloved squishy pig with
original holographic cover art.
Hey, Ash, what you selling?
Save the references, Jake from State Farm. I'm saying goodbye. This little piggy went to the game store.
You don't have to sell your favorite games. State Farm has coverage options, so you get a rate that fits your budget.
Thanks, Jake. Hands off the squish!
For surprisingly great rates that fit any budget, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or click to get a quote today.
Welcome back to Worlds 2022. At some point today, I'm going to get Chronicler and Raz to try to emulate what Lil Nas X does in Star Walking, because they've been singing to me backstage and killing my ears. I need to listen. Let's start by talking about RNG. I think the biggest surprise of today is not only the fact that DFM have won game number 1, but both of the games in the series thus far have been competitive. So in order to try to highlight this, I wanted to take a look at the Royal Never Give Up statistics throughout average of their play in group stage games, as well as this series. And look at things like First Blood every game, First Tower 4, First Dragon every game. Goal difference at 14, 3,000. KD at 14, 2.6. And then you contrast it to this series, 0-0-0.
Yeah.
That is a 4,000 goal difference average. I mean, Rez, it is truly impressive how well DFM are playing. Let's also consider the fact RNG are just not firing on all cylinders just yet.
Yeah, I think what Detonation Focus Me are doing is incredibly smart. Just trading sides whenever possible. If it's a Dragon being picked up by RNG, well, they're taking first tower or at least trying for it on the other side of the map. And the most important part is when setup is happening around the objective, they are there first. And they are trying to fight for it and playing around Yaharong consistently. And I feel like this is a consistent thing that, regardless of the champion select, is showing success in the early game.
Well, the biggest difference was for me between game number 1 and game number 2 is in game number 1, the side lane plays actually worked out for DFM, right? Like, I think you get 2 or 3 shots against RNG for a side lane play. Brief took like, what, 2 of those and turned them around. And that's all you get. You don't get more opportunities against RNG. You need to actually cash in on those. And RNG have shown that they do actually give you those openings.
Absolutely. And if we find, I think we might find ourselves in blue side either picking Aatrox if you're DFM or in red side banning it. Then you can make a play for Breathe and you won't be wasting that much time.
I want you to hold on to that thought really quickly because I want to focus on Udapon. We didn't get to run this clip earlier in the tournament, but Chronicler, I want to come to you and talk a little bit about how DFM utilize, play, and work around Udapon.
Yeah, to me, the most impressive thing about Udapon and the reason why we go to display is to show the development that this player can have due to his extensive experience within a series. He goes from accidentally going the opposite way with the Caitlyn net, having to blow his summoners, to being the main carry for every subsequent game against Loud. And Udapon, to me, is going to be, as much as I like to talk about my boy Yaharong,
yeah, we know.
The player that you need to enable the most. I think in the previous game, RNG showed that if you do keep him down, the rest of the team doesn't really get anything going. And if they can do that again here in this draft, it'll be very hard for DFM.
Gentlemen, look into your crystal balls. Please build on the blue side, red side discussion. Reminder, DFM selected red side. What else do you anticipate changing or do you think will happen with draft? We've had the Aatrox discussion. We've had the Braum discussion already. Chronicler, what else?
Yeah, I'm going to just echo Raz. I think you need to ban Aatrox. Aatrox is, it's going to hurt on the red side. I know there's a lot of really strong champions at the moment, and there's a couple of matchups that you probably don't want to get over, especially against a team like RNG, who are very known for playing one specific style.
Yeah.
But in that second game, Brief just did too much.
And do note that the Tristana is raising in priority throughout the series, it feels like. So regardless of the bans, you might just see Udapon try and snag that really early on and just put him in a position because Gala is tending to play towards the Kaisa if he doesn't get the MF. And so that's something that I want to watch out for if that continues.
We'll find out whether or not Detonation Focus Me can find those opportunities and punish RNG once more. Let's head to the casters for game number 3.
Welcome back, everybody. It's time for game number 3. We are all tied up. DFM electing to stay on red side. So they're saying, all right, that's not the problem. We don't have to turn this thing upside down. I'm very interested in seeing how this next draft goes.
Yeah, me too, because we were just talking, like a lot of DFM's losses yesterday and then adding in this one today, it doesn't feel like it's coming down to draft. You can walk away and be like, you know, like we gave RNG this, we need to take it away so bad. Maybe like the desk is saying the Aatrox, I can understand because Breathe had so many monumental moments in the last game, but even things like maybe just waiting on Yaharong's mid lane pick now, knowing that Xiaohu's willing to bring out some of these different champions could be a bit of a play.
Yeah, I agree with the desk. I think chances are what we'll see is something like, you know, taking a jungler for steal on first pick red, and then looking at something like the Tristana, right? Having that push up, and then you can start to actually look for that counter pick for your mid lane as well, which I think is going to work super well because Xiaohu kind of got to see what a lot of the draft was last time before he had to make his decision on the LeBlanc, which were obviously worked out brilliantly for RNG.
He had a full game and then half of a draft another game to, you know, come up with a pick. So
It works out. It works out, right? So, all right, let's see how it goes down in this one, because Graves remains banned. They just absolutely do not want Wei playing Graves, understandably so.
Yep.
And then Maokai remains banned here as well. RNG kind of forgot about Maokai in game number 1, and I don't think they're going to forget about it again anytime soon. Kennen now also banned, so Evie has to play something different for the first time this year.
I wonder if they're trying to push DFM into an Aatrox ban, because, I mean, you haven't really had too much of a problem with the Kennen in either game 1 or game 2, so RNG definitely trying to get something out of DFM here.
Yeah, I'm curious if they're just like, hey, look, we're going to drop the Gnar ban. We still think our Aatrox can do well into the Gnar. Like, as we've seen, Preet hasn't really struggled into the range matchup with that Arcane Comet build, so I feel like he's happy enough to just go for that, and then still going towards things like the potential Yuumi ban or even the Azir ban that has been the staple as well across this.
And then this is going to be the telling sign, right? They've been banning Silas and Fiora, but...
Was that a missed ban?
Must have been.
Yeah,
I mean,
because
there's no way you're facing RNG, and, you know?
There's no picture there, so...
This is the thing, right? Like, one of the big talking points we've had with RNG coming through the LPL is, like, they don't play Azir. Like, Xiaohu doesn't play Azir. So I haven't been surprised to see... Well, sorry. Xiaohu can play Azir well. It's not what the team wants from him. So I think that's where I'm looking kind of going, okay, well, that's why we're seeing this Azir ban creep up over and over again, because it's just not an RNG pick. I would imagine that would have been the third ban that they were looking for, but we'll have to see exactly what's happening.
Yeah, I think it might have been some sort of a client error or something like that. That's what I'm guessing. I'll let you guys know whenever we get any official word. But based on the fact that the graphic is no longer on your screens, you can probably assume we're going to have to remake it. I would expect all 4 of the bans to remain exactly as they were up until that third RNG.
We're actually just taking blind draft to the next level. Blind for the casters, blind for the players.
Okay,
so you got to try and predict what's going to be coming out. And then we'll see who gets full marks when we get into the rifts.
I feel like DFM should have the advantage then, because they've run the same draft 2 times in a row. They're hard baiting RNG to make them think they're doing it again, and now they don't get to see. And it's like me and Raz playing rock, paper, scissors the other day, where I did rock twice to make him think I'd do it a third time, and making him think, I am that dumb, Raz, come on. But he thought I was smarter than that.
That's going to say he won. I mean, this is a terrible...
Raz is chaos incarnate. He probably wasn't even paying attention to what you were doing. He was just picking whatever the Raz vibe told him to pick at that point in time.
So which one of these teams do you think would Raz the draft if it was, you know?
Which team would Raz the draft? Raz, I'm sorry, buddy. We are turning you into a verb now. Because I don't know. Honestly, I think DFM might just do it. I think maybe they would. But we do have a delay on stage right now, as y'all can probably guess. Hopefully we can get everybody back into a new champ select ASAP and get things rocking and a-rolling here. I'm excited to see... I'm not going to lie to you guys. I'm excited to see the Kennen band away because I want to see an Evie special. I want to see one of those trademark pocket picks get pulled out here and really slam that gauntlet down on the table.
I mean, I'm hoping for a game where RNG get to pick the Gnar and then we get Evie bringing out the Urgot because, you know, that's the scenario he's probably looking for. But even if we ended up with something more standard, just like the Lilia coming back, which... You know, I feel like calling it meta is fair, but definitely on like the cusp of the meta because we've seen Evie have some great team fighting with a champion like that.
Yeah, and I think it'd be really interesting to see RNG adapt to it, right? Because, I mean, Kenju is a guy that has a ton of backstory here, especially the guy who actually did the Golden Road back 21/22, right? He wins Summer with EDG, wins Worlds with EDG, then comes to RNG, wins Spring, wins MSI. Like, this is a guy that has looked incredible in that coaching position, and you can see that even with that, RNG struggling game 1 against DFM, and now you're going to have to try and rely on that resilience from the coaching staff, give that to RNG to try and make sure they can get across the finish line.
And I think that's one of the most fun things about a best of 5, especially coming from, like, you know, I'm an LCS caster. We come from best of 1 regular season, right? You don't get to see those adaptations throughout all of those instances. But here in these series, one of the biggest things is how you change, how you switch it up between each one of the games to answer what your opponent is doing. It's like the memes where, oh yeah, you can't stay 2 steps ahead. You got to be 3 steps ahead, so you're ahead of that other guy. But then he's 4 steps ahead, so he's ahead of you. It's just such a fun mind game to see these coaches and these teams play back and forth to really just one up the other guy or catch him off guard.
I mean, I love that you say that like 3 and 4 steps ahead thing, right? Because RNG being the victors in game 2, you would think, okay, at least in terms of bans, maybe even first pick, you are the ones who don't have to change change anything.
Yeah.
But them wanting to take it that extra step further are the team who are like, no, we do have a change. We did ban away the cannon. And again, it's kind of making the series evolve to where now DFM, again, I don't know if they'll keep something like the Fiora ban. Game 1, they banned the Sylas. Even 2 games in a row, they've had changes.
Yeah, and I mean, for DFM, the Vi ban is the one that surprises me, right? Like, we actually saw that come out the first time RNG took to the stage against DRX and didn't look so hot. We've kind of seen it drop to the wayside here for RNG as well. But it looks like DFM are just like, look, we're just worried about things that can immediately start fights, where they can catch people out and not really give us an opportunity to have some sort of answer back.
See, I'm not afraid because I'm not an analyst to just go on record and say I hate Vi as a champion. I think she's bad. I think the only time she's ever good is when she's a specific counter to something that needs answered, like Zeri. Whenever I see Vi just being like first picked, I'm like, y'all deserve to lose. It's one of those moments where I just don't have faith in this champion. And so if you got to give away a ban, I'd like to see that one drop.
Spoken like a true Skarner, mate.
Yeah, no, Vi is one of the only champions in the game that when I lock in Skarner and I see the enemy jungler lock in Vi, I think your champion is worse than mine. That is one of the only champions in the game. I am honest in what I am saying right now. I promise this is from the heart. I just have no faith in that champion.
You know, I don't think you, since you're not an analyst, you don't fear saying that because, you know what, I don't fear saying it either. I don't want to see the Vi locked in, even if it is let through.
I have a smart guy endorsing my Skarner opinion now. This is great, man. I'm living my best life. In A1 today, I am vindicated in my opinions about Vi.
He called me smart. Does he get the uphill spot?
Oh yeah, I got to make up for that too. That's right. I forgot. I completely jinxed that early on with the 10-minute first blood in game number 1.
And flattery will get you everywhere.
Okay, that's good to know. That's good to know that we're on point with that. And so the other thing that I want to keep track of here, and I hope we get more of, is I want to see more early action. Game number 2 was a lot better about it than game number 1. Game number 1 just felt a little bit too slow for me, boys. I really like seeing these players get into the PvP nice and early.
You know, I feel like we've seen so far from DFM, like they can do it. We've seen them willing to fight in the early game, especially if like one of their laners, especially it has usually been heavy in the 1v1s, find an advantage. But they've been fine to just sit back and chill Flowers. And sadly, RNG are one of the less aggressive LPL teams in the early game. I feel like you always have to say in the LPL because even being less aggressive there is still more aggressive than most.
Yeah. Well, okay, I got an update for you guys. I have been told League Ops are investigating a bug with champion. Okay, I didn't even get to finish it. You guys, okay, all right. Well, it's all good. It's all good. We're back into the draft. I am assuming it's going to be same for first bans. Maokai taken away, Graves taken away. Let's see how the rest of it plays out here. Tied up in the series. Okay, there goes the Kennen. There goes the Vi. We're just running it back nice and easy. But now I expect this to actually go through.
Oh,
okay.
Again,
Nice.
4 steps ahead for RNG, not wanting to give DFM the comfort they had last game. I guess RNG's takeaway was, hey, maybe we shouldn't have won that last game. Early game, DFM was the team with the advantages, and they don't want to deal with these sorts of compositions that have so much all-in threat early on.
But this is the thing, right? Like, Xiaohu has been someone who wants to get out of the lane, try and impact sides, and it just feels like Yaharon's going, yeah, you go do that. I'm going to go farm up and scale. But Kalista, very weird, because that's not a Gala.
That is
Gala doesn't know how to play that champion.
Gala Kalista.
No.
This is not...
Does not compute. Does not compute.
Gentlemen, are you saying that this might be a somebody didn't do their homework type of ban?
I'm saying, I don't know if during groups, RNG did scrim DFM, because they were in different groups, right?
Right,
Group A and Group B. And then maybe Gala was playing some Kalista, had some pop-off games, and as DFM, you don't want to deal with it.
All right, well, based on our knowledge, though, you guys are telling me this ban's a little bit of a head-scratcher. It does leave the Aatrox open. With Aatrox open, that means RNG are going to lock it in.
Yeah, so gonna keep it standard, right? Going back to some of this work, Reeve did have a phenomenal game last time around, but Tagda instantly DFM going towards the Yuumi. So Flowers might want more action, but DFM wanting to stay with a bit of that slower pace, but still indexing into strong team fighting.
But I still think this works out super well, right? Because we've seen the Sivir Yuumi kind of creep back in towards the meta. It's been incredibly strong. That would be a fun one to come through, but I'd be surprised. And look, I think you're going back towards what's ease of access here, right? Steel does look good. You still got that flexibility heavy in the top side if you want, but I think Sejuani jungle, having a bit more of an engage here for RNG could work out well.
All right, just a quick update, by the way, since we never really gave you guys the story conclusion to what happened earlier. League officials determined that RNG was unable to ban Yone in the draft, so there was some sort of an error there. And so the lobby was remade with the same picks and bans up until that third ban for RNG that looked like it was missed the first time around, was just a bug. So anyway, we're running back Aatrox, we're running back Viego, and we're locking in Silas. Triple melee for the top side of RNG.
Yeah, and I actually like the pick in the context of this draft because you already have two phenomenal ultimates. Just like that justifies the Silas pick enough, just with the Yuumi and Sejuani ultimates available. So once again, going to be very scrappy, very brawly from RNG, but the Sivir locked in for
And it's
DFM.
basically a call out against DFM, right? It's like, do you pick Sivir or are you going to pick something like the Azir here for Yarong so we can actually have a bit of a decent time in that lane? So this is where now I imagine we're going to see a little bit more of a focus on towards mid lane bans here to make sure the Yarong isn't going to have the best of times, and you can actually set Xiaohu up to have a good face.
And that's the thing, right? Because I feel like as DFM, maybe you don't feel as pressured to take the Azir because you still have other control mages in the mid lane that you can pick up, things like the Victor, the Talia. We've seen Vex come out against Silas a few times this tournament, so a lot of things for DFM left in the mid lane. RNG, though, more afraid of Evi.
Exactly. This is the first draft of the series where Evi's champion is still left to be picked in the second half of the draft, and with DFM electing to stay on the red side, that means they could save the very last pick for him. So they're going to remove some of these things which are a little bit more unusual, something like the Lilia, Tristana, and Alistar banned out by DFM. Keeping the Trist away from Gala, I can see why you'd want to do it.
I actually thought we'd get the Gnar ban here. I mean, that means Evi still can go towards that. Like, Aatrox kind of a decent matchup into the Gnar on the top side, but I still think it's been one of Evi's best picks. I wouldn't be surprised to even go back to a great front line. You've got good speed up with the Sivir as well. Gives the opportunity even to have the Yuumi set you up with great engage as well. So overall, I feel like just Gnar could work out great here for him.
Yeah, they do also have the Silas, which maybe can make them hesitant, but I don't really know what top laner you pick that, you know, Silas doesn't have like a fun time taking their ultimate, especially up against the Aatrox. But actually have LeBlanc coming in for Yaharong, so this time around going to have some of that pick potential for themselves. And LeBlanc with Yuumi, like I know a lot of people talk other combinations, the Hecarim, like these sustained bruisers. LeBlanc Yuumi is so annoying, jumping in your face consistently, pokes you down. Maybe you get a good trade back on LeBlanc once you use distortion in is... That
isn't a combo anymore.
Yeah.
Okay, so for everyone who doesn't know, the E on the Nami no longer procs multiple procs of the electrocute, which makes it very difficult for Lucian to actually get this trade pattern off very, very quickly, which is what was the basis of this whole combo. So Gala Ming just kind of going back towards comfort and not wanting to go towards something like the Kaisa again when you've got so much CC in it. Okay.
Yup. It's a Trendmere, boy.
You wanted an early champion. You also wanted early action. I feel like we've gotten both of those things in this draft.
What is this draft?
Lucian Nami in the bottom lane for RNG. Trendmere in the top side for DFM. Gentlemen, what the hell's going on?
For DFM, at least, we see this time around, right? The desk was saying how well DFM in Game 1 was able to find those side lane opportunities. Seems like, once again, they're going to be looking for that with the Trendmere and the LeBlanc. Also, just enabling Trendmere to run in once we do get to the team fighting phase with the fact that Sivir's there. And I feel like just solid choices to go with the Yuumi. And I mean, heck, if this game goes late enough, I feel like DFM, it's going to be so hard to take down things like the Trendmere.
Yeah, and that's what I was going to say. There's not a huge amount of CC to kind of lock him up, right? You've got the wave there. Maybe you get a little bit of CC coming through from Wayne Xiaohu, but nothing overly consistent, especially if Trendmere is able to get access to that back line. He can run absolutely amok. So this is definitely going to be a dangerous one where side lanes are in good check for DFM. Team fights could be good as well. And again, RNG haven't had the best of early games to try and shut that down.
I'm so interested to see where they want to focus on this map because we know what Trendmere can turn into if left unchecked. You talk about him maybe spinning into a fight. Trendemere's ideal situation is a PvE game, right?
Yes.
The guy is trying to play cookie clicker, but the cookies are turrets. This is the way he wins League of Legends, and I'm really, really interested in how they're going to try to play around that with DFM. Do they want to focus on enabling him? Are they going to try to leave Evi on his own? This one's going to be fun.
Yeah, I definitely think they're going to be giving him attention up towards that top side, right? We have Sivir, Yuumi, and bots. You know they're fine to just sit and chill. You have LeBlanc in mid lane, incredibly mobile, very hard to take down. I'm going to pause because DFM, maybe they do want to give us some early action.
Okay. Ming on the Nami, you would think would be the target here. Gala's going to walk into the brush, but he immediately sees that Tryndamere waiting on him. Also worth pointing out, because you guys mentioned the thing about Lucian and Nami's synergy with Electrocute not really working anymore, Ming is going airy on the Nami. I know Freak used to do math about this, comparing them, and I don't remember exactly what it was. I don't even know how to use Microsoft Excel, to just be straight with you guys. So I'm sure there is some merits to this. I do not know what they are, as Gala tries to get away from Harp and Yutapon walking into this tri-brush 1v2. He knows he can't win that.
Yeah, but he's still, I think you should still be able to get a decent amount of trades off, right? Like, even if you can't get the full damage, you're still going to have a good amount of poke. It's up against the Sivir, who's very short range, so you'll be looking to get these very aggressive trades, and Gala and Ming will definitely need some help to try and control that mid lane as well, or sorry, the bot lane, because if you don't have that help to go aggressive, if you end up with a split map and Steel is able to help out Yutapon and Harp, this Lucian Nami is very quickly going to start to fall off in comparison to the Sivir.
Yeah, that's one of the things, is that Lucian Nami, back before the nerfs came through, it didn't feel like they were a combination that really needed to like pub stomp in lane. Like their power spike was very much at one item when Gale Force and Imperial Mandate came online. But I definitely think into DFM's draft, we need to see a lot of work done from RNG in the bot side. But it could be rough, because we can already see push is going to come in from the Sivir. Yaharong should also have prio in mid lane for the first few levels, and with Steel pathing down here, it really doesn't just seem like those opportunities are there.
Okay, and I like the fact that you mentioned Yaharong, because immediately I'm noticing a difference in approach to the game compared to what Xiaohu was doing. Teleport instead of the Ignite, not just going for the straight-up kill threat, wanting to have the extra mobility around the map. And of course, part of that could be the fact that, hey, your top laner doesn't have teleport either, and it feels kind of bad to have no TPs in a game of modern League of Legends. But still, it does mean he's going to have less of that 100-0 power compared to what we saw from Xiaohu in the previous game.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be the super interesting one as this game goes on, right? Because you do have the opportunities, RNG, to match a lot of the side lane pressure, just try and wave clear, and it means that you're probably going to see Evie trying to group and play for those team fights a hell of a lot more, especially with Ignite, especially with the Ghost. He has that chase down potential for people like Gala, but you always have to be careful as well, because anything that Tryndamere does, Silas can also do. So yeah. I think it's going to be like, hey, it's Xiaohu versus Evie, trying to see if you can get access to that back line, just not die, and take some of these AD carries with you.
And of course, just prefacing this for anybody who does not know about Tryndamere versus Silas matchup, or a Tryndamere mirror if you play blind picks with your friends. Whoever ults first loses.
Yeah.
Yep, that's pretty much the one rule. If you press R before the other guy presses R and don't manage to run away, you lose.
I wonder if there's a situation where we've ever had both kill each other trying to out-Giga Chad the other one, and neither end up using it.
Maybe it could. Maybe it could.
That's the excuse that I have for not hitting the button.
Yeah, of course, of course. Exhaust traded for Cleanse here in the bottom lane as Harp slaps that one onto Gala, who's immediately ready to knock it right back off. But Gala, half health, low mana. Wei coming around from behind, might have an angle here. Doesn't want to set off the Scryer's Bloom, doesn't want to let him know he's there. He'll see the Scuttle Crab vision, waiting to walk into the river here, but now he's going to make his way down. We know he's not seen. Gala and Ming are under pressure, but it was all a bait all along. Yutapon just going to get ran through with that sword, and it's first blood to the man with the guns. Make it 2 as Wei picks up another, and it's RNG getting the money.
And this is exactly what we talked about for RNG. They needed to put their eggs in the bot lane basket, and immediately they get 2 off rip. Great stuff to enable Gala and Ming to take over this bot lane.
Yeah, they're going to be able to get the wave in as well. Should get a nice reset for themselves. And we see Steel is able to take away some camps on the top side. Might even have an angle for a gank. Will be spotted out, but has already pushed up pretty far.
All right, Breathe, let's see what you can do. Can he get himself out of this one? Infernal Chains are going to pull Evie back. Breathe tries to walk away, flashes out of the Arctic Assault, but gets tagged by the second hit of the Flail. Still just trying to walk this one back towards mid lane. Goes over the wall here with the Umbral Dash. Ready to still try to keep fighting and kiting away from these guys. Q3 hits. Breathe is not going anywhere. DFM gets one back the top side.
And sadly, RNG not in a position to be able to answer anywhere else. DFM did have to commit a lot of time to be able to make this play happen. But still, Wave State's not really in a position where like, hey, we're losing anything bot or need to answer back quickly in mid. So overall, just a nice response to come out from DFM. And it feels like both teams this time around
kind of fine with their top sides being a little bit slower. RNG, like you've already said, Dagged, a lot more about that bot side, but DFM, I mean, they're just playing to scale up.
Yeah, I mean, but the big one is that Evie did get that kill, right? He's going to be able to get a good amount of CS, get towards that level 6, and then it becomes super dangerous for Breathe as well. Like, yes, you've got a lot of healing, but if Evie is just able to tank up the turret for the entire time, you've got good CC with Steel, they can tear through Breathe if he starts to fall further and further behind.
Tryndamere is one of those champions where, you know, we've said like playing 1-3-1 or hard playing sides ever since like Dragon Soul's been the thing is dead. Tryndamere is one of the champions who actually can still dive you and actually get pressure on a turret. So very good for him, especially he already hits level 6, so it makes sense it steals up here.
Oh man, this is where you can just get scuba levels with your dives, boys. It's so difficult to deal with Tryndamere in these situations, especially just as a level 5 Aatrox. Breathe is still hanging around. The turret aggro comes out. It's initially onto Steel. That was a bit of a screw up there from DFM. Now Evie's underneath the turret, but Waves already showed up. This was a massive mistake from Detonation. Focus me, and focus they will. RNG get 2 more.
And you can understand the idea. They have the stacking wave, they have the ultimate for Evie, but the fact that Wei was able to make his way up there and honestly get the possession right in time to like jump in between Breathe and Evie, everything just going the way of RNG.
And you can see Auron's trying to see if he can make the play happen then on bot side because they know that Wei is top, but not able to get into the bottom side of the map. And I mean, Wei read this perfectly. Like, he's immediately moving up towards this top side. He's ready for that dive in case it comes in, knows it's a big wave, and just a great read from RNG, knowing exactly what DFM were going to go.
Also Breathe, I mean, hitting both sweet spots of the first 2 Qs, right? Getting the knockups, able to get the chains down as well, so he was able to buy so much time.
And I gotta fault DFM too. Why is Sejuani slapping the dude first? Sejuani doesn't have the I don't die button. It just seemed like it was a little rushed, it wasn't fully thought out, and it costs them a lot. RNG up 1,500 gold, not even 8 minutes into the game. Their best early game so far here in the series.
This is what a lot of people were expecting coming into this series, right? RNG being able to match DFM on the map, get controlled through lanes, have some good ganks coming through from Wei, and Yutapon will hop out just to steal a bit of that damage, but that's a lot of hurt onto the bottom lane of DFM.
And I mean, they have Prio and bot. You can already see Wei starting up the Herald top side because Breed's pushing that wave in. Xiaohu now at the level 7 mark is in a very good position to get things going. So, I mean, power spikes abound, especially with that serrated Zerk on Lucian, but DFM want to punish it.
Yeah, can they get him? Gala's gonna get hit there. It's so easy for Gala to tank those when he has the cleanse because he can immediately just get himself away to safety. Camera snaps back to mid, and Yaharong has to snap all the way out of that fight, using the flash to escape from Xiaohu there, who is just smacking him around in that 1v1 all-in. Evie versus Breathe. Here in the top side, Breathe can land the Q3, but Evie will heal the whole thing off. These guys are pretty evenly matched, but Evie knows he can zone him away here in the neutral ground. DFM are onto the Drake on the other end of the map.
Just waiting for Yutapon to be able to crash that wave on bot side, and then the Sivir will be able to join. So trading objectives on opposite sides of the map, you have to see how RNG are going to be able to kind of make this Rift Herald worth their money. You're already seeing a lot of pressure down onto this bottom side. I wouldn't be surprised to see them try and continue that and just all in on Gala, because he gets big enough, but then it becomes very difficult for Evie to continue this presence on top side because, well, the rest of RNG are just winning in the format.
I definitely think that's the play as well, kind of looking at how the other matchups have shaped out. It's going to be very hard to get anything done on top side with that Herald. Mid as well, you really don't need to drop it. Like, they do have a Sivir on the opposing side, so the wave clear will be there later on, which could be annoying, but I think getting Gala ahead is paramount for RNG.
Well, Breathe is just going to continue holding the L here in top lane, dealing with Tryndamere in the 1v1 early. You can see he's down a pretty significant amount of CS. He will be able to clean up a bit of that here underneath the turret, but unfortunately the HP on the creeps meant that he wasn't able to get all of it. So still a bit more than a 2-wave lead for Evie in terms of that farm count. But if we're looking elsewhere on the map, jungle is pretty close, but it is full kill participation, and 2 of those kills for Waves Viego. He's already got Blade of the Ruined King completed. Sejuani's got boots and a red rock. Boys, that is not a jungle comparison that you want to be on the Sejuani end of.
No, Wei can go take that fight any day of the week now. And I mean, heck, we've already seen him playing around some of the pressure Xiaohu's put up in mid lane to aggressively go towards Steel's jungle. We haven't seen the fight just yet, but I'm sure Wei gonna be looking for it now.
Yeah, well, that's the big thing that I'm curious about, because I thought the RNG were going to try and make a play off of this bot lane wave, like try and crash it, but Wei actually went to the top side, so they don't have the numbers here to try and make anything happen. It looks like they're trying to draw steal in, so they're going to make the play mid.
Oh, Yaharong getting away there. Xiaohu had the stolen Sejuani ulti to fire at him, and it ends up being enough. They get the kill. Now bottom side, Steel's going to try to use his Sejuani ulti, throws it out. Ming tanks it, trying to save Gala, and the Boomerang Blade does not land. Nicely done, but the fights aren't done across the map. Breathe tries to get away. Evie needs one more hit to cut him down, and he gets it. Evie lands the solo kill.
You know, after how bad that felt in the bot lane for Udapon, we take that for Evie in topside. The sad thing for DFM is they lost out everywhere else, not able to get the play in bot side. And so we just saw Herald dropped in mid.
Yeah, this was a really good read on the map from RNG. They were like, hey, look, we more than likely are going to use a wave bot. Literally, I was in the saying, hey, you got this big wave for Gala and Ming. Chances are this is going to be the play on bot side. So RNG kind of take that that point you were talking about earlier, Flowers, of thinking 3-4 steps ahead. They go, chances are Steel is going to match this play on bot side. So instead, let's make a play in mid, catch them with their pants down. They get the kill, they get the tower, and suddenly Xiaohu has access to that Crown of the Shattered Queen, which will make it very easy against Yaharong in this matchup.
Yeah, and we're going to see here. I mean, it's so easy, right? The fact that Xiaohu has the ultimate allows the lockdown to come through, comboed perfectly with the CC setup from Wei, and then Xiaohu just able to finish off the kill. So, I mean, that's what we said in draft, right? Xiaohu, very, like, Silas is good, let alone the ultimates right now, it feels like, but especially when you're showing Yuumi Sejuani on 1-2, Xiaohu was having a field day.
Xiaohu is having a good time, my friends, and Wei is doing the same. I like the fact that you bring up Crown of the Shattered Queen, because RNG knows that against LeBlanc and Sivir and Tryndamere, you're going to need some extra defense here in this game, and you can see the same thing in Wei's build. Remember the previous game, it was Blade of the Ruined King and Divine Sunderer, just pure bruiser. This time around, he's building the Bomby Cinder, going for a little bit more tank flavoring on the Viego.
I will say, though, it does lower the CC opportunities that RNG have, right? And when we were talking earlier on about Evie potentially having a run of the muck in the back of the team fights, not having access to the Everfrost just means there's one less tool for that. So it will kind of give Evie a slight edge, just the fact that he has gone for this, because I don't feel like Evie's looking for it.
Gala again with a cleanse, getting away from these Sejuani ults. I like how aggressive RNG are willing to play when Gala has this. He's not afraid to just tank it. He knows how easy it is to get away from that. Xiaohu will now continue clearing out some of the vision. RNG just fishing for plays, seeing if there's anything they can find. Testing DFM. Nothing really to fight over right now other than just those kills, but there will be a Drake in about 45 seconds. Gala goes in for a culling. Udapon and Harp getting away from that one, each losing a decent chunk of HP, but nobody critically low.
I actually like what we saw on the mini-map, because if you see, Evie actually moved over towards mid, and heck, now going to be able to potentially take away this blue buff. But for DFM, when you start falling behind like this, you need to look for these plays where it's like, hey, obviously Breathe wasn't showing it topside, but maybe I need to drop a wave here, or like give Breathe the chance to show up and push first, because you need to overwhelm them somewhere else that they don't expect. So look for the opportunity mid. Sadly, Xiaohu didn't overstep, so DFM weren't able to find it, but DFM, knowing they're starting to fall in a bit of a hole, are starting to use the tools they have to try to get back in.
And the biggest problem for them is that now they kind of have to try and give over things like Inferno Dragon that's about to spawn here over to RNG. You have the Rift Tower that's not going to be up at the same time, so RNG should be able to get that and still be able to move up towards the Rift Towers, especially with the Gale Force completed now, coming through for Gala. He's in such a good spot for some of these team fights.
Yeah. This power spike cap, this is exactly what we wanted to see. I mean, if anyone walks a bit too far forward, just Gale Force into calling is enough to 100-0 people. Sadly, though, doesn't exactly have that calling yet. It'll be back soon.
It'll be back in plenty of time, you would have to expect. Once more, it is Wei on the Dragon all alone. He doesn't need help to take that one down. DFM trying to go elsewhere, like you guys were talking about, trying to make something happen on the top half of the map, going for the second Herald of the game. They're down 2,500 gold. They gotta find something to stop this bleeding a little bit, make sure you're not falling behind. The Gale Force on Lucian is not the only thing being completed. The Imperial Mandate on the Nami also online. She doesn't even have any shoes. Wei goes bottom looking for Yaharong, who snaps back to his first position, tries to trade with the Viego, but it's just not gonna be enough. And now, with the turret plating gone, Xiaohu's just clearing out the rest of these minions. They're not gonna take the tier 1 turret just yet. Next wave collides, and that one is just money in Xiaohu's pocket.
RNG just cross-mapping well, understood that, look, if you're putting all your resource into getting the Rift Herald, well, we can push mid, we can then let Xiaohu take this bot wave as well. Yarong will just show up as the last few minions die, but it's just RNG again, kind of what we saw in game number 2, once we got to the mid-game, playing the map well, continually getting more and more control on the map.
And I feel like if you were DFM, right, we looked at their comp, we talked about playing around sides, but the fact that one, Xiaohu has found a lead over his counterpart, and I feel like two, the bigger one, is Wei being so far accelerated, means that you always have this kind of two-man squad playing around sides, not giving DFM those openings.
The only one I'm worried about is Evi. I mean, Gale Force deal completed, like, he is a big old boy, and he will happily tear apart anyone who steps into his lane. And I think that's why we're kind of seeing DFM at the moment leaning towards this top side, trying to get the vision control they need so Evi can play aggressive so we can look for that top lane turret.
I feel like Gale Force is the I have to win this game by outplaying my opponent's item for Tryndamere, whereas Kraken Slayer is just that everything's going fine. All I have to do is stat check whatever they put in my way and cut through him and I'll be fine. So I've got eyes on Evi all day. This is the dude who's found solo kills. This is the guy who's been in control of his lane. This is the one point of power that DFM really has. And I feel like without playing around him, there's not much of a win condition here in this game for him, unless maybe for some reason RNG just forgets to press the gas pedal down and you get to 6-item Sivir.
Yeah, there's definitely still possibility for RNG to throw this as this game does go on, and I like that DFM now have been posturing aggressively around the map. It seems like they're trying to find an opportunity to use this Rift Herald. Wei, though, going to be doing some hunting of his own.
All right, they're after the Nami because they know that Lucian can get away from it with Cleanse. Ming stays alive, and now with the wave going forward, the revenge is swift, and they punish Steel. Evi's forced in the ulti, and these are not the plays they needed from that Tryndamere. Breathe takes out Yutapon, and Yaharong will stumble away with his pet cat, the only one left alive, surviving the slaughter.
It took a game and a half, but RNG have woken up in this series, and they have chosen violence. RNG now going to start moving through the mid lane and get another structure for themselves.
And not only get this mid, right, this is also relieving pressure off of Breathe, who's finally like, cool, Tryndamere's on my lane, I can farm minions and push in a turret of my own, and the gold lead now swinging upwards 5k plus for RNG.
It was just a great fight from RNG. Ming doesn't get bursted out at the start of this and then lands a miracle bubble as well onto Evi to prevent Evi from actually being able to do much damage to Gala. So from that point forward, RNG were just able to close that one out. Again, side lane's now fully in control for RNG.
And I like the fact that DFM went for something, right? Like, they see the opportunity here to maybe catch that support. They know they're falling behind, but as soon as you weren't able to finish them off, everything just went to hell.
Yeah, I mean, the TP comes in from Breathe. Nice tidal wave from Ming to lock a lot of the members of DFM down. They didn't account for Wei already being here. And I love that RNG kind of just forced them apart, right? You have Xiaohu and Breathe just running down Yutapon, and it leaves Tryndamere just fending for himself between numerous members.
And you saw Yutapon try to do that cheeky thing where you look like you flash over the wall, but you flash back into the pixel brush. But they're just standing in the brush waiting on him, like, wait, what are you doing here? And they just beat him to death. 0 damage in the fight from Yaharong, as, you know, it was just over before it started, honestly, with them not being able to grab the kill onto that Nami. And yes, DFM will finally get their first turret of the game, just about 19 minutes in here, taking out that tier 1 top that Evi had put so much work into. But it's still 4,500 gold is the lead for RNG. So, gentlemen, I gotta ask you, what on earth do you do if you're DFM?
It has to be picks. You have to try and find some way for Yaharong and Steel to work together to find some of these picks, even bringing Harp into the equation where maybe he's connected with Yaharong. If you can try and disrupt the tempo and the map control RNG have, then you can buy space for Evi to actually put threat onto these towers. But right now, with Dragon up, it just looks so difficult to do so.
It's kind of funny because with them needing to find picks and maybe overcommit members to sides, it's actually a decent thing that they don't have those turrets mid, because now, like, if DFM want to go for a play, right, Yaharong has TP, so you can commit him to the same side that Evi's on, maybe bring the Yumi there as well, as Breathe, actually. Gonna walk into numerous members of DFM, but it's plays like this to where Yutapon, you can sit very safely back next to your inhibitor, really no ability for RNG to punish you. The problem is you need more than a flash.
Oh boy, Evi, now he's got to get away too. All right, both top laners wandering into jungles and then immediately trying to wander back out. as Evie tries to defend this tier 2 turret. RNG is applying pressure very heavily. Evie is low, but not forced to ult. Xiaohu can just jump right back in there, make sure they destroy that turret. Yaharong's looking to see if there's anything to grab, but he's stunned. The bubble flies out and only gets the clone. RNG's war machine is not slowing down.
But this is the trade-off when you try and make that pick in the top side, right? Now you don't have the members bot lane. RNG are able to get onto the tower, and now DFM overcommits the bot side, which means that Breathe can get the top turrets.
Yeah, and that's just one of the things, right? Since RNG are so far ahead, they have so many more options available to them. Any play DFM makes, they will be at a disadvantage, and heck, maybe now TPing Yaharong in.
They're going for Breathe, but Breathe recognizes the safest place to go is actually towards his teammates. Xiaohu in trouble. Xiaohu destroyed. Big pick there for DFM. If they can get something else off the back of it and turn it into more. Yuumi slow comes out. Yaharong and the rest of DFM continuing their chase. Yaharong has to leave. Breathes ready to turn it around now too. Gala following right behind him, ready to go. Dashes in with a Gale Force, putting damage into the health bar of the enemy AD carry. Evie has the Yuumi ready to go. Breathe tries to get out. Evie popping the ulti, staying alive, but he's got to get back away now. Wei still looking for the chance to go in and finish somebody off. Charges up the Spectral Maw, but won't go any further. DFM, they got the one kill, but RNG won't give them anything else.
No, RNG kited it out beautifully, and once again, another example of Gala beautifully face tanking the Sejuani ultimate because he has the cleanse available. Dagda was pointing out to me that Sejuani ultimate came up in the perfect time for the turn, but sadly for DFM, yeah, only one kill.
I mean, look, they get the pick onto Breathe, which is nice, right? Like, the TP comes through, they commit a lot to make sure they can get this, but this is what we're talking about, them trying to find these angles of attack to pick off low health members of RNG. Now, it will be Xiaohu who ends up overextending at the end of it, and this is where, like, I was looking to see, hey, where is the ultimate for Steel? It's just waiting to come off cooldown, and DFM, they do overextend, but they're trying to kite back, wait for that ultimate from Steel, and maybe then with Evie's ultimate up as well, they can turn on towards Gala, but Gala face tanks the ultimate, has the cleanse available, saves Breathe in doing so, and then it's easy for RNG to turn it around.
That is 3 or 4 times now this game that Gala has been so aware of the Sejuani ultimate and aware of the fact that even though he's the role who's traditionally not supposed to get targeted, the best thing he can do is just eat that big ol' ice cube with his face, cleanse it off, and make sure everybody's out alive. I'm really liking the way they're handling these Sejuani ultis as a team.
It's just great to see, especially because Gala, back in the LPL, was having a bit of a slower season than he typically was. Not really the huge standout for RNG. It was Xiaohu primarily throughout the regular season carrying them to victory. And now, once again, kind of slowly easing into that international form that we always see him.
But that's the thing, right? He was more comfortable on picks like the Lucian rather than the Sivers and the Zeres and those kind of things, right? So definitely kind of going back towards comfort as Ming.
Oh,
gone.
Well, that was definitely not comfortable for the support of RNG. Finally, that is the first death of the game for this Nami. Ming has been doing a wonderful job keeping himself alive so far, but Yaharong finally gets in there. He finally finds the moment for the pop, but the unfortunate thing is DFM doesn't have a whole lot else they're able to grab from that. They may be able to force down this tier 1 mid lane turret, but Gala and Breathe still clear the way.
I feel like we're getting to that point where the LeBlanc plus Yuumi annoyance is going to be there, where again, you can just distortion over the wall, you have extra CC coming out from the Yuumi, and then even if someone trades back, because it's LeBlanc, you have to like commit yourself into a play, well, the Yuumi's just going to heal you. So everything is just fine for Yaharong, and I love the aggressive opportunities that they're looking for.
All right, RNG, let's see how they're going to pilot this from here, because there is 50 seconds on the Drake. Baron is alive here on the map. You can see the Scryer trinket, dropped into the pit by the side of DFM just to make sure RNG wasn't up to anything. Looks like we're not going to get anybody trying to sneak any Barons anytime soon, but it is 2 Drakes for RNG. If they get this next one, they will be on soul point. Gala and Ming will shove up the mid lane. Gala's going to take the opportunity to reset here. It is very likely that he is able to buy himself something pretty nice. We'll keep an eye on the inventory as he gets back to the base. And yes, indeed, Infinity Edge complete for the Lucian.
And this is where it becomes incredibly difficult for DFM, right? Not only do you have Gala firing all cylinders now, but also the fact you haven't been able to push your waves already up past River because you didn't know where RNG are. We're now only getting to broach that here for DFM, which means they don't get to set up for the Dragon. They have to give it up entirely because they know, hey, we can't really poke with Yaharong and Harp and see if we can get that pick onto Gala. We have to completely back away, which means another free Dragon for RNG. And DFM need to figure out what they need to make that price be for RNG.
I feel like the good thing for DFM, though, right, is that they have that scaling timer for the Sivir, for the Tryndamere. You can see Udapon super close to that Infinity Edge to come out, and the analyst desk was saying, hey, like, even if it is some other members being the playmakers, he is the one who has to be the big carry for the side of DFM. Yeah. So the fact that you have this 5 minutes...
Oh, Gala getting hit with the Sejuani ulti, but again, the cleanse, it's always ready to go. Breathe now coming in from the side. Udapon, Evie separated from the rest of the team, but now Breathe is under fire. Evie forced to ult, stuck in CC for an incredibly long time. He's still trying to get away, but Wei is on the hunt and on a killing spree. Steel now has to try to hobble out. RNG still looking for a little bit more. Xiaohu goes in with E2, but a nice spell shield is going to stop him in his tracks. RNG have killed the enemy top laner, and they'll try to find some more.
Now we can see them playing right now in Fog of War. They might be able to get on top of Steel as the wraparound comes through.
They're coming around the long, long way. Xiaohu goes in, and Steel is about to go down. Udapon will drop first, and the Yumi ulti won't save anyone. RNG get what they were looking for, and Baron will be the reward.
I love that they commit for the extra picks because one can't turn into a Baron. They go for it, and now they can start. I mean, they already have an 8K gold lead tagged up, but why not make it more?
Well, we got a TP, so they might make it less here for DFM. They want to try and get in, but Yaharong, what can you do?
Yaharong going in there. They know that Xiaohu was low. He was hoping maybe he'd jump in, pop Xiaohu, jump right back out. But Yaharong's teleport will not earn anything. It's RNG, nearly 10,000 gold ahead, wearing purple.
And this is where you kind of question how much is this Red Bull Baron power play actually going to net, because there's not a huge amount of space left for DFM. Gala tanks up this ultimate at the start once more, causes DFM to overextend, and Breathe with a decent flank here as well. Just again able to separate out the members of DFM, consistently just kind of finding the ebb and flow in this fight as DFM tried to aggress back forward. And eventually Wei finds one reset, and that's kind of where it all bursts open.
And this is where I was surprised that RNG were able to find more, because they sort of disengaged at first, but they commit to the wraparound, and DFM, knowing they need to try to play for picks, waited in the Raptor pit, which opened them up for the collapse from RNG to finish these kills off.
And that's what's kind of surprised the DFM trying to commit for that. They actually had a blue ward on Baron, so they knew RNG hadn't turned back towards the Baron area, but got a bit greedy, and RNG were able to punish. Now separating out into their lanes. Push already was there in the mid lane, so RNG now going to move up to top side and get the last remaining outer turrets.
Alrighty guys, it is do or die for DFM as they try to dig in their heels and hold on against this Baron push. Udapon at least having the Infinity Edge up on the Sivir. This is kind of that floor for where you say, all right, Sivir's online. But man, it is a rough time to finally get there. You don't want to be staring down two barrels like this, but it's RNG, locked and loaded, ready to go. They'll take down the tier 2 turret here in the top lane, and now all that's left is the DFM base.
And this is where we can see the annoyance for DFM not having that TP on Evie, because Xiaohu can be down here, match these waves, and TP up if anything happens. Evie feeling like, hey, I need to be with my team right now because they are going for this push, and can't put that split push pressure that he would so want to use.
Exactly. It's a double-sided sword, right? When you take the combat summoner spell, if you get ahead, if you're playing the game you want to play, you're a nightmare to deal with. 1v1, nobody can mess with you. 2v1, they got to think twice. But if you're behind, man, your ability to hold on and be able to get that footing on the map becomes much more difficult.
And now you've only got a minute and a half until the Dragon as well, so you really need to get that footing on the map so you can try and contest this, but it just doesn't seem possible right now. You've got a ton of vision being established by RNG. It's already just been cleared out by DFM, but being re-established on the bottom side, and there they got the pick.
Oh, Steel will try to get away from Gala here. Nami Wave fires off, but the Sejuani is already gone. Having Harp attached can give him that extra bit of movement speed there with the heal to make sure he gets out of the way. But the map is owned by RNG. Everything is dark and full of terrors for the side of DFM.
Gala did have to use his cleanse in that last one, though, when they're looking for the pick on Steel. So maybe that is now the angle of attack that you can look at for DFM. If Yaron can get over a wall with Harp in tow, maybe they can find that moment onto Gala, but it's slim pickings with how difficult it is to get to the dragon.
And I think slim pickings is a good descriptor for the current state of the game in its entirety. If you are DFM, we're at the point in the game where you're having to make nothing but tough decision after tough decision. Every play is a low percentage chance. You're that far behind, but they've got to try to find the winningest move and execute on it perfectly.
And I at least like that they've been looking for opportunities, knowing how dire it looks right now. But RNG overall, I think, coming in with the right plan to draft more to get ahead in the early game. Because we saw, if DFM can get through early game, be ahead or even neutral, like, they know how to play out in the mid game. They are solid team fighters. So RNG indexing into getting such a huge lead has done them wonders as Dragon up now, DFM. It's going to be your time to shine.
Alrighty, there it goes. Xiaohu getting away from the Sejuani ulti there. I do believe that was a Mikhail's Crucible. Yes, it was. Ming is now ready to go. He's saying it doesn't matter if Gala has cleanse or not. We're past that point in the game. Even the support's got money, and everybody on RNG now has the Cloud Soul ready to go. The extra move speed to chase down anybody on DFM who might get caught out only makes each individual movement, each possible mistake, that much more dire.
It really does. In RNG now, since their comp is so low range and brawly, I feel like you have to start trying to play 4 top and mid, set up to find picks in enemy jungle. If you get one, then you could probably just break down either top or mid inhib, like trying to get that. If not, Udapone just going to be enough to have the wave clear. So in my mind, Baron really needs to be in the cards for RNG.
I mean, they're already setting up for it, right? You get the vision, they already started away trying to play through the invisibility, but might find steal, they'll just back away. They're waiting for the waves to be in a better spot. You can see where Xiaohu is escorting top wave. Then they might be able to find a bit more with these picks, but at the moment, it's just about trying to see if you can get into having some semblance of control.
Alrighty, DFM, how are you gonna go about this? 60 seconds till the Baron, trying to sit down some vision, trying to use these sweepers and reclaim any little bit of the jungle that they can. It's 4 sweepers on both sides as the war for vision rages on. Xiaohu just keeping that spot near the enemy red buff. Breed down here defending the tier 1 turret against Evie, who's still just trying to find something there in the side lane. Gala goes in for Udapone. He will not find the kill, but he really makes him sweat. Gets both summoner spells out of the DFM AD carry as Evie versus Breed is not going Evie's way here at the start. Breed just gets the ulti out of the Tryndamere, goes for the flash Q, won't find it.
That is an anger. That is someone who has to lane against Tryndamere all game long, trying to see if he can get the kill back, but doesn't find it.
He might find it. He might find it.
Oh boy. Oh, he sees it. He sees him in the brush with the sweeper. Evie is still able to get away thanks to the spinning slash, but the rest of RNG is ready and waiting. Sejuani is not a tank at this point in the game.
Like you said, Flowers, everything on DFM's minimap is dark and terrifying, so thinking RNG can just outright go and serve that Baron, they have to face check, and it gives RNG the opportunity to find a pick. And look where they're going now. Exactly the tool they need to start breaking down structures with the amount of weight they're coming out for DFM.
DFM will send Yaharong with Harp attached to him close by. Maybe go for a Miracle Steel burst over the wall or something. There it is, jumps in. It's still at 4K. There's not a whole lot happening from that one, but Xiaohu might make something else happen here. Nope, just scares him off, backs away. RNG, they got Baron again.
Reset's going to come through. You've already got Breed making sure that waves are fully in their favor, pushing these in. This is where we expect to see RNG try and close this one out. And even if they don't, I mean, 3 minutes until the Outer Dragon as well. DFM haven't got to see outside of their own base in the last 5 minutes, so it still feels like RNG just get to dictate how this pace.
Again, it's just crazy to think where we went from game 1 to like DFM comfortably winning game 2, great DFM early game into a bit of a throw and RNG finding those picks where now it's been RNG dominance. It reminds me of an interview I saw Wade did the other day where they said, hey, so how are you guys dealing with all the expectations at Worlds? Like RNG, you guys never really handle that well. Wade's like, what expectations? We're 4th seed. We're 4th seed.
We're just having a good time.
Exactly, we're just here.
We're in play-ins, man.
So you can see RNG, I guess there really is nothing to tilt from when you are coming in with that as your mindset, which is a pretty good mindset to have coming into any international. So kudos to them, because now, I mean, with a 13K gold lead, with Soul, with Baron, right? This is just about how RNG ends the game rather than when.
It's Hakuna Matata for RNG, and they are feasting on DFM here in this 3rd game of the series. Breathe is going to draw the attention of two up here on the top side. I think he may have drawn a little bit too much attention as he tries to retreat back to his team. They won't be able to kill him, but he ended up doing his job as the mid lane loses the inhibitor. Udapon goes into the stasis trying to survive. They're still ready to kill him. It's one down, it's two down. How many more are they going to get? Evi's in the ulti and he tries to spin away, but it won't happen. Yaharong, he dies too. A triple kill over to Xiaohu, and RNG will take this game.
RNG delivering on the expectations. Such a dominant Game 3 coming out from them. And DFM have to go back to the drawing board. And again, try to find that winning formula they had in Game 1.
Full house to round it out with the triple and the double kill. It felt like a full house for RNG and just how they were able to execute on their game plan. Great in the early stages, great in mid-game, and just made it incredibly difficult for DFM to really just get anything in that game.
DFM, their backs are now against the wall. They came out, they shocked everybody in game number 1. They were able to go blow for blow with RNG, but as RNG have sped up the game, like what you were talking about, Lyric, saying, yeah, they're just picking these champions that can scrap early, get those early leads. If DFM can show you that, hey, we'll keep up with you in the late game, just don't let them get there.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's a great strategy coming out from RNG, which again is kind of funny going to this on the international stage and play-ins where it can work because it's not something we saw in the LPL. But I like the style of champions they've adjusted to, things like the LeBlanc, the Silas, things that they weren't playing in the LPL, but they're making work wonderfully here.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is just getting agency for Xiaohu, right? When he's actually able to have control over that mid lane, you can see the difference. They're happy to lean in towards a lot of these early skirmishes, look towards things like the Dragon and those fights. And from that point forward, it just feels like now we're getting RNG stepping up, even with things like the Lucian Nami that we weren't honestly expecting to see at Worlds.
I also want to give the special shout out to Wei because Wei really did just pop off that game. Let's remember he was, already had the Blade of the Rune King so early on in the game, was just taking over.
Well, RNG are at match point, and it's up to DFM to try to figure out whatever the answer may be. And as they try to figure it out, we're heading over to the State Farm Analyst Desk.
Thank you so much, Captain Flowers. That is correct. RNG are up at match point 2-1. We're going to take a look at the picks and bans because we saw 3 unique picks making their debut at Worlds 2022. And I'm going to go to the Harbinger of Chaos first. Compliments of Captain Flowers for that one. What did you make of the draft? What do you make of the pivots? When I saw that Lucian Nami locked in, I got nervous for DFM.
Same, because they tasted blood in the water. It was like, oh, okay, Sivir, Yumi, pretty weak laning phase. Let's go straight forward and empower even Gala and Ming. So I actually really enjoyed that. But to be honest, I really loved Detonation Focus Me's draft. I felt like they drafted well around the Aatrox first pick, saw the full composition, and be like, okay, there's not that much CC ingrained in this team composition that RNG has. So they just went towards the Tryndamere, and I really enjoyed it. I thought Evie played well with it. It's just tragic that the games their games are just now getting a little bit more messy.
I liked it.
Yeah.
And it also didn't matter at all. So get rid of that vibe ban. Get rid of that vibe ban and just ban Aatrox.
He is getting sassier as the days have gone on.
Aatrox is just ridiculous. This was a counter matchup, which I agree with you.
Yeah.
Evie played well. He got the attention he needed.
Yeah.
He got an early lead. He had and then, what was it, like 30 minutes in? We've still 1v1'd him. Yeah. Like, that's not okay. That champion...
I was more annoyed when Steel came to help Ebby.
Yeah.
Steel did not help Ebby. Those early game ganks were not particularly valuable, ended up hurting him more and just giving Breathe the space that he needed to breathe.
I wanted to make a comment. I feel like the slick back haircut that he has and everything, it's like, that's the evil side coming out.
He's prepping for New York. He's prepping for New York.
I just don't like
I'm walking here. Anyways, let's take a look at the first strip. That's a thing, right? Is a thing?
That is a thing.
Let's take a look at the 17-minute replay. Mr. Slick Back Hair Chronicler, what do you make of the first replay?
I don't appreciate being forced into a villain arc. I just want to highlight that. These are I think the mid-game team fights where you really see RNG at their best, where they're able to dispatch one by one the members of DFM, who never really get the backline access that you're looking for with a LeBlanc and with a Tryndamere, and just kind of fall down, unfortunately.
Yeah, they're hard-forcing fights. Especially a lot of the Sejuani ults are hitting the cleanse Lucian, which ended up turning into a cleanse and support item, I guess.
Well, again, I think it was Flowers that said, just eat that ice cube, cleanse it out, and save your team, right? Like, I think it was
Exactly.
a good, but it worked because as long as that cleanse was up,
And
said
Mikhail's
Johnny else
too,
didn't
yeah.
care about,
It was just really difficult. I felt like they were hard-forcing fights when they had a winning strategy with Tryndamere. He was having a really good game after the tragedy of the dive. So wanted them to play a little bit more patiently.
Now, I will say for everybody watching at home, please remember that point that Raz just brought up. When we come back for our pregame for match point, I do want to specifically bring up how DFM are forcing things. Before that, though, we need to keep celebrating how RNG won the game. So, Chronicle, at 21 minutes, we have another team fight. This was the one, to me, that made me go, okay, that's it, RNG have got this in the bag. It was already pretty clear, but this was painful to watch.
Yeah, and RNG, as this series has progressed, I think has just gotten more and more comfortable in how they fight. Even with Xiao getting picked off early here, you see the ability to still, with, I think, a lot of confidence that might not really be apparent initially, the kiteback potential here, and knowing that even though you're down a member, you can still strike, right? And in these extended fights, I think you really see the difference between these two teams. You see the quality of RNG. That's another example. You might be thinking that Gala's face tanking it, but it's not. That's just part of the elaborate bait scheme to try and keep DFM close. And the main thing is here, even though they don't get any exit kills, DFM, even though they get a good pick on Xiaohu, is unable to turn it into anything. There's no objective gained, there's no map control gained, and there's no vision gained.
Yeah, and just another piece of credit for Gala, who's walking up aggressively in those fights, having full confidence that he'll execute well. And so he does it every time.
I counted at least 3 auto attacks from the rapid fire cannon there. I kept like, where is this range coming from? I'm like, oh yeah, RFC is a thing, it exists. I've got one more replay before we take a look at the whole course of the game. So Harbinger of Chaos, please take us through this 26-minute, let's say Goomba Stomp here from RNG.
Oh my God. Yeah, it's a tough one because they make another play at the Lucian. And I actually thought this ulti, the Sedge ulti that would have went through, aimed for the Yuumi, was going to hit. It didn't. But Aatrox just was in a really good position to chase them down. Once again, fighting through a choke point, which is always going to be a bad call, ended up being a great bubble to catch out the Tryndamere. Way well done. I think he actually Q flashes to get the pick on towards Tryndamere before hopping right out. So these are multiple fights in a row where Detonation Focus Me starts out decently well in the fight.
Yeah.
And then force it, thinking that they can make another catch, and then it ends up backfiring on them.
And it speaks to it speaks testament to the pressure that RNG is able to put on the map. Because looking at this draft, with a Sivir and a Yuumi, I think you can afford to hang back a little bit more. But I think RNG makes that really hard by constantly choking out vision, setting up traps, forcing objectives. So I understand why DFM really felt kind of obliged to keep looking for those engages.
One tower down nearly 20,000 gold. That is a slow and steady climb from the 5-minute mark. And that is the first game this series in which RNG have won the early game.
Yeah.
Both previous matches have gone the way of DFM. Now, because they are with their backs against the wall, Detonation Focus Me have side selection going into game 4. They need to win this to force game 5, to get Silver Scrapes to play, to have one more shot at advancing to group stages, and maybe making the biggest upset in the history of League of Legends. But they need to win game 4 before they can happen. They've picked blue side. So before we go to break, Chronicler, what's your take on this? This is a pivot. This will be first time they're blue side in the series.
Maybe they get Aatrox. That'd be great. That's a fun champion.
Maybe they get Maokai. Do you think it gets banned even red side?
I think it still gets banned.
Yeah, I think it still gets banned. Yeah, it's what I said earlier. I think Maokai makes it way harder, even if you are a better team, to actually utilize that, to like get good flanks, set up vision control. None of those really matter against the tree.
Yeah, I think that's just going to be the case. I feel like with blue side, they'll at least get the first pick on towards Aatrox.
Yeah.
I don't know what else they're going to be trying to hunt for. So that will be a surprise to me.
You have 3.5 minutes to figure it out, because on the other side of this break, I'm going to ask my analysts to give me some insights into what they think could happen in game number 4.
Don't ever say it's over if I'm breathing. Raise it to the moonlight and I'm speeding. I'm headed to the stars, ready to go far. We start walking. Don't ever say it's over if I'm breathing. Raise it to the moonlight and I'm speeding. I'm headed to the stars, ready to go far. We start walking.
Production, please record these two singing so I can play it later.
Nope.
Hello there. Welcome back to Worlds 2022. The players on your screen right now are in what could be their final game of the 2022 World Championship. Let's start by talking about what DFM has done wrong in Game 3 that I would like to see them change in Game 4. Because what I want to start with is in Game 1, they clearly won the game. They were the better team. Game 2, they won the early game. But this tower dive is going to give me nightmares.
Yeah, and it feels like the biggest change from Detonation Focus Me from the first 2 games to this game, which is them really overforcing in impossible dives. Where this one, I didn't really see it. Even if Wei was not there to protect it, I thought it was just going to be difficult. And then a lot of the fights that were being picked, I thought were just really a stretch. And I think especially since your main ticket in this game is that split push threat from Tryndamere, and then later on in team fights you have Tryndamere and Yuumi, you do want to play a lot more slower, and I felt like they tried to speed the pace of the game up.
And I talked about this a little bit before the break as well, but I want to reiterate, I think RNG makes it very, very tough to not try and force. But at the same time, moments like this where you're losing, you've already lost the mid play, and you're trying to kind of recuperate, you throw a lot of cooldowns at them, and Gala and Ming still just walk it off.
It was ridiculous that Ming stepped back into the Sedge ult to tank it for Gala. That boomerang blade was, what, 1 pixel away from landing? I mean, those small differences. In Game 2, Breeze Aatrox was kind of what turned the game around, right? He survived by the skin of his teeth a number of times. Detonation Focus Me were not able to not only pick those kills up, but then press that advantage further. Where I'm sitting in my head right now is that RNG are now... They have something to prove. That Game 3 to me is like, okay, we're now firing all cylinders. Game 1 and 2, one could argue they were a little bit slow to get their hands warm, and DFM took advantage. Now, for DFM to make me eat those words and shut up, they need to show up now in Game 4. I'm going to ask you guys, how does that work? How do you see DFM winning this game?
So I kind of spoiled it, sadly, which is just back to disciplined play. A lot of it is not just, even though I think the draft really helped them, it's not just that. I felt like they legitimately played better split side map when it felt like it was needed and had an even game, not taking absurd fights for a very long time up until like the 20-minute mark in the previous ones. Play towards that. Don't be overforcing like we saw in the first series of the day.
Do you believe they have the patience and the ability, and the 15 minutes has been since they lost the game, to be able to change their mentality and their approach?
I know they can. This team has shown, I think, both domestically and even on the international stage, that they can pull it together in best of 5s. I think against RNG specifically, it's so hard because by default, they're a team that really forces you to do something or they'll win. They'll find an angle. And that's why, for me, I want to go back to Game 1 in a different way. I want a better mid-jungle 2v2. The Maokai you're obviously not getting anymore, but that combination of the Maokai plus the Yone was actually enough to keep Zhao, who locked, and Wei just didn't have a great game. That, to me, is the core combination. Because trying to focus on Brief, I don't think it works. Even if he doesn't get Aatrox, I think Brief is really good at absorbing the pressure. Gala and Ming have been growing throughout the series as well. So trying to make sure that Yaharong and Steel can actually keep those two down keeps RNG from really getting their groove on early on.
But I would really like that Aatrox ban or pick.
B1 it.
Yeah,
on blue side.
Because exactly. And they've been doing such a good job making picks on sides. So when the Aatrox has been keeping himself alive long enough for the full rotation of the team, it's like, that's just annoying. Take that out of the game.
I'm going to try something, and this might not work, but we are done. We're about to head to Champion Select. And in order for Detonation Focus Me to go to Game 5 to get one step closer to New York, they're playing Aatrox here.
They're playing Aatrox here.
That means go. Go to Casters. Thank you.
All right, apparently that does mean go to us. Welcome back. Welcome back, everybody. It's game number 4 between RNG and DFM. And for some reason, you're just now joining us. Well, hey, DFM surprised everybody by taking the first game, and then RNG has just done nothing but continue to find their groove since then.
Yeah, RNG, they're never a team you count out. There's a lot of teams in the LPL you can look at as people who, if they fall behind, could lose a series. RNG able to hold it together. DFM, though, now going to be looking to bounce back.
I'm going to be looking at the bot lane. I'm going to be looking at Udapon. He's been the long-standing member. He's been on DFM since the very start. Coming 2013, going into LGL in 2014, has been to all the international appearances they've made, and it feels like to me he has to be the one to show that veteran seed step up.
I was still in college in 2013, man. That's old.
A long time.
Like, this is some ancient history.
I was at a J1 in San Diego. It was a long time. So yeah.
Well, let's see what we get out of the draft here in this one. For the first time this series, DFM will be on blue side. Graves and Silas banned away. That Graves ban stays banned, while RNG is saying no more tree, no more cannon.
Still sticking with the Kalista ban, though, which is a bit of a surprise. Again, I thought we'd see this dropped, but this is going to be the first time that we actually get RNG on the red side. We're still seeing them stick with Maokai. We're going to get the Kennen. I'm curious what that next one is going to be. We saw in the last one was still the Yone, which could honestly be it, but it feels like Evie now has that opportunity to take away the Aatrox regardless, and then we'll have to see how Breathe feels playing into it. Could actually bring out the Fiora that we've seen banned away a little bit throughout this series.
Fiora, which has been banned away. He's been going with the Jax into it so far. I think RNG are one of the teams who I expect to be very comfortable playing into the Aatrox just because of the champion pool that Breathe has. Still, it would be the first pick I would expect to see because other picks that have been high presence in play-ins like Hecarim have kind of been falling through the wayside so far in this draft.
That was the other one I wasn't sure on. If they want to take away the Sejuani, Steel has been eyeing that up consistently. Now, I think Wade didn't have the best of games on it in game one, so maybe they were going to let it through, but it feels like now Breathe just gets to go back towards the Aatrox. You can look towards the Viego again for Wade if you want, and essentially just, even though we're flipping sides, stick with the same picks.
Yeah, it's kind of strange if you end up getting the just walk it back on opposite sides. You're kind of wondering, well, what's going on here?
Yeah, that's actually why I'm not the biggest fan of the Sejuani coming through. Like, I totally get it. It's comfort for Steel. He's looked great on it so far throughout play-ins, but it's one of the things that opens up Wade's Viego, and Wade does look like one of the members of RNG who hasn't fully adapted so far to the meta that we have here at Worlds.
Oh no.
And now he's going to be able to keep going towards it, but Dagna.
Oh no.
I don't think either of us want to see this.
Xiao has a 33% win rate on his year.
We did it.
Is not the pick.
We got away.
We avoided it.
We got away. We got away. We took a different route. Lissandra locked in for RNG and Xiaohu.
And this is the combo, right? Yeah. I mean, you go in, you have Reset City coming through, Viego able to, get control of another champion, and then the Ice Zombies able to follow up and find those kills. But one of the difference from last game is this time around, things like the Yone still left open, but this is much more stock and standard DFM, playing that disciplined style that Raz was talking about.
That's what I was going to say, right? This is definitely a composition now that we're starting to write out that is like, hey, we're going to play for late game. We're going to play for these later fights. We're not going to try and go for any of these wacky dives in the early stages. And it is, again, going to fall back to RNG to play this more aggressive style. So I think taking something like a Tristana here in this bottom side could also play into that, give yourself a ton of the range.
Yes.
And it looks like that is going to be the game plan here for DFM.
I love it. I love it coming out so far for DFM. They're not only taking away some things that RNG have liked and leaned on, but also going back to their style. The thing that's scary is what we were talking about, when we finished last game, about RNG. They've kind of accepted like, hey, if DFM can match us mid and late, let's just get ahead early, and picks like the Azir open up for that.
Oh, he could be getting it though. Breathe, eyeing up the Fiora. I still think you'll probably take the... Oh, I was going to say take the Aatrox. Yes. This is going to be it. And this is something everybody that I talked to was like, yeah, but you won't blind pick the Fiora. They're never going to... This is what we do in LPL. We are happy to blind the Fiora and just go run amok in the top side.
This is how Breathe became famous back when his name was Curse and he was playing on OMG, had an insane Fiora outplay, and then everyone in the LPL was watching him.
LPL blind Fiora locked in here in game number 4. And hey, if you're willing to blind lock Fiora, you don't have to worry about banning Aatrox because people pick Fiora into Aatrox anyway. So they're essentially daring DFM to take the pick, as Rel and Nautilus will both be banned away. They want to target engage supports. Over on the other side, DFM knows they have a marksman, their opponents don't, so they'll ban out Aphelios, but they'll throw in another engaged support ban of their own, removing a Mumu as RNG pick up Varus for Gala.
Yes, we actually saw Unforgiven pick this up the other day. It is something that's still kind of on the outskirts of the meta and just have a decent amount of push, can set up well for team fights as well, and just have good follow-up on the likes of the lockup from the Lissandra. So still you're going to have a strong enough 4v4 coming through from RNG, decent scaling with the Varus, but I still think a lot of this is going to be predicated on, hey, let's get Breathe ahead in this top side and make sure this Fiora can pop off.
Yeah, and it looks like for Evie, just going to go back to something safe and standard. Going to lock in the Gnar, so should have a decent time up in topside. At least you have the range. You can try and get through that matchup. And DFM, I mean, they've completely signaled, right? They are playing 4 5v5s. You don't expect to see any early shenanigans coming out from them and trying to match into what RNG have done so far, and probably looking to pick up another, engaged source in the bot side.
Yeah, Leona. That was the big one I was going to say, especially when you're looking towards the Varus on that bot side as well. Having the solar flare, short range AD carry, Leona just suits super well, and you've got great all-in. So now I'm curious to see what Ming is actually going to go with on this bot side. Could end up going back towards, honestly, someone like the Tam Kench.
Yeah.
I think that's going to be your best bet, to just try and keep people safe here.
I mean, whenever you see somebody like Varus or like a Aphelios or any of these AD carries that do not have built-in defensive mechanisms, Tam Kench is just one of their best buddies in the whole entire world, right? He can keep you safe, he can keep you protected, he can get you away from those solar flares, from those Sejuani ultimates, from those Mega Gnars, and get him to a spot where he can deal the damage.
Yeah, and now for RNG, I mean, the first thing that comes to mind, right, is wanting to play through sides with the fact that they have that Fiora. Also not having a huge front line, so team fights can be a little bit dicey. But even when they ever want to start any of their own action, like go on a turn, or maybe you found a pick and now you want to force, a lot going to be on the plate of Xiaohu.
But that's the way they played coming into summer, right? When we saw the meta kind of shift away from engaged supports, Xiaohu was the one that stepped up and took that mantle on pick specifically like the Lissandra. So I'm expecting big things again from Xiao to be able to try and play that style, and we'll have to see exactly how RNG are going to try and play it this early game, because it feels like, again, they need to get these leads or you just fall victim to the team fight of DFM.
And guys, I've been on the desk with Jat every day, and Jat's been making a lot of references to like obscure sandwiches, peanut butter and bacon, which sounds fine to me, or other things. To me though, Jat, if you're out there, DFM have the PB&J. This is like the most standard, 5v5 team fight comp. You have a solid front line, you have a ton of DPS. You don't expect a lot to happen early on in the game. If it does, maybe I'd expect it to happen more around bot side, because you do have Tristana, so you do have some all-in threat there, but it seems like DFM have just covered their bases overall with their composition.
So do we feel like we're going to get more of a game one type of early game, no first blood till 10 minutes type of play, or what's the expectation here with these compositions?
I think it's really hard to say, because the biggest problem that I see is that like a lot of this is going to hinge on like Xiaohu and Wei trying to work together again. But very similar to game one, it's going to be hard for him to get out of lane. Like Azir gets a ton of priority against Lissandra. Very hard for Lissandra to actually get access to those sides. So I think it will be a case of DFM having that time to get to a mid game where they're happier to fight, and just having Udapon continuously pushing bot lane, Yaron continues to push in mid, and just trying to play through the push you have across all three of your lanes.
Alrighty, let's rock and roll. Let's do it. We've got RNG with teleport on both of their solo laners here in this one, so that they know that they're ready to go here and answer whatever might be going on across the map. Also spellbook there for Lissandra, nothing too wild. Showing up across the loadouts for anybody. Both AD carries going to be rocking the cleanse here in this one because of the amount of CC, especially point and click type of CC available on both sides.
And the thing I'm looking at now is I feel like RNG are going to have to put a lot into playing around top side. The fact that Brady didn't take the flash for DFM, they now have a point to pressure up in top as well. Like you said, Steel gonna have this CC to come through. Hart might be able to find some movements as well, because not a ton of threat coming down in bot lane as Breathe not gonna feel too threatened early on, but still a nice trade for DFM.
Yep. Just going to get a little bit of HP off him up there, but it's not like either top laner really had to do a whole lot of anything. No summoner spells used, no potions consumed. Both of them lose about 100 HP, but nobody's too worried about it. Doesn't look like we'll get a whole lot different from what we've been seeing so far here at the level ones. A little bit of poking, a little bit of annoyance back and forth, but no real all-in type of moves coming out. Breathe is still just hanging around, seeing if maybe he can get one extra bit of damage, but it won't happen.
I mean, it's not like he's going to be able to do too much in this top side anyway. Evie should have control there, just with the range advantage. We'll have to just try and play back from Breathe, although Breathe trying to see if you could do a little bit to zone him off. But again, you should have just push across all three lanes here, working relatively well for DFM. And then I think that's how you can open up the map for Steel and see if he can get some work done.
Yeah, and that's why we don't expect to see too much action able to come through early on in the game. Definitely some setup there. You talked about especially for Xiaohu having that CC to set up for away. The problem is Yaharong on the Azir has the mobility to get away. And then when we look at Steel, we talked about no flash on Breathe, but pathing down towards that bottom side first, though, we might get the workings of the mid-jungle.
Ooh, we could get a nice spicy bit of early gameplay here, or we could get some smoke and Azir standing still. Yep, it's going to be about a little bit of damage there from Wei, enough to deal an HP potion's worth of damage.
I will give the spice level of that play, we'll say a spice like cumin.
Yeah, that was not a whole lot, but now maybe they're able to spice it up. Flash into the stun. Over the wall goes Yaharong. Xiaohu's here with a follow. They don't have enough damage. That was wacky.
He did so well to respect the first game. Gank walks right up. I mean, Wei was waiting around, but still didn't have enough time to get like halfway through river, even if he wanted to.
Yeah, really weird that they end up committing that much to mid lane as well, because they ended up losing a lot of the pressure now that they could follow up with that flash being burnt on Yaharong. Looks like they are going to move immediately towards the top side, though. We might be looking for a dive on both sides.
Oh boy, my friends. Here we go. Top side, it's heavy in danger. There comes your Spectral Maw. Won't hit, won't matter. First blood, able to breathe. Nothing to it.
And that was just a solo kill coming through as well. We didn't have anything else happening, but now dive for DFM.
Yep, they're bringing it in, but is it going to be enough? Udapone going for it. He tries to cleanse, but he dies before his butt hits the ground. Oh,
we needed it slow. Raz wanted it slow. Where's the slow?
Did they read Raz's win condition? Are they razzing right now?
They might be razzing, man. That was not what DFM needed.
And you can understand, right? RNG setting up the play on the opposite side of the map. They feel like they want to get something going for themselves as well, but now it feels like 2 games in a row. A dive from DFM only coming to set them behind. RNG now gets the wave pushed in. Doesn't seem like Udapon will lose out on too much, but still nice advantage going for, honestly, RNG on both sides of the map.
And that's the thing. I mean, look, you do win on top side for RNG, which is why I think DFM felt the need to make that play, but you really didn't have to. I mean, Udapon was going to be able to slowly chip away at these turrets. He would have gotten those plates. You actually could have then tried to play up to Tristan after she got advantage. I mean, look, Udapon's about to get one for himself here, right? But Ming does a good job of baiting DFM underneath the tower. Knows he has the flash, knows he's got that thick skin. The TP can come through from Xiaohu as well, and Udapon just not quite able to finish him off before they go down. And even the fact that Leon had to flash away from the turret as well to keep herself safe says a lot about how that went.
It was a split second before he hits the ground and gets the rocket jump damage. And I actually think what might have determined it is the fact that the way the turret was shooting, he's up in the air right next to the crystal that fires the bullet. Yeah. It had to travel all of about 2 centimeters before it hits him and kills him. And it just feels bad for Udapone, man. The unforced errors are the ones that can sting the most in a game of League of Legends, particularly a game like this where it's all on the line for DFM.
Yeah, I mean, it's the deciding game. And again, kind of sadly for DFM that they've been here before. They had to play against EDG to get out of play-ins in 2018. Not something you want to do, having to play an LPL team to decide if you get to the main stage. Back then, they got 3-0'd, so, you know, they have stepped up, taking a game off RNG. Again, another close game too, and this game's still not over just yet.
Okay, Harp's gonna get punished here, maybe. Nice job popping the blast plant. They need a bit more damage to finish him off here. They're gonna grab the kill. DFM getting punished. RNG just stopping him again.
Yeah, they're crashing and burning a little bit here, lads. DFM not able to find anything on that play. 4-0 now for RNG, and I mean, last year was the first time DFM managed to make it to that World's group stage, and unfortunately, it looks like the ship might have sailed with the way that this game is going.
Man, Wei is already onto the Drake now, too. Remember back to game 1 when DFM got it at 7 minutes? I said, wow, that's a really fast Drake, boys. Well, it's going to be even faster here this time around, and it's paired up ever so nicely, complemented by a 2000.
Yeah, and it's nice to see. It's nice to see Wei having a really good series. Honestly, great play-ins, great playoffs in LPL, because it didn't feel like he had the best regular season under his belt. And he's one of the main driving factors for RNG. We're going to see here DFM wanting to go for this invade and try and find a bit of a punish coming out. But 3 members of RNG are already here. Udapon tries to join up, but Harp is already so low. Feels like everything goes the way of RNG. I even love how aggressively Gala played, flashing in, knowing no real follow-up can come from anyone on DFM.
Well, that's because you're looking at Udapon and he's kind of there for emotional support. Yeah. Like, you know, you got it, guys. Go free, on, guys. Like, oh, okay, well, that one didn't work out so hot. But now Ming going to be able to move in towards mid lane, going to help out Xiaohu. We're looking at the Rift Herald that's just about to spawn in 45 seconds, and it's just RNG trying to see if they can get control for that, with Gala already starting to get that push in bot side so they can set up for it.
Yeah, they've already got Wei with control over the Scuttle Crab. Udapon just walking right back down into the bottom lane to be ready to farm up. So 80 carries both left on their lonesome down here as Wei will head back into his own side of the jungle. All of our solo laners have their level 6. They have their ultimates. Of course, Evi's was just spent up there. We know how easily Gnar likes to expend that. Just use it on the wave if nothing else. The cooldown is very short. However, the junglers still both level 5 for now. I do expect, particularly for Wei, and there it is, right as I say it, level 6 hit for both of them. So the ultis are available if we get a Herald fight.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if RNG outright start the Herald or if they try to find a play on Evi first. Luckily, Evi hasn't walked and shown in lane yet because it could have been very easy CC setup coming through. We'll just check it out. Now we see what DFM wants to do because Steel going to start heading up here. And I mean, DFM do have solid AoE tools to be able to try to pick one member of RNG off.
But RNG did see the enemy top laner on that control ward that they placed in the top part of the jungle. So they are aware of Evi's movements. He's back underneath the turret, answering a massive wave right now. And DFM, they know that they cannot afford to go try and stop that as Breathe just backs away a little bit, takes a turret shot, no big deal really. It's Rift Herald over to the side of RNG.
Yeah, able to use that top pry to make sure no one comes in. I also meant CC tools to, you know, pick one member off, as, you know, that is what CC does. But sadly for DFM,
very important, yes.
You know, we're here teaching the fundamentals, what people want to know. But DFM, not able to go for any sort of cross map. And it's just kind of rough, right? Already being in this position so early on in the game that it really doesn't feel like their draft didn't have the tools to really set anything up regardless, but now already starting to fall into this much of a hole at the 10-minute mark feels rough.
Yeah, and I mean, because you got Breathe with this big CS lead in the top side, he's actually going to be very quickly escalating to a point where Evi just can't really deal with them. Xiaohu, yes, is falling behind in the mid lane, but again, it's not really the end of the world if your Lissandra doesn't have the same CS. She's going to be just doing her job regardless.
Alrighty, we've got a 3v3 maybe brewing down here in bottom lane. DFM, I'm sure we're thinking about it, especially with Harp hitting 6 and Ming not doing the same, but they see Wei shadowing behind. They know if they go in, they're just going straight home in a body bag. They call it off, and I'm glad they did because you just can't force things like that so hard. Xiaohu trying to make the rotation up towards top side, walks over some vision, so Evi should know enough to get away in time.
Yeah, and the fact that we see him about to mega as well. Breed's already been chunked out a little bit. I like they don't go for that.
There it is. They're going to blow up Ming, or they no way he gets out of this one. He uses the stasis. Udapon dies, and DFM's hopes are going with them. Wei wants to grab another one. The piercing arrow right through Steel's heart.
The reset champion into the reset champion. That should be illegal. The amount of distance he got to carry there to finish off these members, and we're still going.
Oh no, it's a disaster. Wei gets kill number 7 for RNG. This game is a slaughter. If you have young children watching, tell them to avert their eyes because this is some violence on the Rift from RNG.
RNG just scaling up into the series. The most dominant early game they've had so far. Dag, I'll even take this one, but like you said, Wei getting from where he starts to where he ends is crazy.
And the fact that Ming gets away. Like, I don't even see a health bar there. He's just shield. And then as Udapon goes in, he ends up seeing the stopwatch come through perfect. And this is the reset champion into the reset, into the follow-up, and then it's just get it off my screen.
It took him like 5 seconds to get from where he started to where he ended. So yeah, Wei, once again, 3-0-2 on the Viego.
Oh no. Oh no. Harp. Oh no, they're just gonna spit him right back out. Gobble, 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 gobble. Gobble, 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 gobble. They're just screwing around. They're having a good time.
There's 3 wards invested on that blast code to stop Harp from getting away.
There we go. 8-0. RNG is just having fun with it at this point. Breathe. Nice repose. Nice dodge. This is why you can blind pick Fiora. Breathe just goes right back in. He wants to box with him a little bit.
I love Breathe just playing right in front of them the whole time, just baiting their attention, maybe trying to get Steel to overstay, but DFM knowing they have no opportunities.
I feel like that level of swagger and daring is exactly... Whoever designed Fiora, get Fiora's champ designer on the phone. I want to hear, like, this has to be what they were envisioning for playing with your opponents and dancing around them as he does it again and again. again and again and again and again. And now Yaharong trying to get himself away, but it ain't gonna work too well. Or is it? Harp going into block Xiaohu as Yaharong, there it is. Spectral Maw flies out, Wave flies in. And boy, oh boy, RNG pick up the first turret to go with it. It's 6K in 12 minutes.
The turret goes down bot. You've already got 2 dragons for RNG, and we're only 13 minutes into the game. This is the level that RNG were expected to come in at, and finally, they're showing their true colors in this series. Now, Breed's going to start putting pressure onto this top lane turret as well, picking up at least one, if not 2 of these plates before the turret plates fade.
Yeah, looks like DFM, though, going to try and find the pick. Can they do it the 3rd time?
Okay, this time they brought 3 dudes. Can Breathe escape all 3 of them? He goes back in. He reposts a whole hell of a lot of CC, but he's got very little mana left to work with. He tries the lunge yet again, and finally, through hell and high water, they come for him again and again, and they get their man, DFMer, on the board.
DFM finally have something to show for. Still not in the best of places, and now I'm hoping, you know, maybe Ming will scold him. You know, earlier we were talking about how Xiaohu and Ming are the mom and dad. They've said Xiaohu is like the supportive, emotional, let's go, guys, and Ming is the one who, you know, brings down the fist when anyone steps out of line. I imagine that's what happened after game 1 as well.
You would have to think something like that, right? One's the parent that's happy you got an A, the other's the parent that says, well, you know, 96 is all right, but what about the other 4?
Exactly. So RNG having to live.
I say it because my mom was like that growing up. Love you, Mom, but we both know it was true. Let's see. Can Evie get away from this one? Yep, he's good. Oh. He's good. DFM, you take those. In a game like this, you take those.
Both top laners showing their experience in dodgeball. I love it. I love it. But RNG still being the ones to keep pressure top side. Surprised that they aren't going to overcommit. But I guess no one from DFM really showing on the map. We can see Yaharong right now picking up Krugs. Harp not even walking out from base yet, so not wanting to overcommit for that objective.
Yeah, taking it slow across the map. I mean, you're going to get the Rift Herald here anyway, so they're pretty happy to just take the objective and leave. Breathe should be fine now to start moving down towards this bottom side. Xiaohu will be able to put pressure on towards that top tower and have a little bit of that escape with the Ice Claw to keep himself in check. So overall, again, RNG just going to dot their I's and cross their T's, make sure they're able to get all these outer turrets down. And this has kind of always been the way with RNG, is they'll get these leads, and it's this slow, steady suffocation that just is horrible to be on the receiving end.
I don't feel like any sort of suffocation in a game of League of Legends is what you want to be a part of on the receiving end here for DFM. But man, it's been so tough here in this game. Yutapon especially, if this man's not completely tilted out of his mind, then he has absolute just like Asgard mental.
I'm just saying, like, how could you... I'm still tilted for him from last game's Boomerang Blade that didn't get the kill.
I will say, though, to give DFM their due, they performed incredibly in game 1 and game 2 of this series. Like, game 1, they took the game. Game 2 was incredibly close, and they pushed RNG to the limit. So even if they don't pick up the win, this is a massive showing for the LJL region to be able to keep up with the 4th best team in the LPL.
And not just for the LJL. Remember, back during game 1, that was the first time any minor region team had ever taken a game off of RNG. They were 18-0 historically. So DFM definitely showed that RNG can bleed in a way that a minor region team has never shown before. But as you were saying, it's just been RNG ramping up throughout the series, and they're getting to the point now where this is the MSI champion squad. This is the team that people were expecting when they put that 93% vote in, calling RNG the winner.
It's also easy to forget, I know I forget this all the time, that the only team that they've lost to in best of fives is the reigning world champion. EDG are the only team that have beaten RNG in best of fives in summer. They lost 2 to EDG, and, you know, we're able to make it here by taking down teams like LNG. So this is a very tough task, despite some of the struggles that RNG had, you know, in LPL coming into play-ins, losing to DRX. So definitely no easy task that DFM was given.
I mean, the only team that could take RNG to all 5 games this year at MSI was T1, right? That was it's an impressive performance. So I mean, all credit due to DFM, and as we say, this is a squad that has been together for so long, attract so much of the talent from the LJL. It's incredible to see how they've continuously gone from strength to strength, keep coming back every single international tournament stronger than the last, and make teams like the LPL teams work for their money.
Well, we've got the third Drake of the game dropping now as RNG have control over it. DFM, yeah, they know they're in a tough spot if you give them Soul Point, but you're in a worse spot if you all die trying to contest for it. So there it is. If RNG can get that last one, it will be Soul at about 22.5 minutes into the game. That's incredibly difficult to deal with, but when you consider the game itself being a 7K lead at 17 minutes, it sounds about par for the course. RNG have a death grip on this game and are not letting go.
Exactly. That's why for DFM, I was going to say you want them to kind of draw a line of neutral wards in the sand and just wait to scale up. The problem is, with the fact that they're already on Soul Point, there really is no time to scale. RNG now using the Herald to accelerate the game even further. And I mean, heck, I'm curious to see how far this Herald push can go.
I mean, a lot of times you see a Herald summoned up for like a first turret take and teams want to force it in to get the damage onto the tier 2. This time around, it's forced damage onto the tier 3. It'll have 25% health remaining. I guess if you're looking for a silver lining on that, at least the tier 3 turrets do regenerate health, so maybe it'll be able to heal back up over time. But time is a precious resource that DFM have not been given much of this game.
And the thing is, even if you do try and buy that time, Breathe hasn't even hit his full strength either, right? Now you're looking at him potentially being able to aggress onto a weakened tier 3 in the bot side rather than having to get through a tier 1, a tier 2, then to a tier 3. So already RNG just in such a good spot, and now Yutapon is in trouble.
Oh no, Ming went for the flash lick. However, Yutapon does a good job getting away. He didn't even need to use a summoner spell on that one, maximizing the escape power and the self-peel of the Tristana. Yutapon will stay alive for now, but it still means control over the rift, control over the lanes, control over the vision for RNG.
Looks like DFM is setting up for a pick, though. They could look in the mid lane and go, right, well, Yutapon's backed away. We won't fully aggress on towards the turret, but trying to see if they can catch the reinforcements from RNG.
Xiaohu, he's going to get flash, chain, CC'd. He's dead before he's able to self-ulti. Nicely done from DFM to find something there, but now they got to be careful and try to get away. Harp, he used the flash to make the play. He's got no way out. So it's traded 1-for-1.
I like the DFM go for it, and they don't even leave anything to chance. Like, they're like, we're flashing in, we're using all of our ultis to make sure we get this pick, but RNG so fast on the trigger pull to react. I mean, had this pick back happened, you know, maybe 15 seconds later, maybe that could have even been a Baron.
I mean, that's a Lissandra who has ulti, has flash, and has stopwatch. If you don't all in and just completely floor it, she's gonna get away.
It's taking
she's
30
gonna
minutes.
live, and the tilt is gonna continue. So I'm glad that they went for it. Now let's see what Evie can do down here. He sticks around trying to get this turret, but it ain't gonna happen. And now Ming has applied the pressure, and Breathe has applied the riposte. Poor little Gnar, you are not long for this world. Good night. Breathe gets his second kill.
It's a thumbs down for Evie. Unfortunately, not quite able to get away from that one. And now you've still got Wave pushing topside. Push for mid for Gal. And with 2 minutes now until the Dragon, with 2 smites available on RNG, with Xiaohu having swapped his spellbook over to that as well. It's going to be so incredibly hard for DFM to try and contest it when they can't even get control of the map to push past River.
No, incredibly rough. And, you know, for RNG can keep just applying that side lane pressure with the Fiora. The thing now, though, is they don't have those TPs available, so could be quite risky for them to over-index. I don't think RNG have a lot to be afraid of in terms of DFM going for any sort of crazy Baron sneak. Like, RNG might even be able to take a 4v5 with the amount of lead they have, but still gonna have to be on RNG's mind that they don't have that TP for Breathe.
And RNG have a smooth sailing game ahead of them, barring any major malfunctions in the next couple of minutes. 75 seconds here on the Soul Drake for them. The Baron is already up. Very rarely in League of Legends do you just get to hard force Baron at 21 minutes if you want to, but
are you sure?
RNG could very easily do that here in this one.
See, this LPL?
Uh-oh, boy.
Do we do that all the time?
Oh, boy.
We do that all the
I feel
time.
like I'm failing the test again.
That was like the top esports FPX special.
I feel like I'm failing the test again, my friends, but it's DFM who are the most worried among all of us as Evie tries to get away from Breathe. The rest of RNG are just going to fall back a little bit. They're making sure they don't get caught out. Run, Evie, run. Run, Evie, run. Run, Evie, run! Run, Evie, run! I don't think he's going to be able to run much further. Breethe's even going to get the reduced cooldown there on the lunge. Harp will go down first in the 4v4 back in mid as Breathe finishes the kill on Evie. RNG just ain't showing any signs of stop.
No, they're just, again, running this game over, which feels like a good time to remind people that, I mean, if RNG win this, we already know what group they're going into in the group stage. They're going into Group D. They're going to be playing with Gen G, Flying Oyster, and 100 Thieves. Gen G, a lot of people have them as the tournament favorite, so, you know, you do have that opponent, but also I'd say two other opponents that people would view RNG favorites over, 100 Thieves and CTBC Flying Oyster. So I feel like for RNG, should be feeling pretty good about this win and then heading into the group they're going in.
Man, there's the Soul Drake right there, uncontested, in the middle of nowhere. Two dudes just beating the snot out of it.
Look, DFM just don't believe in Drake violence any longer. I do respect it, you know?
They're repenting for their sins against the Drakes?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how many Drakes there are in, you know, Runeterra lore, but I'm assuming they're not infinite.
Well, there's 5 of them. There were 6, but he was BS and we had to get rid of it.
Well, he's coming back, though. He's coming back next year.
That's in the future lore. This is, oh wait, no, actually there's 6. I forgot the Elder. He's like the Super Drake.
True.
Either way, there's not a whole lot of them. RNG is thinning the herd. They've already killed 4 this game. They've got the Mountain Soul at 23 minutes. Well, on top of an 8K gold direct lead, and now you can see them setting up around the Baron here. I would expect this to be the type of game where you get one Baron, you deathball it down whichever lane you prefer, and you win the game.
Yeah, I don't even know if you need the Baron, to be perfectly honest. It feels like RNG are so incredibly far ahead, but they are set up here. They have Breathe on the bot side. If anyone ever shows up to try and deal with Breathe on that bot side as well, that's just going to be the go button for RNG, and that's realistically all they're trying to achieve here is dragging DFM around the map, because honestly, even if it's Yaharong, I'm pretty sure Breathe 2v1's Evie and Yaharong right now.
Oh boy, we might just be able to figure that out, my friend. Evie is about to die. Xiaohu killed Yaharong while he tried to teleport. They caught him. And that's both solo laners gone.
And now it's just going to be the Baron for RNG. Breathe doesn't even have to come, so he can keep putting the split push pressure down in the bottom lane. And RNG still just winning out on both sides of the map. Unfortunate, because even though DFM are at this huge deficit, I thought, okay, well, if RNG kind of just mess about long enough, we do see items coming online for DFM's still amazing scaling comp. But now with the Baron, it doesn't seem like we'll get there.
Breathe is level 16, Harp is level 9. It almost takes 2 Harps to make a Breathe, and they do not want to go anywhere near this man. Breathe jumps in, Udapone going for a couple of auto attacks. Riposte flies out as Harp goes for the flash. Stun, into the gun, and there it is. But it's traded across the map for steal.
It's the stun gun 1-for-1. Xiaohu even gets the top side as well here. It's all over for RNG, just picking up things right, left, and center. Even with one pick coming back, Breed still got Evie. They still got the Baron. And look, it's a nice little bit of gold in the back pocket for the AD carrying Udapone, but not going to be enough.
Now we're going to see, right, Udapone trying to go help and show us if they can win that 2v1, but Xiaohu and Wei say no, get that pick, which leads to the Baron going over to the side of RNG.
So let's see where things are right now. We got 2 minutes left on the Baron. We've still got Soul locked and loaded, running for everybody on the side of RNG. Breathe has 5 seconds before he's back alive. Unfortunately for RNG, his death means that if they want to have full Baron split push power, somebody else has to be with Fiora, which is not what Fiora wants. She much prefers to just be out on her own, doing her own thing, moisturized in her lane, vibing. But that's not the case. RNG is going to continue moving through the enemy jungle, bounce back and forth, control the vision, make it dark, make it scary, and make it so DFM doesn't know where they can walk. Breathe is back up on the top side. He has no TP, but I don't think RNG is really too concerned about that. 4v5, they've still got more gold in combat power.
And that's why Breed TP topside. He wanted to make sure that he could actually get the push right as this bot wave is going to collapse as well.
And you can see the Sejuani ult from Steel fired out there in desperation. Xiaohu was able to evade it as Evie goes in and finds a stun onto Wei.
Oh, wow.
But Gala's got the kill right back onto Evie. Yaharong's gonna die. Wei goes in again. Udapone barely escaping, using the cleanse, barely staying alive. Wei wants another one, but he won't get Steel. He will force both tanks of DFM back into their own base, back into their own fountain, and it's looking like the end of the series here, as Xiaohu will end up dying there at the very end. Udapone goes down as well, however, and that means that RNG is on to the Nexus. DFM tried their best, but RNG will take them down and punch their ticket to the main group stage.
The MSI champions, you never doubted them getting through play-ins. There were some hiccups, lost to DRX, lost to DFM in this series, but I think overall, going through play-ins, probably a good experience for RNG, figuring out their read on the meta. We even saw in this series scaling up to, by far, the most dominant game when they had.
Yeah, and you can still see, though, it's a lot about comfort picks for RNG, right? The Viego coming through from Way, looking great on that. Xiaohu, Breathe looking great as well on things like the Fiora. It's still a lot of these things that we know and saw in the LPL, but, I mean, you can see there for Evie, devastation for DFM. They tried their heart out to get themselves to groups, but unfortunately they were up against the MSI champions.
And it's the things most recent in memory that jump to the forefront of what we think of the series. But again, I do not want Game 1 to be forgotten. I do not want the first time that RNG lost a game to a minor region, that RNG lost a game to the LJL representative to be forgotten. DFM have made strides as a team to elevate their own region, to bring that performance here to the world stage. Unfortunately for them, they will not be able to run it back this year to the group stage on that main stage yet again, but they fought like hell trying. I gotta commend them for what they did here today, but this will be their exit from Worlds 2022.
One of the most, I mean, heck, the most dominant team to ever come out from the LJL. I mean, the crowd rightly applauding them because they've had terrific games so far again. When it comes to macro, when it comes to team fighting later on in the game, they've shown they can contend with the best.
Yeah, and I mean, look, RNG, unfortunately, were able to kind of come out of the gate swinging in Game 3 and Game 4. But as you say, Game 1, they took the game. Game 2 was incredibly close. Yeah. It does show how much the appearances at these international stages have mattered for DFM, closing that gap bit by bit. And I mean, look, you can say that we expected RNG to get out of play-ins, but there was definitely a little bit of doubt that started to creep in there after that first 2 games.
DFM made it a fun series there in those first couple of games like you're talking about. They were up against an absolute titan in RNG. As you've said so many times, the MSI champions, a team that has only lost best of 5s in summer to one other team. It's a tough ask, and DFM fought as hard as they could, but they will come up short, and RNG will be the last play-ins team heading to the main group stage. With that resolved, let's send things over to the State Farm Analyst Desk for the World's Cooldown.
Thank you so much, Lyric, Dagda, and Captain Flowers. Congratulations to RNG. RNG, as one of my friends would say. What a fantastic Game 4 from RNG, but what a disappointing or depressing end for DFM. It started so strong. They looked really good. Unfortunately for them, RNG were too strong once they got ramped up.
Yeah, it's tough, but still important to recognize the growth that they had going into play-ins and then finally realizing that in Game 1. Yeah. So it's at least... It's a bitter story, but at least it's a bittersweet one.
It is a little bit bittersweet. I will say that we'll come back to wrap this series up and talk about the ramifications of the groups as well as make some predictions a little bit later. Before we get to that, while we're recording an interview with RNG, we thought we'd start at the top of the day with one of the most historic best of 5s ever at the World Championships. And Chronicler, Evil Geniuses smashing the Mad Lions.
I was a Mad Lions, or rather an EG believer, and I thought that it would be a heartfelt match where, in the end, EG's, I think, individual level of play far ahead of had enough of Mad Lions to actually get them the win. Yeah. But that didn't happen at all. Elyoya was kept down, and as it turned out, if Elyoya didn't get going, that was the end of Mad.
Yeah, we both thought it was going to be a 5-game series, and
really did.
It really felt like Evil Geniuses were constantly moving, finding picks, specifically looking towards bot side. Unforgiven and Kaiser were the targets a lot of the times in that one. And it was pretty rough. It felt like Jojo Pyun was really on point today. It looked like it was just a mid-jungle domination.
I mean, it really was. This Game 2 was really impressive as well. The Draven was locked in early. And Ichi just said, yeah, and They ran the Sivayumi, and they just dumpstered that lane. Such a great performance.
Yeah, in particular, I really love the set pick. I felt like that was a really smart one, recognizing that they're going to throw the Sylas mid, and that they were going to find constant plays through mid lane that Sylas really couldn't react to. Overall, a really great series for Evil Geniuses in just pure team fighting.
Really performance as well. I mean, the set mid, you know, some of the great LCK mid laners like Chovy have been known for playing champions like that as well.
Oh yeah, and BDD, that's true.
This was very set. Even lesser known as Bay. Remember Bay in MSI? He did it. But what we're seeing, or what we saw here today from EG, I think, is a very clear sign that if you look to the first day of play-ins, this team did not look like this at all. And considering they're playing with Kaori, that actually makes a ton of sense.
One series, right? One series in the LCS.
That really tracks.
Yeah, it really does. I will tell you as well that while my analysts both predicted 5-game series, I predicted the 3-0 for Evil Geniuses. I knew I had full confidence.
Sure
I knew they were going to 3-0. I have the video evidence to prove it. So
I can't flip-flop, but you can.
I did it successfully. That's the difference, okay? Now, that wasn't the only history that was made today, because before we get to DFM versus RNG, I do want to take a moment to catch up with Law, who spoke to EG's bot laner, Kaori, after that 3-0 victory. Let's take a look.
And we're back in Mexico for the Verizon post-game interview, and I'm joined right now by the victorious Kaori from Evil Geniuses. Thank you so much for joining me for this very first international interview. How does it feel to take down EU? And especially because it's the first time actually that someone does it internationally.
I mean, it feels great, and like I didn't have the chance to play with good teams before, and I was on the bottom team, so it is really good for me to show myself on bigger stage and do what I can do, yes. Yeah. I'm really happy.
I can imagine that you're happy, especially given all the circumstances around you being subbed in. Danny having to step out, you coming in during the playoffs, but also being aligned for the World Championship. Tell me how you reacted when EG told you, hey, you know what? You're going to be playing bot lane at Worlds.
I mean, before Worlds, they said for semifinals, and I was like, oh, can I play? Because like, I didn't have Scream, I was on break, I don't know meta. I just played semifinals without Scream, and everyone is like flaming me, Luciano tip or something, because like I don't have enough Scream. Now it feels great to make them wrong and like prove that I'm not Luciano tip and I can play. I can bring team positive things like they did.
It feels always nice to prove people wrong, I guess. Are you okay? Okay. I have just a couple more questions for you. Tell me about this experience actually playing at Worlds for the first time. As you said, not a lot of time to train. But what did you learn so far playing here?
I mean, I'm learning that how to take pressure as a positive and how to play on the stage better and how to be more aggressive like I am on the scrims.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's like that. And I'm really enjoying the fun and experience. So it is a learning too.
And I bet the next stage is going to be cool as well, being in the Group B, facing the likes of G2, JDG, Damwon Kia. You were telling me before the interview that you've never played these teams, of course. You've just watched them play. How do you think it's going to come together when you actually face them on the Rifts? What are your expectations here?
I mean, we see RNG sometimes and Dragonix and GDG and other teams are like world finalists, or they can win worlds easily. Like they're all of them so strong teams. So I am really excited to see what can I do versus them. But I never had chance to play versus them on stage or anything. So I don't know what is going to happen, but I will try my best to win versus them.
It's going to be a nice way to prove yourself, I guess. Any specific bot lane you want to face in particular?
Jakey Love, but I'm from our group.
Jakey Love, okay, I'll keep an eye out on this matchup. Kaori, thank you so much for the interview. Congrats on making it to the group stage. And back to you guys in LA.
Thank you so much, Law. I will start by saying your hair looks absolutely stunning, darling.
Boom.
And I will also say that we've spoken to Evil Geniuses a lot throughout the course of the tournament. I think both of the games they lost during the group stage, we had losers interviews from the team. The games that we've had where they were victorious, they've come out. I think every single EG interview has been my favorite interview of the event. And even there, hearing from Kaori, just talking about it, you know, didn't scrim, was on break, wasn't playing the meta, came in for semifinals. And it was like, people were flaming me. It's really humanizing. It's really powerful to hear that. And then you see how he steps up over the course of a group stage. I mean, takeaways from the series as well as the interview to wrap it up.
I love that he talked a little bit of smack. I think it's very deserved after the performance that EG had, as mentioned. In historical fashion, this series was really, really big.
Yeah.
And I think EG's performance overall, they're a team that from a you know, I'm an LCS enjoyer, but time zone wise, it's hard for me to follow. But you can follow the tweets, and you can follow follow the memes, and you can follow that, right? And I actually think that is something that we haven't really had as much. I think the last team that really leaned into it was, of course, G2.
Yeah.
And I think EG is kind of stepping into that same role. So I really like
performance as well as play.
Exactly.
True. Hey. High engagement tweets, if it's engagement baiting, that will last. People will see that for sure. And just a small point, too, calling out the fact that people were questioning his champion pool in particular, saying that he was an OTP, and that he felt like he really wanted to prove that wrong. In Academy, he was like the guy that was playing Kalista, Draven, like he was actually a really aggressive AD player. So, like, obviously being thrusted into a huge stage like Chicago, and now Worlds, he's like, need to get better quickly, and I feel like he's been doing
that. Timeline is quite crazy. You think about it, over the course of like 8 weeks, Chicago and the area here in Mexico City, correction, as well. Like, I mean, that's an intense ramp up. Congratulations to Evil Geniuses. I will give the analyst desk best tweet of play-ins. This isn't a thing that exists. To Kauri, when he said to Armut, I'm the best Turkish player. There was an expletive in there I won't say. Right, let's move on. Let's turn our attention to Detonation Focus Me, taking on Royal Never Give Up. At the beginning of the day, 18-0, RNG had never lost a game to a minor region, and this opening game from DFM made me believe they could do it.
And that in of itself is a really big achievement. And I said at the top of the day, and I still truly believe that what DFM did here today was extremely impressive. You can look at RNG, who obviously grew a lot throughout the series. Draft here was maybe not the best, but that would take away from the fact that
DFM earned that win.
Everyone expected DFM to get 3-0 and have it be a complete stomp. I don't think that's disingenuous, and they performed so much better than expected. And contrast this to day one, where Abby went, what, 1-7-2 on Aatrox?
That is a fantastic callback.
Couldn't be more different.
Yeah, huge difference between day one and now. And I felt like they for sure earned the win. A really, really disciplined game one. A strong game two, of course, with one mistake. And I felt like they teetered off a little bit. Overthinking it, perhaps. That will always happen.
And I think it is also fair to say and fair to criticize that RNG were not their characteristic selves, I think, for those opening games. And there's twofold, right? On one hand, DFM took advantage of that.
Yeah.
They punished RNG. They were proactive. When you watch these replays, it's DFM setting up for the Drakes. It's DFM starting the fights. And ultimately in game one, it was DFM winning those fights.
100%. The point that you made, that's that of them never losing to a minor region. The players know that too. They may not say it or think it, it's in the back of their heads. And oftentimes it will remind me of 2018 Invictus Gaming, where you will play to the level of your competition if you think that they're flatly worse.
Yeah.
And so it's a combination of Detonation Focus Me playing really well in the first two games, and a combination of RNG sleeping on them. So it was just nice to see what was a competitive series at the start.
I mean, that replay right at the end, the Elder Dragon went down. For about 3 seconds, I wondered if RNG with the Elder buff would be able to win the game. But crucially, when you look at this post-game breakdown graphic, I really want to draw everyone's attention to the 0 to 20-minute mark. Look at that goal difference. Look how close it was, the fact that DFM were leading. It was true for game 2 as well.
Yeah.
And I have to give credit here to DFM again, and I will reiterate and double down on what Chronicle said. It's the first minor region to take a game off RNG. They did it their way, and we showed a graphic from an interview on the LPL stream a little bit earlier today around how DFM was saying, if we can beat RNG, we're good enough to win Worlds, so we're playing RNG with the intent of winning the World Championship. We'll come back to round out the rest of the series in just a moment, because while it may have taken a bit longer than we would have liked, RNG, they've punched their final ticket to the group stage, and Law caught up with the victorious super support, Ming.
And we're back in Mexico for the Verizon post-game interview, the last one of the playing stage with Ming. Ni hao. Thank you so much for joining me. Congrats on taking down DFM. It was expected, but the first game maybe was not. Can you talk me through what happened?
首先恭喜你们获得比赛的一个胜利。可能说第一局来讲吧，不是那么的像就是说如预料一般，它整个赛果是比较的符合意料的。所以说你的对于第一局的看法是什么样子的呢？
第一局的话，有一半自己也没睡醒的状态，然后还有就是自己因为4-5的时候选人出现问题，加上 BP 的时候，我们做了一些有点意见不统一的情况，所以说导致那一把打出来的效果会很乱。
So I would say, in terms of the game 1, I was a little bit unawake. So yeah, I was in that kind of condition. And as for the pick and ban phase, we had some mistakes or just the problems in communicating with the picks in 4th and 5th picks. So that's kind of the miscommunication in picking the pick and ban phase. That's probably the reason why we dropped the first game.
All right, well, you managed to adjust and wake up also for the next games. When I talked to Xiaohu last time, we talked about the memes around you and him being the mom and dad of RNG. So what happened after game 1? Were you the angry parents or more the supportive parents toward the rest of the team?
之前他在跟小虎选手的一个采访当中，其实他有提到，就是好像你跟小虎是扮演着队内的一个父母这样的一个角色，所以在输掉了第一局之后，那你们两个是更扮演的说比较愤怒的父母呢，还是说比较支持型的这样的一个父母的角色呢？
其实第一局失利之后，我们下来的话是在讨论自己的不足，还有自己的问题。然后我跟小虎的话也在反省自己的问题嘛，因为其实我们打了这么多年了，我觉得应该给新人一些好的效果。所以说，当失利下来之后，我们就会说出哪里可以调整，哪里有问题，然后大家一起来调整。
So after dropping the first game, we were just focusing on finding the problems and our individual mistakes in the game 1. And because after playing as a pro player for so many years, me and Xiaohu wanted to have some idle effect on our rookie players. So we just wanted to find what we can adjust in the upcoming matchups.
Right, supporting approach here then. Now focusing on group stage. Group D with Genji, 100 Thieves, Flying Oysters. What are your first thoughts on playing these teams?
那你们进入到小组赛之后是进入到 D 组嘛？所以说你对这样的一个小组分配的小组的分组情况是有什么样的期待呢？
就其实小组期待的话，就是3个队伍都是不同的风格，所以说很想跟他们交手。然后根据的话就是实力特别厉害嘛，所以说就想跟他们挑战一下，到底有没有具备挑战他们的资格吧。
So I would say the 3 teams in the Group D, all of them are very strong teams, especially I would say Genji. They're a really, really strong and good team, and I really want to say if we are qualified to challenge them as a really strong team.
And maybe it's extra special for you guys coming back as the MSI winners, but there's also the meme around RNG being the kings of spring. What do you think of that, and how is it going to be different for you guys this time around?
其实这一次也是以一个 MSI 冠军的身份来进入到世界赛的嘛。那关于 RNG， 其实有一个可能说像小称号、小梗这样的这个说法，就是撑着 RNG， 以及说可能世界赛的一个状态是比较起伏的。所以你的一个看法，包括说一个后面的一个期待是什么样子的呢？
其实有些时候前半段拿到 MSI 冠军的时候，然后中间突然换版本的话，会导致我们自己的版本有些时候是我们自己的个人能力问题跟不上，所以说这种情况会出现比较多，所以说才导致下半段的时候大家会打得这么艰难。然后所以说我们一直在弥补这个缺陷，然后也一直在改进，所以说在努力调整这些。
So probably after spring there will be some changes around the meta, and definitely I would say, with the meta switches, our individual abilities might be the problem, or we have some shortcomings in our individual abilities. So that's probably the reason why we had a very difficult summer split after the spring split, and this MSI. So definitely we will make some adjustment on this, and hopefully we can perform even better.
Looking forward to seeing how strong RNG is going to be this time at Worlds. And also good luck to you, Ming, and good luck to RNG. Sheshe for the interview. Iris, thank you so much for the translation. And that's all for us here in the plane itself. We'll see you in New York. Back to you guys in LA.
Thank you so much once again, Laura, for another fantastic interview. And I think Ming, fairly stern, fairly serious, like not like uncomfortable or anything, but just that was a stoic, that was a serious guy talking about this. He was talking about the adaptation. I'm frankly a little bit surprised at how well DFM played.
100%. And just talking about the fact that needing to wake up, like you can talk about that either physically or literally just metaphorically, like, oh, we just need to wake up in this series and play a little better. But ultimately, I just love the answer to, hey, me and Xiaohu just focused on the adjustments in between
He's
games.
supportive. Yeah, the supportive parent is the one I'll go for in that.
Yes.
Right, that does it for play-ins. We do know groups. We do know all 16 teams that will be participating. And before I make these two gentlemen predict with placements, first, second, third, fourth, I want to round out what we have seen from the 2022 World Championship meta. I want to give you guys an update that during 2019, we saw the most unique champions we've seen at a Worlds before at 94. Right now, as it stands, we have seen 84 unique picks. Any of the champion icons that you see that are grayed out, I believe that Nocturne and Pyke might be the only two, as far as I can see. Those are champions that have been banned, but not picked.
Yes.
Chronicle, I'm going to come to you first. What do you make of this when you think that there are already 84 unique picks watched?
I think it's really cool. I like the diversity a lot. I'm a little worried that it'll be a classic case where play-ins, there's a lot more experimentation, but as we get further into the tournament, it'll settle, and then we will kind of just pick the 20 champions that are the best, but I'm hoping that maybe we can break the record.
And a lot of these teams just have deep team, like, coaching staffs and everything, and I feel like the prep has been strong. Picks like the Taric is something that pops out to me, and for me, another one that is not so much a prep pick, but I just love seeing it, and especially going into the group stage means a lot to me is Kalista. Because, man, we have so many talented AD carries. Ruler's going to be in this tournament. Comp from Rogue is going to be a strong one. I just feel like, and even, FBI from 100 Thieves. And Berserker. There are just so many
you could literally just start listing all of them.
Yeah. And that's the beauty of it, because there are so many strong ADs, because it defined the meta coming into Worlds. It was a bot lane meta. And sure, it wasn't a different pick. It was about hyper carries, but we have a lot of strong Kalistas that we get to now see being played around.
I have bad news. I don't like being the bearer of bad news.
I hate this already.
I want to take you back to 2021.
No.
Evil Chronicler, stop it.
I want to be the 2021. You know what the presence of Yuumi was in play-ins? 10%. You know what the presence of Yuumi in groups was? 96. I think it's going to happen again. I think that the nerfs were not enough. I don't know if engage reports are actually good enough. And anyone besides Gen G, who have their Lahen's mad genius counter pick, is probably just gonna suffer. As is everyone at home. I'm not saying I like it. I'm not saying
you're the one
I'm
bringing
on
it
board
up
with this. But I would be shocked if it doesn't happen just the same way that it did in 2021.
I don't think it's going to happen.
No? Well, I hope you're right.
Gentlemen,
I hope I'm wrong.
I do need to do a quick audio test. Can you hear me clearly?
I can hear you.
I
can hear you.
I really hope everyone on broadcast can hear me as well. Unfortunately, I've lost my in-ear. So we're going to do this next segment without any production crews and hope that this goes off well. Because before the EG versus Mad Lions series today, I made a bet with Raz that whichever team lost, their representative from their region would have to deliver a monologue. They would have to say goodbye to the team that lost. They would have to update the score on this monstrosity of a model. And then they would have to carry this thing to New York City. As I have lost the bet and I am a man of my word, I would like to say farewell to the Mad Lions. Now, the Mad Lions this year have had a rough season. I'd like to take a look at some of the players on your screen. Remind everyone of Armut, Alyoya, Niski, Unforgiven, and Kaiser. I'd also like to remind you of their placements this season by looking at their pretty sad trophy case. 7th in spring, didn't make playoffs. 2nd in summer looks great. 4th in summer looks great. Unfortunately, they didn't win a BO5 to make it to Worlds. And when we take a look at their BO5s, and of course, that's it. They're 1-1 when it comes to play-ins BO5. The truth is that this team wasn't even meant to be here. They were thrust onto the world stage and they had some tough times in EU. However, they had their moments. They weren't without excitement and energy. Take a look at some of these plays from the play-ins, starting with Armut stepping up. The Gnomut, he added the pink dino to his champion pool. Take a look as we turn our attention to the rest of the Mad Lions, specifically Alyoya's Belver, popping off, destroying faces, and frankly putting on his best Star Platinum impersonation with an order for the ages. Now, I do want to say goodbye to the Mad Lions. They put up a fight. Today, they are the Sad Lions. Well, frankly, they've been the Sad Lions for most of 2022. Let's not beat around the bush about that. However, I do need to live up to the bet that was made. So if I can ask the cameraman to zoom in again on this thing, as promised, I need to update this score. Now, if you have only just joined us, this is Jojo the Bald Eagle. And the way that this thing is going to work, we're hopefully going to carry it with us all the way around America until the World Finals. And goodbye, pen. Let's take a look at NA. I'll zoom this in here. You guys got 1, 2, and 3. Well, effing done. Thank you, Raz. It's worth a clap. What I will say, as I step down to the middle step, I do need to celebrate the evil geniuses.
Aye, aye.
Jojo, the 3-0 Canadian North American homegrown superstar popping off. We got both mooses looking opposite ways. That's awesome. Congratulations, Raz. I'm a man of my word. I will now have to carry this thing to New York City, which is going to be an absolute nightmare. What I will do is this. If you guys can come over with me. Raz, come join me on the telestrator.
Let's do it.
Chronicler, move over 1 seat. While I fix my audio, Chronicler and Raz, take a look at the groups. What I want to do is ask my analysts to predict for me first, second, third, fourth on 2 of these groups, right? And as they're explaining to you where the standings are going to line up, I want them to give their reasoning and their logic. Raz, I'm going to fix my my in-ear. You start predictions, and Chronicler help out.
Perfect. I'm going to start with Group D. I feel like this one is fairly easy. I'll go ahead and go for Gen G, first place.
Great start, Raz.
Doesn't really need an explanation. They're the best team right now in the world. I feel like they are just an incredibly strong organization with a Chovy gap expected. I go into the second pick. It has to be RNG, actually. And it's funny because people will look at this series and feel like it's a bit of a meme, but they will organize, come back into this group stage, and dominate. This one is going to be tough. People just love the title of the Flying Oysters, but they're a really strong team. But I have to believe in 100 Thieves. I really have to. As good as Rest is and as good as Shunnin is in the bot side of the map, I feel like 100 Thieves should be able to carry it through with the strong mid jungle that they have in Abadaga and Closer and CFO at third. This is the closest one. I feel like between CFO and 100 Thieves, that one's going to be a really debated topic until we get to that group. And then I go to Group A. I'm going to have to give it to T1 in first. My number ones are awful, by the way, as you can already tell. It looks like an I. And then I'll go in with EDG in second. Cloud9 fans already know. Jack already knows what I'm trying to do here. So, yes.
Chronicler, do you have any challenges to this? I'm back. I can hear everything.
Yes.
Raz, take a look at the camera. Now, Chronicler, what's your thoughts on some of these picks and where you would challenge? Give me my pen back.
Here you go. Here you go.
So I lost my audio, so I think we traded places.
There we go. You're going to give us... Okay, good. Yeah.
Come on.
No. Give me these first. Before you do it, I want you to debate. I want you to debate.
I have nothing, except I'd switch the Oysters and 100 Thieves, which is the thing
a lot of
Raz
people will be talking about
kind of on the fence about.
Yes.
That'd be my only swap.
That'll be on your swap.
Yeah,
okay.
I'm not very controversial.
People already know my prediction history when it comes to C9.
Yeah.
And so for the European fans, the global fans that don't know.
Listen, you're a flip-flopper. You're the most well-known flip-flop on the planet.
But I also curse Cloud9, by the way. The entire time I've cursed Cloud9, so I'm putting them third for a reason.
I will ask production to put myself and Raz back on camera because I'm going to write your World Championship prediction.
Oh.
Okay? And when we do that, I want you to think about, give me your setup, right? Who is your world champion that you're locking in now that I swear and I promise I will quote, I will retweet, and I will hold up for you.
All right. For me...
And tell the camera.
The incomplete team with the talented players. For me, it reminds me of Samsung White that ends up winning Worlds, even though at the beginning of the tournament, Samsung Blue was the more organized team and had things right from the beginning. But the team that builds up, learns with the more talented player, I think will ultimately take it. Top Esports.
You're going Top Esports.
Because I think Top Esports has a lot to learn, and they will have to be the team that scales up. But they have Jackie Love, they have Knight, they have Tien. They just have so many damn strong players that I think as they go along, they'll learn their lessons.
Okay, well, we'll find out. Raz, please take a seat. Chronicler, you are now up. You don't need your in-ear for this. You can hear me loud and clear. Now, give me your predictions. Raz, sit on my seat closest so the camera has less time to travel.
Sounds good to me.
And let's start. Whichever group you want, and then I'll interject to ask Raz some questions and give you some homework.
So I'm going to start. This is an easy one. This is a freebie. Okay. I have faith in the LPL #1 seed. There might be an LPL team that collapses. I wouldn't be surprised.
Please note he's throwing down one under the bus.
If it's Raz's pick for the World's winner, wouldn't be shocking. But I'm going to go with Damwon Kia, #2. I think that the team should have a really great time within this meta. And looking at the performances of G2 at MSI, I don't think that they can stand up to either JDG or Damwon Kia. For EG, as much as I like them, as much as I am looking forward to Trevor carrying the bald eagle Jojo everywhere.
Choose wisely.
I don't think that that's going to be enough.
Choose wisely.
So I will have EG
3 and 4.
And EG on 4.
And next group?
Next group. So this might be slightly more controversial. Gonna have Tess on 1. Even though I think they might collapse.
The LCK caster is throwing LPL.
No.
Hold on. Rez.
Wow.
Can I already start? Number one in both groups. Are you like this feasible? Do you think?
I think it's very feasible. Welcome to the team, Chronicler. I really appreciate that.
What is this?
The LCK
I'm not here. Don't worry, my world champion.
I'm getting word from Atlas right now. He's ashamed.
Hey, Atlas can be happy because there we go.
All right.
There we go. This is, I think, as controversial as I get. I think that DRX shouldn't make it to quarters, but they will. They're going to. I don't know how. I don't know what happens between Rogue and Gam, but Deft makes it to quarters. Those are the rules.
Okay.
I don't make them up. Last year's Humble Life was a much worse team, and they made it. So if they can do it, then I think DRX can as well.
Who's your 3-4?
That's a toughie. And I am going to go with Gam on 3.
Oh my, this is nonsense. This is nonsense.
I don't
justify that. How?
I don't have a lot of faith.
So you just made it up. That's
in
what
the LEC.
That's insane.
I really rate the. Well, I think that this is.
Listen, we've had one
groups.
team that cannot make it out of play-ins. That's it. And for that, you're throwing all my boys under the bus.
Chronicler, where were you born?
Okay, Pen. Yeah,
Are you not European?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I am.
I mean, I thought you were Danish.
Oh no! No!
Who is your world champion, Mr. Chronicler?
So I'll paint you the finals. The finals will be Damwon Kia versus Gen G, and Damwon Kia is gonna get it.
What?
Wow.
Yeah.
Damwon Kia. Okay. Well, mine's simple. You're all wrong. Rogue are winning worlds.
Oh,
I don't know what shape that is.
Even your marker is rebelling. It's rebelling.
The marker says
there we go.
No.
That's meant to be Rogue. Wait, we didn't do that there.
It hated the idea so much.
There you go.
It rebelled.
Okay. Right, let's go sit down. Come, let's sit down. Let's round this show out. Let's round this show out. I think let's just give closing thoughts now. Of course, as a reminder, I was the one that put that blue arrow on the telestrator. I obviously used the incorrect tool for that one. I just want to get some closing thoughts now. Play-ins is concluded. I think Evil Geniuses advancing through is one of the surprises. However, I wouldn't argue the huge surprise. The way they qualified, way more surprising.
Yes.
RNG making it, I think, is what everybody anticipated. So I'm going to get one last closing thought before I officially wrap up play-ins. We jump on a plane, fly to New York, and I carry that monster all the way there. Chronicler, close us out. What's your thoughts?
Oh, that's a tough one. You want to hear my thoughts on my Worlds pick or just some play-ins? I can do whatever. I had a wonderful time. I can't wait for groups because I love play-ins for the story element of it. I think it's such a cool element of seeing these players that you might not know unless it's DFM because they've been the same team for a while now. Coming from a region that in the grand scheme of things is very irrelevant in the Benelux. But groups, when it comes to pure League of Legends, always delivers. So I can't wait.
We went through a roller coaster ride. A lot of stories came through. And it's like when you're reading through a pretty hefty book, and after all of it, it just says prologue. And you're like, wait a minute, we still haven't even started yet? That's what the group stage feels like to me. And there's just so many more teams to introduce, and I feel like this is going to be a Worlds to remember.
I certainly hope so. I really just want to say thank you to everybody watching at home. I want to give a particular shout out to every single North American as well as Canadian fan that is watching, playing, competing. Champions Q has been awesome. Evil Genius has absolutely demolished the Mad Lions. It is a good week to be a fan of the LCS. Now, don't let us down. Keep this up for Cloud9 and 100 Thieves. That's going to do it from us here on behalf of myself, the casters, and a broadcast team that is exceptionally happy behind the scenes today. Thank you so much for watching. North America is greater than EU today.
Woo! He said it. He said it.
Today.
Clip it out.
Good night.
Clip
we'll see you in a couple days for more Worlds. Mwah! We love you. Goodbye.